magic number. Somewhere in this hip-hop soul community was born 3 mixed up in me, and that's a magic number.
When Chris Froome stood on the podium in Paris last year, it was as the latest successful applicant to a private members club. One founded by Lucien Petit-Breton in 1908 and since swelled to a baker's dozen by the likes of Fausto Coppi, Bernard Thévenet and Laurent Fignon. That is, men who've managed to win the Tour de France twice. This year he has the chance to enter the inner 3-time winner sanctum, currently occupied by Philippe Thys, Louison Bobet and Greg LeMond. Ahead of him then would be only the greatest names in Tour history: Indurain, Hinault, Anquetil and Merckx.
That's a magic number.
It would be extremely special to have a third victory. I'm certainly not going to bank on it. I know how tough it is to win a race like the Tour de France and all the things that could potentially go wrong along the way. But yes, I mean, that's a dream for me. I mean, to win a third Tour would just be amazing, amazing.
Now here's an overview of what Froome and his rivals will be experiencing in painful detail at street level over the next 3 weeks. 3,535 kilometres of racing through the Loire, the Massif Central and the Pyrenees, culminating with 4 fierce days in the Alps, which will decide the yellow jersey before the ceremonials in Paris 3 weeks tomorrow. It all starts in Normandy, though, with an opening stage that runs along the coast from Le Mont Saint-Michel to Utah Beach. Which is where we are. Hello, welcome to our live coverage of the 2016 Tour de France. Still 20 minutes to go until the official start, so plenty of time for Chris Froome to announce his sensational withdrawal from the race, citing a lack of support from his teammates. But in the absence of any breaking news, we'll plough on, assuming that he is still a candidate for an historic third win. And really, there are threes in prospect everywhere you look on this race. Nairo Quintana is trying to avoid his third consecutive runners-up spot, and Alberto Contador, rather confusingly, is looking to win his third Tour for the second time, having already achieved that milestone in 2010, only to have the title taken away after a long drawn-out drugs case. The three of them, plus 195 other riders, some of whom also fancy their chances of winning this race, will get the Tour underway at 20 past the hour if everything goes to schedule, and we're going to use the time between now and then to set the scene as best we can. And the scene includes plenty of subplots. The presence of Fabio Aru and Vincenzo Nibali on the same Astana team not only makes this the strongest Tour field ever in terms of Grand Tour wins among the contenders, it also opens up the possibility of an internal leadership battle should Aru falter. Richie Porte, who was Chris Froome's closest teammate for his previous Tour victories, has defected to BMC to ride against him, and with TJ Van Garderen in another two-headed assault on Sky. Peter Sagan won his 4th consecutive green jersey last year without winning a stage. He's been winning plenty of races since becoming world champion, though, and starts as favourite to make it 5. There are 8 British riders in the race this year, down from last year's record equalling 10. Chris Froome has Geraint Thomas alongside him as Sky's second protected rider, with Luke Rowe and Ian Stannard also returning from the 2015 Tour-winning team. Mark Cavendish has joined Steve Cummings at Dimension Data as Africa's most successful team becomes simultaneously more successful but less visibly African. Orica's Adam Yates will be easier to tell apart from his twin brother, since he's the only one of them riding the Tour this year. And there's a new British rider in the race. Sprinter Daniel McClay makes his debut for the French wildcard team Fortunéo Vital Concept.
Dan, we've seen one incredible sporting upset, a team from Leicester City this year winning the Premier League. Could there be another one here on Saturday at Utah Beach? Could you take the first yellow jersey of the Tour de France?
I'll give it a good go, but not expecting anything in particular. But yeah, we'll have a good crack, and hopefully can just be up there and good position in the last 500, and then do a sprint and see what the legs have got.
You're starting your Tour de France career this weekend. What is your ultimate goal as a Tour de France rider? Are you inspired by the likes of Mark Cavendish?
Yeah, for sure. Watching him win lots of stages in the past is pretty inspiring, and yeah, I think in the end, whether it's you know, in a few years' time or whatever, I'd like to be up there winning stages.
Now, as usual, we're live for every stage of the race. Timings change, so please check so as not to miss out. You can set your clocks by the highlights, though. They're on at 7 every evening, except for the final stage, because the live coverage doesn't finish till 7 o'clock. ITV.com/tour is the place for anything we can't squeeze into the actual shows, like extended interviews and the daily podcast required listening for libel lawyers and cycling fans alike. At ITV Cycling is the username for our Twitter feed, and ITV Tour is the hashtag if there's anything you want to say or to ask. And the first big question of the race is going to be answered here shortly after 4 o'clock this afternoon, namely who's going to win Stage 1 and with it the first yellow jersey of this year's Tour. For the third time in 4 years, it's an honour being offered to the sprinters, and having taken the last two, Marcel Kittel starts as favourite. He's riding for Mark Cavendish's old team, Etixx Quick-Step, while Cav has moved to Dimension Data and spent much of this season so far focusing on the track and his aim of winning gold in the Omnium in Rio. So he comes into the race as a bit of an unknown quantity, perhaps even to himself. He sat down with Daniel Friebe to talk about his prospects.
So Mark, every year before the Tour de France, we ask you whether they're going to be tears of joy or tears of sadness, because you always cry at the Tour de France, don't you? And this is your 10th Tour now, and I think you've cried in every one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go this year, actually. Obviously, it's not even the biggest race in the world. It's bigger than cycling, the Tour de France, you know. And every year, that Monday after, I kind of go, I'm never doing it again. It's too stressful. And then a week later, it's like, I can't wait for the Tour. It's one of those things, you know.
You've won 26 stages of the Tour de France. You've relied on your instinct on many occasions in those 26 victories. I understand there's quite a precise plan for a sprint finish, should it end in a sprint finish. Is that right?
Yeah, obviously I've got Mark Renshaw with me, who's been my lead at Men for many years. And Bernie Eisel's back. He's always a good guy setting us up, you know. He's got the power, and Edvald Boasson Hagen's flying. He's a guy who can win it in his own right, you know. We've got a strong group of guys for the final. And on the narrow roads, it's not as easy to freelance as it would be on a wider road, so I'm lucky I've got those guys around me. I don't personally believe that there'll be many people going for the green jersey this year, though, which will prove a big fact. I think the fat guys won't really go for the intermediate sprints.
Including yourself?
Yeah, I don't think there's no point anymore. Like, them stages with the climb, with a big mountain, Sagan just picks up 20 more points than everyone else. He does that 4 times, he's 80 points ahead. And no one can win it except for Sagan anymore, you know. So I think that'll play a factor, because there won't be guys sprinting in the middle of the stages before the end of the final sprints this year.
We all know you are going to do the Olympics. You've been picked for the Omnium. How much is that going to be in the forefront of your mind?
I have a job. My job as a professional road rider is to provide my sponsor with publicity and provide my team and teammates with support, you know, and that's what I do. I'm not coming to Tour de France to mill around. I'm coming to Tour de France to try and win, and so that's what I'll do. The Olympic, that'll come after the Tour de France. At the minute, I've got to focus on this. You know, the Tour de France is the biggest bike race in the world, and that's what I've got to do right now.
Meanwhile, just down the road at a drizzly golf resort, Chris Froome and his team were putting the finishing touches to their defence of the Tour de France crown and Froome's tilted history.
It wasn't necessarily that much about sending a message to my rivals, as it was reassuring myself that I'm where I need to be. I have delayed my preparations this year, but I am where I need to be. I'm ready. I won the Dauphiné, come into the Tour, and I feel as if I can't wait to get racing now.
Time trialing, there's a lot of it on this year's Tour. Does that play to your strengths? Have you reconfigured your training slightly to concentrate a little bit more on that?
I have reconfigured the training to focus more on time trialing this year. But given that both time trials are extremely hilly, one is basically just straight uphill and the other one has two long climbs in it, it will be, they're both time trials where a pure climber can actually hold his own and do really quite well in. So I personally, I believe it's a climber's race this year. The race will be won or lost in the climbs, whether it be also on the time trials or the climbs. It comes down to climbing. For me, I've made it a personal goal to try and be better in that third week this time around. Both tours I've won, I've been really good in the first and second week, and basically just been hanging on come week 3. But this time round, I hope to be stronger in the third week. Time will tell.
Well, doubtless time will tell, but we're paid to speculate in advance, and here to do the speculating, Chris Boardman and David Miller. Chris, it strikes me that anyone who wants to beat Froome is first going to have to isolate him, and the bad news for them is that Sky have assembled possibly the strongest ever Tour team around him.
I think it is. It's really well balanced. They've really made sure that they've addressed that first week as well. I mean, they've got Rose, Stannard and possibly Thomas at a push on the flat, who are fantastic in technical conditions. Pauls and Kirianka can also step in either the mountains, and of course they've got Landa and Nuevi in the mountains, so it's about as good as it gets, really.
Yeah, and David, Chris talked about being stronger in the third week. It's interesting, he has lost time in the third week in his previous two tours, but he's had the time to concede. It'll be very interesting this year if it is close going into that final week.
Well, I think in the past their tactic has been to destroy the first mountain stage, which means they come into the race really kind of on that aggressive defensive tactics in the first week, not to lose time, and then really to destroy the first mountain stage, which means obviously you have to come in at 100%. But I think obviously, like he says, they've changed that a bit around this year, and perhaps we won't see the complete domination on the first mountain stage, and we'll see more destruction in the last week.
I mean, we'll talk about the contenders in a little while, but really, in order for this to be a great race, it needs to be a race Sky either can't control or struggle to control.
Yeah, so your contenders have got to get together and not work against each other. That's the key.
All right. Now then, we will take a quick break. Still no racing, of course. That's coming up around 20 past the hour. When we come back, we'll be hearing from the contenders to Chris Froome's crown. Welcome back. Still about 5 minutes to go until the official start of the 2016 Tour de France. So let's check in with the contenders and first check in how the bookies rank them all. Chris Froome is the narrow favourite. He's at 6-4, although given the odds makers' success in recent major events, that might not be too much of a reassurance to him. Nairo Quintana is second favourite at 2-1. Alberto Contador is 5-1. Then it's Richie Porte ahead of Fabio Aru, Thibaut Pinot, Vincenzo Nibali, TJ Van Garderen and Romain Bardet. Let's hear from some of the leading contenders then in their own words. Let's go around the press conferences.
No, se han aprendido muchas cosas, sobre todo pues cada vez a gestionar más las fuerzas personales y del equipo, tener más tranquilidad y saber verdaderamente cuando hay peligro y cuando debes de estar siempre atento, ¿no? En esa parte pienso que es la madurez que he obtenido no solo de estos 2 años de Tour que he hecho, sino en las diferentes carreras que ya han transcurrido.
Bueno, creo que estoy bien. Yo he intentado hacer la mejor preparación posible para llegar en óptimas condiciones al Tour. Ellos, Froome y Nairo, seguro que igual, que han hecho una preparazione ottima e yo creo que al final, día a día e etapa tras etapa, veremos cómo estamos cada uno.
Sono stato di nuovo in montagna a Sestriere per altri 15 giorni dopo il delfinato, ho rifinito la condizione, sono molto contento di come sono arrivato qua al Tour, sono molto contento della squadra che abbiamo perché è una squadra molto forte con degli uomini di esperienza, di grandissima esperienza, di gente che ha già vinto il Tour, uno come Vincenzo, insomma, quindi per me non fa che poter essere un punto di riferimento in questi giorni.
Have you been training with Chris Froome? Any intel to report back?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I've done a couple of rides with him and Luke Rowe, and these guys always do, but I don't think there's much intel, to be honest. I think they're going to be a hard team to beat.
And just finally, Richie, can you win the Tour de France?
Why not? I think funny things have happened.
Well, Richie Porte was actually about the only man who could stay with Chris Froome in the recent Criterium du Dauphiné. But Nairo Quintana's the man, isn't he? He's looking to avoid a hat-trick in the same way that Chris Froome's going for one. He doesn't want a hat-trick of runner-up places. And he has won the third week in the past 2 tours. It's just that he's been so far behind by the time he's got there.
No, for him, it's all about this first couple of days, specifically today, which has probably got the most crosswind that we're going to see in this Tour de France, which is arguably where he lost it last year over 2 minutes. And I think if he can pull that together, he's got to be the big danger. I think around him, there's obviously the other riders. I think the tandem of Nibali, Abreu, he's not particularly stable, Abreu, but Nibali and Contador, very dynamic riders, could help shape the race, even if they're not the main contender.
Yeah, Contador is a man you would have to think riding with, if not a grudge, at least he must be rankled by all this talk of Chris Froome going for 3, because he's a man who already thinks he's won 3 Tours de France, having won one in 2010 that was taken away from him.
I think he's the kind of person to just put it behind him and think about this race now, but there's opportunities for him. I think his form is slightly on the wane. You know, he's been at the top a very long time, but he's still very dangerous, and you wouldn't want to give him much of an opportunity. And I think for all of the contenders, they need to not work against each other if they want to isolate Chris Froome, and if they don't do that, they won't win this race.
Yeah. Well, what about the French contingent? It's always good for the French to do well in their home race. Thibaut Pinot is a man who sort of needs to deliver on his potential sooner or later, and Romain Bardet actually had an excellent Dauphiné, and there's a lot of descending in this Tour which will suit him.
Yeah, I think both of them have that fragile edge at the moment. If they can get over that, not have those bad days, then suddenly they're right in amongst the contenders for a podium place at the very least. Bardet, I was really impressed with the Dauphiné, and I think had he rode it differently, he could on one stage have wrestled the yellow jersey from Chris Froome, and that's, you know, at the moment that's quite a thing to be able to say.
There we are, the race is about to get underway. Everybody lining up on the start line, Lotto Soudal, Movistar, Tinkoff. So before we get on with the ceremonial roll-up, let's take a quick look at today's route map. There it is, 188 kilometres to get things going, setting out from Le Mans Saint-Michel and staying close to the Normandy coast for most of the way, so the race favourites are going to have to be on guard from the off in case of crosswinds. It'd take a storm force gale though for today's stage to end in anything but a bunch finish. This is the 3rd time in 4 years that the Tour has offered the sprinters a chance to take the first yellow jersey of the race, and Marcel Kittel has taken the previous 2. Mark Cavendish comes in as something of an unknown quantity this year, having spent much of his season, as we say, on the track working towards his aim of an Olympic gold medal in Rio. So, almost time for that flag on the lower right-hand corner of the screen to drop, and for the 2016 Tour de France to get underway. There's the world champion Peter Sagan just to the left of the picture. Let's get over to commentary with David Miller and Ned Bolton.
Thanks very much, Gary. Here we go again. The flag drops. Where, oh where, has an entire year gone? The ridiculously scenic backdrop of Mont Saint-Michel is providing the setting for this year's month-long story of madding crowds, ludicrous suffering, panache and punctures, climbs, time trials and tribulations. From here to Paris for the 103rd time of answering the simplest of simple questions. Who's the fastest? It's just a bike race, of course. But for all the beauty and pageantry of the rest of the cycling calendar, this one is still the giant. The Tour de France has got underway. Whatever plans you may have had for July, tear them up, tear up the calendar, and just enjoy it, because this lot are doing it for our benefit. David Miller, here we go again. You looking forward to it as much as you ever did?
I am. My palms are sweating. It feels like, I feel it. I remember this is a race that even the neutral zone, it's not unlike any other. You're in there and everybody's nervous. You've got Alberto Contador and Nairo Quintana there on screen, and to the left we saw Peter Sagan. And there's not really any other race where the big leaders are already there on the front line with half an hour before the race even starts. It's kind of just, this is the Tour de France.
And that is Nairo Quintana. Will it be his year? So many questions. We're about to find the first of many answers over the next 3 weeks. As you can see, they're just rolling behind the lead car now, so the racing won't start for a good few minutes just yet. They're heading out towards Mont Saint-Michel, where they'll stop again. There'll be a short ceremony, and we, in the meantime, will take a very short break, and we'll be back to watch them on Mont Saint-Michel. Welcome back. Picture perfect. Mont Saint-Michel doing what Mont Saint-Michel does best. Extraordinary setting for the Grand Départ this year as the race returns to France. And there they are, all lined out, still behind the lead car as they go out to the official opening ceremony on Mont Saint-Michel. First little glimpse there of Thomas de Gendt, flanked by Adam Hansen. The Australian rider for Lotto Soudal has completed 14 consecutive Grand Tours, and if he gets around this, it'll be 15. It's a remarkable achievement, isn't it, David?
It is a remarkable achievement, not just the physicality of it, but just the pure good fortune not to have crashed or had a sort of sickness. But he has had both and yet still survived, which just goes to show the tenacity of him. And now he's blown that record out the water. Before, I think it was 12 tours in a row. Now he's at 15. He's almost putting it out of reach. I can't see there being another Adam Hansen coming around for a while.
And there he is, the man with number 1 on his back, Chris Froome, back on Mont Saint-Michel, looking chilled. The British rider from Team Sky, very relaxed, noticeably more relaxed than he was last year, and definitely more relaxed than he was in 2014, of course, on that Tour de France that went wrong for him. But this one, well, he's hoping it'll all go right. Last time he was on Mont Saint-Michel, he finished in 2013 second on an individual time trial, won on the day by Tony Martin. The race returning back to Mont Saint-Michel just a couple of years later. What have you made of Chris Froome's build-up and the way he's been talking to the media and what messages has been sending out, David? He does look like he's in a really confident frame of mind at the moment.
Yeah, he does. Like you just said, he's more relaxed. I mean, a couple of years ago, we saw him even crash in the neutral zone on the first stage, coming from behind. Now he's in the front line, smiling, talking to people. I think he really does feel like he's got nothing to prove now, probably. And the fact that this year he's kind of not gone out with this burning desire to win every single race that he does, which had been the tactic before for Sky, which they'd done with Bradley Wiggins, and then they did with Chris Froome. And I think now they feel more confident and realise just how important the Tour de France is, and they don't have, they're going to try something different. And I think part of the reason where we heard before the interviews at the beginning, where he admitted himself that the third week in Grand Tours had been a struggle for him, is because he's hit out so hard from February at the beginning of the season right through. So this year they've kind of held him back a bit, but it doesn't seem to have compromised him in the slightest, because at Dauphiné I feel that we saw Chris Froome at sort of some of the strongest riding we've ever seen. Also, the air of confidence he had, and almost patron-like on that final stage, the way he rode up next to Contador and almost shut him down. So I think we have a double Tour de France winner who feels confident that he's going to go for the triple, which we see it often with Tour de France, multiple Tour de France winners or Grand Tour stage races. As they develop, their confidence raises and they start to change their tactics slightly and change the way they train and build up for it. And that's been completely displayed this year by Chris Froome.
Well, the new approach road, there's a glimpse of Mark Cavendish there, just tucked in behind the red car as they go over this new approach road to Mont Saint-Michel, raised up on stilts and over the river. Lots of work has been done over the last couple of years to improve the way that the water flows around Mont Saint-Michel, to protect the natural environment here. And for anyone who's visited it over the last couple of years, you can't drive over to Mont Saint-Michel. You have to take a shuttle bus and park up on the mainland to protect the island. Alberto Contador, what will he be thinking? And what psychological hold does Chris Froome have over him these days? Certainly noticed that on the Dauphiné, that Alberto Contador was decidedly, on that particular race, albeit a warm-up race for the Tour de France, second best, not by a huge margin, but definitely second best to Chris Froome. But if anyone can pull it out when it matters, Alberto Contador is in that bracket of riders who can do just that.
No, and he's definitely not he's the sort of rider that everybody's scared of, because he's got no fear. Even if he's in second or third place, that means nothing to him. He chases the win and he'll race accordingly. And as we see that perhaps logistically, this is what's happening here. None of the riders want to be at the back, so that what they did with the red cars, they just thought the peloton would follow them around like a snake. Actually, no, they're like, I'm not going to the back. So now we've got all those guys, look, they're sort of smiling about it as well. There's Luke Rowe on the left. He's going to be one of Chris Froome's super domestiques today. You can see I spoke to Rod Ellingworth earlier, and he said that Luke Rowe and Ian Stannard are chomping at the bit today, so excited about it all.
I think Luke Rowe's calmed down from watching the football last night as well. The two Welshmen, Geraint Thomas and Luke Rowe, on the team of Team Sky. I'm sure they were watching the football last night and enjoying that.
So now we can see we've got a bit of a checkmate here. So the guys that were behind the red car are now kind of found themselves in the middle, back of the peloton, which isn't ideal. So because now what that little rollout there really was, and now the cars are stuck there as well. We can see the chaos, the Mavic car. So yeah, that would only happen at Tour de France. Every other race, everyone would just find their position and go to the back and be relaxed. But now, when after this, the ceremonial starts, and we have the neutral proper. The neutral proper in the Tour de France is a race in itself, because we've seen how windy it is. There's getting reports of 35-kilometre-an-hour winds, and it's also open here that we could have echelons, and also the fact we've got 2 little climbs in the first 40 Ks means there are going to be riders that are going to attack to try and get the climber's jersey. So we're going to have a race from kilometre 0, and that means that everybody here wants to be at the front behind that lead car, which Christian Prudhomme, who is out the roof there as the director of the Tour de France, he's trying to arrange it all.
A motorbike is being pushed out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you watch the Tour de France. A combination of factors, isn't it? Great bike race, stunning scenery, and the odd moment of enjoyable chaos, and we've got it straight from the off here. Now, what they're going to do is there is an official opening ceremony here. I'm not quite sure what that's going to involve. We haven't had any information. And then they're going to proceed back at a leisurely pace, back across that Causeway Approach Road onto the mainland, and after a couple of kilometres back on the mainland, then the flag will drop, and then the racing really will start. And as David's already indicated, it will be an almighty scramble amongst a lot of teams who don't necessarily have GC ambitions, the opportunist teams, if you like. Some of the French pro-continental teams from a division beneath World Tour, they'll be wanting to get riders in the breakaway. And the carrot is a place on the podium at the end of the day. 2 Category 4 climbs on the road today, and only 1 point available at each of those for the winner. Going to be a really fascinating day's racing, and look at those flags. Those flags indicate that the wind is coming straight from the west, and given that we go south to north for most of the day on the coast road, everybody is going to be on full alert here. Right, so we've got that bit out of the way, and now we go back down. Really wasn't any sort of opening ceremony there. They just turned around and came back after a bit of messing around.
Yeah, the best laid plans of mice and men. I think that's where we realised that the bike race is what comes first. These bike races weren't about to just be lined up willy-nilly. It's they're like, no, I want my position. I need to be at the front because this is going to be chaos. And yeah, so I think their big ceremonial start got a little bit snuffed out there.
Little glimpse of Wout Poels in the colours of Team Sky. And now they've stopped again. Right, so here we are at the front. There's Mark Cavendish having a little word with Bernardino. Chris Froome alongside him. So, and now a band's playing. So this is a ceremony now, and ceremonial handshakes there from the former world champion, Mark Cavendish. Time to actually take the helmet off and just enjoy this moment. Bernardino, of course, a 5-time winner of the Tour de France, and Chris Froome bidding, as Gary and Chris were talking about earlier, to make it 3. And should he do that, that really does move Chris Froome up into a very, very rare bracket of elite Tour riders. Arthur Vichot, the newly crowned French national champion, just caught a glimpse of him manoeuvring his bike into the front row. He's going to want to be there for the cameras, television cameras and the press. Get a shot of him. So all the big players are coming to the fore now.
Sylvain Chavanel there for Direct Energie. One of the best French riders of the last 15 years, really. I mean, he's coming to the twilight of his career, but you never know what he's going to do, and it's perhaps even a possibility that he'd be the type of rider who would try and pull an opportunistic move today. I mean, why not? He's on a team that is a French team, a smallish French team, and this is obviously not only the biggest race in the year for everybody, but for them it really is a be-all and end-all. So it's in his interest to really kind of light it up today from the beginning.
So the last is, and now a ribbon is stretched across the front of the race. Christian Prudhomme, the director of the Tour de France, who has designed, I have to say, over the last few years, some absolutely fascinating additions in the way that this is lined out, at least on paper, suggests that we're going to be in for another treat. And it really won't be decided until we get to the final salvo of mountain stages in the Alps. At least that's everyone's hope, I think. We want a race that sustains its interest, I'm sure it will, throughout all 3 weeks. So the ribbon's about to be cut. Here we go. Bernardino involved. Triumvirate of cutters. And now they can go.
Ceremony complete.
You'll be a bag of nerves. A lot of these riders will be absolutely petrified about what today might hold, and this just cranks the tension up, doesn't it, somewhat?
Yeah, it does. It really does. It's kind of, it's a sort of slow death at the moment, because a lot of these riders, you just don't know what's going to happen. Nobody can predict what's going to happen on a day like this. You don't know whether it's going to go flat out from the beginning, or whether it's going to, a little break's going to go straight away and it will kind of neutralise behind. But the wind changes all this, because it means the GC riders are worried. Nobody wants to miss out on a stupid move. We saw effectively Nairo Quintana's GC hopes dashed last year by missing out on crosswinds, and it often happens. So I think, as we see there, we've got Nibali, we've got Alberto Contador, Nairo Quintana, Chris Froome, Mark Cavendish, Arnaud Vichot, the new French national champion there in the blue, white and red jersey, Mark Cavendish. So it's all the leaders that are there on the front line, and they're going to try and stay there, so they're crossing, they're very near the front at kilometre zero, so they can be sure to, if there are crosswinds, they're not caught out.
Indeed, it was a little glimpse of the 2014 Tour de France champion and the newly crowned Giro champion as well, Vincenzo Nibali. And if you're familiar with watching stage races over the last few years, you will almost undoubtedly be expecting to see Vincenzo Nibali wearing the bands of the Italian national champion, which he has done for the last 2 years. Well, he's no longer the Italian national champion. Giacomo Nizzolo is the newly crowned Italian champion. A little glimpse of Sir Gary Verity there from Yorkshire. He's made his way to Mont Saint-Michel as well, so all the big hitters are now assembled on Mont Saint-Michel. And there is the man we were just talking about, Vincenzo Nibali, deep in conversation with Alberto Contador. What do those hand gestures mean? Full gas. That one was full gas. And it's going to be a day where the big GC players, if ever they have a day off, it won't be today, because this threat of crosswinds means that they will be heavily involved in the action at some point today, defending their position or possibly even going on the front foot and trying to hurt their rivals. Chris Froome was right to point out yesterday, or day before yesterday, at his press conference, that one interpretation of last year's victory was that he actually won the race vis-a-vis Nairo Quintana in the crosswinds on stage 2, when Quintana lost the best part of 2 minutes to Chris Froome. And you could say that was it. That was the day Quintana lost the Tour.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what we often say that in the Tour de France, that you don't win it the first week, but you can lose it. And that's very much how all these riders will be feeling today. They don't want to lose their Tour de France on the first day. So they'll just be up there, they're defending, they're not really expecting to kind of take time gaps, but they certainly don't want to lose time.
So the French Air Force have flown past and done their patriotic duty. They'll be back in action on the 21st stage when we finally get to Paris. They always fly over the Champs-Élysées and pass over the Arc de Triomphe for that stage as well. So their job's only half done on this Tour de France, and for these riders, well, they haven't even started. The world champion, we haven't spoken about him yet, amongst the midst in the front row of the peloton there, Peter Sagan, with his splendidly long hair now just bunched up and tucked away behind his helmet, underneath his helmet I should say.
It's interesting, the Sagan phenomenon. We heard the interview with Mark Cavendish earlier, and it's almost as if everyone's given up on the green jersey now, because they feel that Sagan's just simply unstoppable, because he's one of the only sprinters that not only can be up there consistently in the sprint finishes, which is required of the green jersey obviously, but the intermediate sprints, when it comes to mountain days, he can find himself in a breakaway over mountains and getting points that no other sprinter can get. So in a way, I mean, people might debate that they need to change the point system, but I think they need to not have a Peter Sagan in the peloton, because he just breaks the rules in that sense.
Very relaxed looking Thomas Voeckler, just waiting for the off again, and surely now they're going to roll back very soon. Yeah, going back to the world champions jersey, he's going to want to show those rainbow bands off. He won't necessarily want to be in green the whole way to Paris, will he?
You're right, and you never know, maybe he will decide not to chase points. We saw he come so close. He's not got a massive Tour de France stage winning record, which you perhaps would expect him to have. He seems to get lots of seconds, be lots of breaks. He has raced probably more for the green jersey in the last few years, and maybe this year he'll be more interested in instead of just going for points all the time, going for the actual stage wins.
So much to look forward to. Races within races. What can Peter Sagan do? Can he get himself a few stage wins? How many times will he finish second? Will he have sewn up the green jersey competition within a week? Who's going to win the GC? What will become of Thomas Voeckler on this Tour de France? Can he win himself another stage? Can he compete for the polka dot jersey? Can Daniel Tekla-Hymenot compete for the polka dot jersey? What can Thomas de Gent do in the colours of Lotto Soudal there? So many big names, all the big names of cycling make their way to the start of the Tour de France. That's why we love it. couple of kilometres now still to go as they roll off Mont Saint-Michel, and when we come back we will see the flag drop and the race in earnest begin. Don't go away. Welcome back. As you can see, they are still rolling behind the lead race car, the red car, and the flag has not dropped just yet. Well, we've heard from Chris Froome in the build-up to this Tour de France, but let's hear just very briefly from one of his teammates, Geraint Thomas. And just a couple of days ago, after the team presentation, he spoke to Daniel Friebe, and he made this prediction vis-à-vis the football. And remember, this was before last night's astonishing result.
Geraint Thomas, I think you were pretty disappointed with your form and your performance at the Tour of Switzerland a couple of weeks ago. How are you coming into the Tour de France?
Yeah, good. Just rested up since, and yeah, fueled up and raring to go. So you know how I actually go when it comes to the mountain things, we'll see. But yeah, I'm just super excited now. It's the 7th Tour, but it feels like my first, and just looking forward to really getting stuck into the race and get going with the boys.
And last year was your best Tour de France to date. Similar form this time, similar ambition, similar hopes?
I'm not sure, it's hard to say. Obviously going into it last year I wasn't expecting the ride that I did, and like I say, Swiss didn't go according to plan, so it's kind of definitely a different sort of lead up into the race than normal. But yeah, I think like I said, it's just got to get stuck into the race now and not really think too much about it, and we'll see once the race gets going how the legs really are.
And that's your form. The gentleman to your left, Chris Froome, seems to be going pretty well.
For sure. You know, obviously he showed great form in the Dauphiné, and he's been building up to this all year, so just super excited. Now we've got a super strong team, you know, a lot of good climbers and things as well, and so yeah, confident that you'll be able to deliver.
I won't ask you, I won't throw you a curveball about Brexit. I know you got one in the press conference earlier today, but what about Wales in the European Championships? Are they going to go any further?
Oh, definitely. Wales, France final, Wales win on penalties.
Cheers.
Well, outrageously good punditry there from Geraint Thomas, and what a prediction that would be. Wales to beat France on penalties in the final. Geraint Thomas, one of the irrepressible characters in the peloton these days, but not just a bit part player, a major player. And to watch him develop, particularly over the last year, David, and the season he's had, particularly early season, winning these big stage races now almost as a matter of routine. He has become a big player, and he's going to be an important man for Chris Froome on these next 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think in any other team he'd be an out-and-out team leader for the GC here. I mean, we saw how he raced last year. We honestly believed with a few days to go that he had a strong chance of finishing on the podium in the Tour de France. And that was not only a remarkable performance considering the domestique work he'd been doing for Chris Froome, but also the fact that he'd been racing hard since the beginning of the season. And with that sort of display, he was then given the right this year to sort of step back a little bit from the classics, although he couldn't help himself. He still went and did Flanders. But he went to Paris-Nice, he went to other races, and he showed just that he was living up to expectations and becoming a proper stage racer. But he's come here and he's already said that he's only for Chris Froome, and that's a wonderful weapon for Chris Froome to have, because Geraint Thomas, we still don't know what he's capable of. We see flashes of it regards the GTs, the Grand Tour sort of pedigree, and I think this year really is going to be a breakthrough year for him if he can follow that through right till the final weekend, because last year was about 4 days out when he cracked. So close.
And there is the famous hair tucked up underneath that helmet from Peter Sagan. Still the flag hasn't dropped, of course. Still this is the neutralised rollout, but not for very much longer. By my calculations it should have started already, and I think it will start very imminently. The sign that it is about to get underway. So a bit of rolling repairs there for the world champion. But the sign that it is about to start will be the appearance of Christian Prudhomme poking through his sunroof of his red car, holding the flag, and when that drops, that is the beginning of the race. And there is a bit of jostling for position behind that red car. Very, very important for some of these teams, especially on the opening day of the Tour de France, to lay down a marker. Some teams have come here with no big GC ambitions and no dedicated sprinters, and they are simply here to get in breaks and see what they can achieve. If you like, scrapping for the minor prizes, but there isn't such a thing as a minor prize on the Tour de France, because everything matters. And there he is, Christian Prudhomme.
He'll be holding back here, he'll be telling them they're not going to go on kilometre zero because Peter Sagan's behind getting mechanical work done on his bike. So that's normally what happens. Any rider who's having any issues at kilometre zero, but obviously Peter Sagan's got back on. He'll have had information from the red car behind the race that that's what's happened, and then they'll let it go.
Well, Paul Voss from Bora Argon is one of the riders jostling for position behind that car. He looks full of determination to get himself in a breakaway, but that's the first attack, and it has come from the green team of Cannondale Drapac, as they are now known on this edition of the Tour. A couple of teams have changed their names right at the very last minute. Orica Bike Exchange have a new sponsor on board, and so too do Cannondale Drapac.
So it looks like Alex Howes from Cannondale Drapac that's chasing. This is they got to race an opportunistic race, Cannondale Garmin, because they don't have a clear GC rider. And Alex Howes, for him to get the best climbers jersey today would be massive. Now we see Bora have got 2 riders in there, so that's obviously been a clear tactic. And this is interesting. Already they've kind of closed the road behind. So I think that's even Mark Cavendish who's up there. And so this is often what happens. There's Luis Leon Sanchez from Astana, Thomas de Gent, I think, Mark Cavendish, and that looks like that's going to be the move. Bora have scored a blinder there, getting 2 riders in that, which the rest of the break will benefit from, because it means that they know those 2 are going to try and work as hard as they can together to make this stick.
Well, that's if that is the breakaway, it has come about very, very quickly. I'm pretty sure that is Paul Voss, one of the Bora Argon riders, but that's not him we're looking at there. He's the other rider further down, and this is Alex Howes making the junction, and it's another Fortuna Vital Concept, a team that you might formerly have known or recognised as the Bretagne team. They now look like that in the black kit, and they, as you would have predicted, seem to have placed a rider in that, well, it's a quintet, isn't it, up the road. So IM Cycling have 1, Bora Argon have 2, and Cannondale Drapac with Fortuneo Vital Concept will make up the 5.
And it's in their interest, these 3 at the front, to wait for Alex Howes. Because if they get those 2 riders, 5 riders actually stands a good chance of staying away for a long time. 3 riders, it really is difficult. And as they'll get news they'll get their teammates radio from behind while they're still in range, saying that Aleppo is stopping for a call of nature, and it's kind of, we now see that everybody is racing a conservative race. They're quite happy to let that break go. Obviously, a lot of the team tactics this morning will have been that GC is the primary goal. And the sprinters teams, they'll all be happy because 5 riders their teams can control, because there's going to be at least 4 or 5 clear sprinters teams here that will want to try and keep this race together to give the opportunity of a bunch sprint for their team sprinters. So this is your classic sort of Tour de France first stage sort of style racing.
Having said all that, ordinarily you would expect that to be just shut down and pretty much nothing to happen necessarily until the last sort of 30-40k when the chase really speeds up and the catch is imminent. But that really can't or won't be the case today because of this long, prolonged section of road which hugs the coast and exposed to these crosswinds. They will have to be racing that at some point.
They will. I mean, it's got a bit of a tailwind start here for the first 15Ks. Then they're going to turn left and go through Avranches, which will be a bit of a technical, which leads into the first climb of the exit of there. Then they're going to slightly turn left, bit of a headwind. Then they're going to go up the coast for the majority of the day, where they're going to have crosswinds. So we'll see just by default that the peloton will start racing to position its riders. Now, it's interesting, Lee Howard in there, who himself is a great sprinter. So he clearly feels that he's not got the power to compete with the sprinters here, and he's gone for the breakaway move instead.
Well, Lee Howard, the rider from IM Cycling, you can see at the back of that trio of riders who is in the breakaway. He only got the call that he was actually going to be racing his first Tour de France just, I think it was on Wednesday. He had to get up very, very quick to the start of this race, having not expected to be on the start line. But one of his teammates, Dries Devenens, called off sick, and Lee Howard was a late replacement, and he's attacking the race straight from the off. The other 2 riders there from Bora Argon alongside him, Jan Bata, well, the Czech time trialist, is a perennial rider who gets himself in breakaways. I remember the stage 3 it was of the 2014 Tour into London from Cambridge. He was last man standing in that breakaway, entered London alone. Can't remember who he was with on that particular occasion, but that was a great ride from him. He's a strong man to have in that break. And the German rider, his teammate Paul Voss, is of a similar ilk as well. So they've got 2 very good riders, 2 of their best, in fact, for Bora Argon in that move.
And still, the 2 haven't made it back up to them. So this is it's an interesting move. I mean, either these guys are going a lot faster than they look, so they look like they're fairly sort of in just a control pace now rather than out and out kind of breakaway making. I think they're fully aware that this is now the move of the day. They're not going to have to fight it. But at the same time, it's quite surprising. Hopefully, I mean, I'd imagine we'll see Alex Howes, and I still don't know who the rider he's with, will make it up to them soon.
Yeah, they haven't made the junction yet, so at the moment it's just 3 with 2 riders, and I'm not even sure they're together in no man's land, caught between the peloton and the group of 3 who are up the road. At least we haven't seen them for a bit, so we assume they're still there. But straight away they have a advantage of 1 minute and 37 seconds, so they've gone up, I should say, very quickly, and that's largely down to the fact that right at the front of the peloton they just shut the race down and said, that'll do, happy with that. So it is a...
Laughter, Ian Stannard looking very relaxed there. Thomas Vauclair, Richie Porter's own teammate he's speaking to. So we're going to, and there's Mark Renshaw in the middle, 15 seconds. So that's Alex. The 2 riders behind them are 15 seconds behind. So it's quite surprising that they're not closing that gap yet. But like you said, Jan Barter is an incredibly strong rider, and I remember being in moves with him before, and he's the sort of guy you always want in a breakaway because he is. Was in his early days a great time trialist, and he is a powerhouse of a rider, so in many ways it will be his job today to keep this moving as he's got a teammate there, because don't forget we've got coming up 2 climbs, 2 Cat 4 climbs, and whoever wins those is going to get to wear the climber's jersey.
Well, it wouldn't be a surprise necessarily if the rider from Fortuneo Vital Concept were Anthony Delaplace. He is a Norman rider from Normandy, from this part of France. In fact, David, you and I rode the last 10 kilometres today up to Utah Beach, and we stopped, didn't we, to unfold our folding bikes to ride in, and had a little chat with a French family just parked up by the side of the road, and I said, who's going to win today? And he said, well, it'll be a Norman rider. And I said, well, who are the local riders then? And he said, Anthony Delaplace. So there we go, top pundit this morning by the side of the road.
He nailed it, but they've still got to close 15 seconds.
Yeah, and then win the race.
Yeah, still a bit of work to do there. But
there's some vested interests who want to bring this all back, and none more so than this man, who is the newly crowned German national road race champion, Andre Greipel, in the form of his life, Andre Greipel. And we might obsess over Marcel Kittel, quite rightly, and the great achievements of Mark Cavendish and his huge opportunity he has to finally get that yellow jersey, but do not stop thinking about Andre Greipel, because for many people he is today's favourite.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've seen he's got some crazy statistic as well, that every single Grand Tour he's done since 2008, he's won a stage. And although there are times when he's always been overshadowed by the sprinter of the moment, he's proving to be the sprinter of the moment now. Kittel sort of has flashes of excellence, Mark as well, but at the moment seems to be Greipel who's the most consistent.
He's drawn level with the great Eric Zabel in terms of Grand Tour wins for Germany. And should he get one more on this Tour de France, and who would bet against that, he will be the most winning, if that's not a horrible word to use, never mind, I've just used it, he will be the most winning German Grand Tour rider. So the advantage goes right out now. 2 minutes and 39 seconds. So just to mark your card, after 20.5 kilometres of racing, so with 167.5 to go, the first of 2 Cat 4 King of the Mountains points of the day. The next one comes with 149 kilometres to go. And after 30 kilometres of racing, they hit 72 kilometres in total of coastal road, battered by crosswinds. There is much to look forward to today. A fast and furious bunch sprint, almost certainly. But on the road from here to Utah Beach, it will be full of incident and drama. I can guarantee you of that. We're going to take a very short break. Welcome back. Around about 9 kilometres to go before the first line across the road, so to speak, on this year's Tour de France, the Cat 4 Côte d'Avranches. And the first opportunity for one of these riders to take themselves the lead in the King of the Mountains competition. Only 1 point available for the first rider across the line. Behind them on the road, though, Alex Howes and Anthony Delaplace are engaged in a battle to try and get across to these 3. And it's going to be hurting because they have not made the junction, and they're all being blown along at this point in the course by a tailwind. And it's essentially 3 against 2, but this is desperate stuff, isn't it, for these 2?
Oh, they're in deep now. This is always the worst situation you can be in, because they're too far of the peloton. There's too much at stake for them to really sit up, and yet they're fighting a losing battle almost. Yet they're starting to hold it, and I still find it quite interesting that the 3 riders at front haven't kind of sat up to make, because if they've got 5 riders, it's going to make them easier for that group to stay away from the peloton. But now with just the 2 of them chasing, they call it in French, the chasse patate, the potato chase. I have no idea what they call it that, but it's always the thing that we hated in cycling, was when you got stuck in between the break and the peloton and you were too deeply committed to let go, so you get told off by your teammates. It's the shame of it that you couldn't bridge it. There's a combination of things, but look, it's 38 seconds and we can see how hard they're trying, but they're not getting any closer. And there you go, you can see checking behind to see where they are, and it's a losing battle now.
What a splendid phrase that is. Thank you for bringing that to light, David. Never heard that one before, the chasse patate. You learn a new thing every day on the Tour de France. And Anthony Delaplace, especially behind him in the company of Alex Howes, is learning all about suffering. Identified this stage being from the Cherbourg Peninsula himself. These are the roads he trains on alongside these coastal roads, and he wanted to get himself the King of the Mountains jersey over these first 2 days. Going to be hard though, very, very hard. Right, I'm delighted to say that we've been joined in the commentary booth by Matt Rendell, our colleague, who I am told has got some fascinating statistics about these three leaders, Matt. I don't want to give you the big build-up, but this better be good.
Well, I don't know how fascinating about all three of them. Jan Barter, though, nice to see Jan Barter. Do you remember 2014, the Tour de France, rolling into London in a rainstorm, and he was up there with Jean-Marc Bidot, who is not in this race, a Fortunio team rider, but Barter got away with him. They rode 147-8 kilometres together, the two of them breaking away. Bidot caught 11k from the finish of that stage, and Barter with 6 kilometres to go. And of course, that stage ended in a win for
Marcel Kittel.
Ah.
Omens all round. Yep, absolutely. I remember that well. Diego Rosa is just off the back of the peloton now, the prodigiously talented climber from Astana. Thank you very much, Matt. And we did actually just see a little incident while you were away involving Diego Rosa. It was nothing serious, but he just touched the wheel and went down and got himself up straight away. So no harm done to Rosa, but just a little scare early on for him.
Yeah, it was just one of those silly accidents where he crossed wheels and it wasn't at all at high speed. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, but it did mean that he hasn't got any teammates to help him, or there was no... We saw him get up immediately. It was just a silly mistake, which we all hate ourselves for doing, but it happens to everybody at some point.
2:44 the gap from the leaders back to the peloton. There's our first glimpse of Fabian Cancellara in his last ever Tour de France, unless he changes his mind, but he seems resolutely convinced that he's not going to, unlike Alberto Contador, of course, who went into this season saying this will be my last, and has revoked that intention pretty much. He'll race on next year, but Spartacus, as they call him, the great time trialist, Fabian Cancellara, won't be racing on the Tour next year. This is his swan song.
It's interesting to see just Lotto Soudal and Etihad's quick-step riding, and Mark Cavendish, Team Dimension Data haven't put anybody up there, and there was a time when it was only Mark Cavendish's teams that would ride, and he just complained to everybody, why aren't you riding, why aren't you helping? And it just used to be always this storm regards to peloton of Mark getting angry at everybody for not contributing. But now he's in a position where he's saying, I'm not contributing. So he's at that point in his career where he's using that tactic instead, which is completely fair enough, but we can see how times change.
Well, Delaplace and Howes continue their almost hopeless pursuit of the three up the road, and at some point you're going to think, well, do you just give up? Is discretion the better part of valour here? Having said that, they seem to be involved in a flat-out sprint, don't they, the three up the road for those first King of the Mountains points, and I suppose they might be speculating that once that point has been breached and one of them has collected the one King of the Mountains point available, there might be a gentle slackening of the pace, and that might play into their hands a bit, and they might be able to make the junction.
Yeah, possibly, because I mean, you're right, because they will play a slightly tactical game up there, because Lee Howard is an incredibly fast sprinter, and from what I know and from what I've seen in the past, Jan Barter and Paul Voss wouldn't stand a chance against him. And although these are climbs, they're very small ones, and they're almost, for a sprinter, they turn into just a longer sprint rather than actual climb. So they're going to have to play a bit of a tactical game, I'd say, try and jump in beforehand, which will play into these two guys' hands, because it will mean there'll be a bit of cat and mouse. Or one of them thinks they might, or I know they know Lee Howard, because Paul Voss spends a lot of time training in Australia and has a lot of friends over there, and so he probably would know that Lee Howard is a force to be reckoned with.
The man in the middle of that sandwich of Bora Argon 18 riders. Very interesting team, actually, Bora Argon 18, a German pro-continental team. Invited to race in this Tour de France in World Tour company, but they've got big ambitions, and they were linked a couple of days ago with a move for Peter Sagan himself. They've subsequently tried to pour a bit of water on that particular rumour by saying he's too big for us, or we're too small for them, conversely. But it will be very interesting to see where Peter Sagan ends up next year, because of course his team, Tinkoff, are no longer going to be in the World Tour next year.
Yeah, it's a big commitment for any team. I can see some talking there. There's a jump, so that had to happen, because they have to kind of make sure that Lee Howard, kind of look how easy it is for Lee Howard to just jump across.
Well, they've got strength in numbers, so they can play the 1-2 here, Bora Argon, and Lee Howard just has to try and hold the wheel and respond to every one of these little attacks. That first move came from Jan Bata. They look quite similar on a bike, actually, don't they?
There go immediate again, the old 1-2.
There we go.
So that has to happen. Lee just has to keep shutting them down if he wants to do this. So, well, he's going to play the longer game. But this is the only thing that Bora could do in order to stand a chance of beating Lee Howard in the sprint for the climbers' points.
Just over 3 kilometres until they get to the Cat 4 Côte d'Avranches. And if you're expecting a climb, don't really. It's just a gentle rise in the road. Almost more of an intermediate sprint than an actual King of the Mountains. But the rider who's gone is Paul Voss. And Lee Howard, of course, will have to do all the closing himself, because Jan Bata will just sit on his wheel. He's entitled not to work or to share the work at all. Lee Howard might ask him, but he's going to get one answer, and that's do it on your own. My teammate up the road. So they've played a really good game there. They've exploited their strength in numbers, and Paul Voss has got a lot of distance very quickly.
And this is now perfect for Alex Howes and Delaplace. So hopefully they'll realise, they might get a glimpse now of those two riders, because Lee Howard's going to get angry at these two riders, because he's headed out a long way from the climb. I mean, that's kind of compromising the break. But I guess they had to play it that far out in order to stand a chance of losing Lee Howard and kind of demotivating and demoralising him, which seems to have been what happened, because now he's just going to be bickering with Jan Bata, and while that bickering's going on, it will give Alex Howes and Delaplace an opportunity to move back up. So it goes to show it's definitely worth not giving up when you're in that position, and perhaps because they knew there were two Bora riders up there, that's as this situation would arise.
Just under 2.5 kilometres until it's job partially done for Paul Voss, and he'll take the first of the King of the Mountains today on the road. He's a rider who's will be familiar to a number of British cycling, the British cycling public, British cycling fans, because for a couple of years he was a big feature of the domestic cycling scene when he was riding for Endura Racing, as they were back then. Then they merged with Team NetApp Endura, which subsequently became Bora Argon 18, if you can follow. But while he was racing for Endura Racing, he was a regular competitor in the Tour Series and in the Elite Premier Calendar as well on the domestic scene. In the UK, he knows UK racing very well. This is a whole different kettle of fish. So Etix and Lotto are doing, Lotto Soudal I should say, doing most of the work at the front, controlling this breakaway. They've let it go out to over 4 minutes for the first time now, but that is no problem for them at this particular moment in time, and I'm sure this gap will grow significantly further than that before they start to reel him back in. There is the German.
Now it'll be interesting to see if Bata has now started riding with Lee Howard behind. Now that he'll see that Paul Voss has got a big enough gap to safely make it to the points, he can start contributing with Lee Howard again and make sure that they don't lose the breakaway opportunity. But at the same time, it might be a blessing in disguise for them, because now, if they have Alex Howes and Delaplace with them, 5 is better than 3, that's for sure.
Yeah, 5 is probably in that ballpark of being the optimum number. They can all cooperate and maintain this advantage. And then there will be another almighty scrap for that last remaining King of the Mountains, and that's with 149 kilometres remaining. There's every chance that 2 riders might have 1 point each at the end of the day, and if that's the case, you go to count back. And in this particular case, there are all sorts of different ways of counting back, but the count back of last resort is your position in the general classification. So the race won't be over for those 2 riders. They'll have to race right up to the finish line, and essentially it'll be a duel between them. They'll be sprinting between each other, should that be the case.
There's the bottom of the climb, so you can see just how far out Paul Voss went. I mean, it was a good 3 Ks that I think the first attack came from Jan Bata. So that was obviously a tactic they'd had planned from a few Ks before, and were really kind of, it was the smartest and the only thing to do. It had been a bit disappointing and a bit silly of them just to wait till this close to the top to start attacking Lee Howard, because then for Lee Howard it would have been a more kind of realistic chance for him to keep closing the gaps. But from 3K out, I think he just realised, if they keep doing this, I just don't stand a chance.
Well, I think I was being slightly disrespectful of that Cat 4 climb. Actually, it's a little bit more of a ramp than I had thought. Average 5% gradient over a kilometre, that's going to sting a bit. when you've been on the attack now, as Paul Voss has, ever since the flag dropped. But I think he's got a comfortable distance to defend and will be the man who will take that point at the Côte d'Avranches. After that, there are 10 kilometres of racing before they hit the coast. And then they change and head up to a northerly direction, and you can see by the way the wind is bending the tops of the trees just what effect that might have when they hit the coast road. It's exactly what the race organisation would have wanted. They didn't want a still day, they wanted a difficult racing day for the whole of the peloton, and not just for the sprinters teams. 4 minutes 18 the advantage, 167.7, so just a couple of hundred metres now for Paul Voss before he takes that King of the Mountains. Where is the line? Big crowds, lots of British fans, of course, have made their way over the channel and are lining the streets. They've identified this weekend as close enough to home to go out and support the British contingent and the rest of the riders on the Tour de France.
Well, interesting, I just heard on Race Radio that Howells and De La Place are 1 minute 25 behind Paul Voss, so they're not closing in on these two. So that's why it's in the interest now of Jan Barter to keep riding to make sure they don't come back. So that's obviously been a little discussion, like we thought, between Lee Howard and Jan Barter. Jan Barter just had to wait till Paul Voss had big enough gap to be safe, and then he'd start riding again with Lee Howard. But at the same time, I do think it would have been in their interest to wait for Howells and De La Place, because obviously they're not such a big threat because they're not as strong, but it would have made their life a bit easier for the rest of the day.
Into the town of Avranches they go, and Voss will take the point. There we go, the first of the points has been distributed on the Tour de France, and it goes to Bora Argon 18 and Germany's Paul Voss. So he's got 1 point, and his teammate now is just leading Lee Howard across to him. Voss, though, will presumably sit up now and just wait for them to come across.
Yeah, exactly. He'll just now have a rest, have a drink, maybe have something sweet, and just wait for these two riders to get back. Because also they've got now about 10 k's of headwinds before they go into the coast and start heading up, where they'll have more of a crosswind, so it's best to be together.
Has Lee Howard put himself here in checkmate somewhat?
A little bit, but I think at the same time he'll be pretty happy to be in the break, considering he didn't know he was doing the Tour de France 5 days ago. So he's just going to sneak over there and get the last points.
Well, there aren't any.
That's what I thought.
I'm not sure Lee Howard read the race regulations last night, because that little sprint was all for nothing, really. Maybe he didn't quite concentrate on the way that the King of the Mountains competition has been worked out this year. Of course, it changes every single year. We've got time bonuses at the finish this year. They might well be a factor over the next few days. We look down on Avranches, we look down on the Tour de France. We're going to take another short break, and we'll be back with the rest of the action. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Just under 130 kilometres to go until the finish line, but plenty to look forward to in between this point and that point. And the advantage for Paul Voss out there on his own is 4 minutes and 30 seconds or thereabouts. So we continue to rattle through Normandy. Of course, this is the Tour de France's nod to the D-Day landings, and that is the square in Avranches, which is, has erected a monument in honour of General Patton, of course the famous US general, active in 3 different wars and in many campaigns in the Second World War. And it's not just in Avranches, but the whole of this area is littered with monuments to what occurred in the Second World War, of course. So there's your lone leader, Paul Voss from Bora Argon 18. Not only the leader of the race on the road at the moment, but now with 1 point in the locker, the leader of the King of the Mountains competition, with 1 point still remaining though, and he is on his own. And as you can see, the 2 chasers behind, one of his teammates, Jan Barter and Lee Howard, are 38 seconds behind. And David, you were listening to Race Radio and just getting a little bit of information about where the other 2 are, De La Place and Alex Howes.
55 seconds it sounds like from what I just heard, so they're closing in now. They obviously can see these guys, it's given them hope again, hope afresh that this isn't all over for them today. So actually now what Paul Voss is doing is very interesting. He's committed now to making it to the next climber rather than having to go back and play cat and mouse again, because they know they'll have an angry Lee Howard in their hands. He's just going to stay off the front, and there we go. We can see the thing just behind them. I think we'll see, can't quite see them yet, but in theory we should be able to see the 2 chasers. that'll be the next group there they are.
There they are, yeah, absolutely. Well, he's got about just over 12 kilometres to go until the second and final King of the Mountains, the Côte des Falaises de Champeaux of the day. So that's his finish line, essentially, Paul Voss, because if he can get there on his own, he will be on the podium in the King of the Mountains jersey. He will have taken the only points available on the road today. Matt Rendell's back with us. Matt, what can you tell us about Paul Voss?
Well, he's from Rostock on the Baltic coast of Germany, like Andre Greipel, like Jan Ullrich as well, and Paul Martins, so a real cycling country. He's won one King of the Mountains competition in his entire career so far. That was in 2012 at the Nieuwt Breton, so not really in a race of the prestige of the Tour de France. Known really as a cyclocross rider who then became a good time trialist. That's what he does, and best result of his career so far, 5th overall in the Arctic Race of Norway 2014.
Thanks for that, Matt. So there you go. Anyone else has got any facts on Paul Voss? Feel free to let us know.
He lives in Girona.
There we go. Thank you very much, David.
You're
like
welcome.
almost every cyclist in the world seems to live these days. Now Anthony Delaplace moves to the front, and Alex Howes just gets a little bit of shelter on his wheel, and the junction is made. So they never gave up, these two, and they were gambling slightly on a slackening of the pace up front, and they've got just what they hoped for now as Lee Howard moves to the front and they regroup. So there's 4 chasers now. Further down the road, further up the road I should say, Paul Voss though is still on his own, and he's got an advantage of over 30 seconds, let's put it like that, but it may well start to come down quite quickly, because De La Place in particular and Howes, they didn't do that for nothing. They did not do that for no reason whatsoever, and the immediate target now is to reel this man back in and have a good old scrap for this last remaining King of the Mountain.
But now the tactics will change again, and the dynamic will change again, because now Jan Bata could just sit on those 3 riders if he likes, because his teammates up the road. So rather than chasing, and you could tell it's a half-hearted chase he was doing with Lee Howard, the fact that the gap is now 55 seconds, as we just saw there on the chalkboard, between Paul Voss and those 4 riders. So it's not necessarily that De La Place and Howes sped up. It's those 2 riders slowed so much down that it gave the opportunity to Alex Howes and Anthony De La Place to make it back onto them, which is the dream scenario for them. I think for a little while there they thought it was all over and they were stuck in that no man's land, kind of trying to decide what to do.
Well, there's the little widget that is offering up the information that you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screens at the moment. The fact that Paul Voss is travelling at 32 kilometres an hour and that he's on a 0% gradient. That's pretty much the story of today. It is pan flat, despite the fact that there are these 2 King of the Mountains, and at the moment he's battling a headwind. Won't be the case for very much longer. Pretty soon he's going to take a right-hander, and he's going to pick up a crosswind, and he's going to hit the coast very, very soon. 149 kilometres to go. That is the point at which the second King of the Mountains of the day has been placed. Yeah, so if you're wondering about that speed being moderate by Tour de France standards, that will explain it. He's into a headwind at the moment, and it's not inconsiderable. Last weather forecast we saw suggested that it was something like 35 kilometres an hour, David, which is that's something, isn't it, rather than nothing.
Yeah, no, that's significant. That's going to affect massively, and that's also going to affect the peloton behind, because not only what we've seen so far at Ethics Quickstep and Lotto Soudal riding, but I have a feeling that the closer we get to that coastline and the crosswind, we're going to see GC teams coming up to defend their teammates, their leaders, GC leaders, and then we'll see that time gap come tumbling down, which is often the way. It's not as if they're chasing the break, and they're actually just trying to place their riders in a safe position and trying to prevent splits that are caused from the crosswind. But they don't know yet if it's a crosswind that's that strong to do that, hence why they will speed up beforehand just to make sure they're placed to be safe, and then they'll know after a few Ks whether there is a high risk, and then everyone will settle back down into their natural state again.
Well, unofficial word from the Astana team camp this morning suggested that Astana at least are expecting just that. I think the word used was bordure, which basically means a bad day at the office, doesn't it? It means a horrible race. That's what they're expecting.
Yeah, bordure just means you're on the border, on the edge, kind of in the gutter. So cause that's often what happens with the crosswinds. Instead of sitting right behind the rider, you sit slightly to the side. So if the wind's coming from the left, you'll sit on the right-hand side of the rider in front of you. But there's only so much room in the road for the riders to kind of go side by side like that. And so you run out of road at some point, and that's when the guys start getting dropped off because they're forced off the wheel, and that's when the echelons, as we call them, start to happen. But in French, you call them the bordures, the bordure. It's just the same thing. But it's it's probably the worst thing that you can have in cycling. It's the thing we fear the most, because it doesn't matter how strong you are. If you are Bourduré, if you miss the echelon, it's almost impossible to get back into it.
And almost self-selectingly, the lead echelon, should we see that, will be full of the strongest riders. So as you work down the groups on the road, the riders represented get, in theory, sort of in inverted commas, weaker and weaker.
Yeah, there is a sort of a natural order to it, but also sometimes what you do is you can't panic. You have to try and keep your team together. As we see Movistar here, they've got their whole team together, because we always say safety in numbers when it comes to crosswinds. So it means if you do miss it this early on in the race, you just stay together and you work as a team, and you just slowly peg it back, because there's only a certain amount of time they can go flat out in the front echelon. So you just have to base your tactic on patience and tapping it away.
Well, Movistar have got a team around Nairo Quintana that is expecting this, because he was caught out last year in crosswinds, and it did do significant damage to his general classification chances. And you caught a glimpse there of the massive figure who's going to be on real red alert today for Movistar, of Imanol Erviti. And he's their main man for the crosswinds, the big figure behind which Nairo Quintana will be hoping to keep himself safe. Meanwhile, no one's got to Paulo Vos. His advantage is 4 minutes and 20 seconds over the rest. But there are now, 4 riders chasing, or at least 3, with his teammate Jan Bata sitting on the back. Don't know just what his advantage is at the moment, but what we do know is that he's only got about 8 kilometres to go until he reaches the King of the Mountains.
It's 45-second time gap, just Race Radio just reported. So they're kind of chipping it back a bit, because I think it was 55 before, so they are bringing it back slightly. But we can also see the peloton is speeding up, because they're now at 4:16, whereas they're about 20 seconds. At one point, when they came over the top of the climb, they were 4 minutes 50 behind. So that's 35 seconds, and it keeps coming down now. As you can see, they're getting nervous coming up towards this crosswind section.
When they do hit the coast and turn right into these crosswinds, there are 72 kilometres by my calculation, on which it is pretty much due north. Wiggles around a little bit as it follows the coastline, but it doesn't leave the coast for 72k. I mean, that's an exceptionally long stretch.
For that reason, I doubt any team will really attack it, because it's far too long a kind of a section to ride. It's sort of thing they'll kind of just ride defensively, and if they do try and attack the crosswind, it'll be probably normally in a stage like this, probably in the last 50k's or so. But you never know, anything can happen. If 2 or 3 teams club together and there was a crash that split it, then you could see something happen. But it would be, open yourself up to a lot of danger if you sacrifice your whole team trying to cause an offensive echelon at this point in the race, because you could find yourself being caught 50k's later with an exhausted team and be isolated.
More British support. You see the breakaway just pass through that point. Now the peloton comes through, 4 minutes and 11 seconds further down. Yeah, but it's what makes stage racing so great, isn't it? When you get this conflagration between essentially the GC interest, the men who are interested in the overall win, the yellow jersey, the likes of Chris Froome, Contador, Quintana, and the likes of Cavendish and Kittel and Greipel. 2 totally separate races they're in, essentially. But on days when the crosswinds blow, their interests align, and that's what causes so much damage.
No, exactly, and especially on a day like this, there's a day one of the Tour de France where everybody has there's a lot of guys who have a chance of winning a yellow jersey today. I mean, I say a lot of guys. In theory, anybody could, really, depending on the situation, but we'd probably say more likely 4 or 5. Let's say Marcel Kittel, Peter Sagan, Andre Greipel, Mark Cavendish, and a handful of others, but they're with the 4 that you kind of most likely pin the kind of the possibility on. But beyond that, let's say something happens, a crash or a random kind of echelon goes at the wrong moments, you could find yourself with a bunch of guys in there who, starting off today, had no idea they stood a chance of being yellow jersey, who find themselves in that position. So everybody's going to be kind of ready for it today.
Absolutely. Ethics Quick-Step. We caught a glimpse just earlier, didn't we, of Tony Martin, the great German time trialist. He's going to be a really important man for them today, as his compatriot continues to plough his lone furrow on his own. Paulo Vos, Tony Martin, another former East German athlete. So many of them have come from East Germany in the past, and Paulo Vos, as Matt Rendell was just telling us, is one of the number. And we're hearing on Race Radio now that the gap between Vos and the chasers has come down to 35 seconds, so 10 seconds shaved off in, what, a couple of kilometres. It's not a given yet, is it?
No, and he's got 5 more Ks to make it to the top of that next climb, which is what he's racing towards at the moment. That's his kind of pseudo finish line. He needs to try and get there and get those points, and then he'll relax and let those 4 guys come up to him.
But at the moment, he's so committed. If he gets caught in that climb now, with those 4 guys that race together, that's going to mean he's in danger of being too exhausted to fight for the sprint. So it's all reversed now. Whereas you had Alex Howes and Anthony Delaplace going flat out before in a sort of losing battle, now they're back up in there. They're chasing. Paul Voss is now committed in his own time trial to try and make it there, and so he's got his own internal race in 30 seconds. So it's coming down quickly.
Oh, this is right in the balance now as Anthony Delaplace from Fortuner Vital Concept moves to the front, and Alex Howes is on his wheel, and Lee Howden. It's those 3 who are chasing, with Jan Barter sitting on behind as an insurance policy, essentially, for Bora Argon 18.
And as you can see now, got Jan Barter just sitting on the back. That's the tactic he's allowed to play now. His teammates up there. He's not going to contribute to this. It's up to those 3 guys to bring him back.
Oof, it's hurting now.
See if we can catch a glimpse from the distance. Yes, you can just see the bikes behind. So yeah, Paul Voss. Oh no, now wondering if maybe it was the right tactic to try and win that sprint and then carry on.
Yeah, he's cursed himself with his own success here today, has Paul Voss. Got to go. He's got to go. He's got just under 5 kilometres of hurt to try and snaffle this one solitary single mountains point. By the end of the race, by the time we get to Paris, that will be totally laughably insignificant. But for now, it's absolutely everything. And we're hearing the gap has come down to 28 seconds, and there they are. So they have him in sight now. Question is, have the kilometres just eluded them, or can they bring it back before they reach that point? My money is on the chase.
Well, now Jan Barter, it's all up to him, because he's been getting the free ride now. So this is where the tactics would play. He's got his teammate up there. Now he's getting the free ride because these guys want to bring him back to try and get the point themselves. Because, as you said, there's only 2 climbers points today. There's that first one, 1 point, then this one at 1 point. So if somebody else now wins this one, they then have to now race to the finish to try and beat each other at the finish line, no matter if it's 190th and 191st, because whoever comes first will get the climber's jersey.
Yeah, it's as simple as that, yeah.
So Jan Barter, it's up to him now to protect the honour of Bora, and the work his teammate's doing now is if he gets caught, he has to win that sprint.
It's still an if. He hasn't been caught yet. 4.4 kilometres to go. Essentially, Paul Voss has found himself in a race which is 39 kilometres long. Everyone else started off today expecting to ride and race for 188, but for Paul Voss, it's become a flat-out sprint of 39 kilometres.
And many of the riders today will have kind of started the stage feeling like that. Actually, I say many. It looks like only 5 really started today feeling like that. After those 5 went, it really did calm down immediately. So I think all 5 of those riders set off knowing that the stage win was fairly futile, considering how many big sprinters teams and how many big sprinters were going to race today to try and get the yellow jersey. So the only thing they were really racing for was this climber's jersey. So they've almost got a micro race going on within the actual big race, the macro race.
Micro races and macro races, I like it. Thomas de Gendt moves to the front for Lotto Soudal. Familiar name if you've been watching either the Giro d'Italia or the Tour de France. Down recent years, breakaway specialist, perhaps not in the form of his life, but an important member of the Lotto Soudal outfit. And Ilio Kesa just sitting on his wheel. Those are the 2 teams, Ethics Quickstep and Lotto Soudal. We're now hearing the gaps down to 20 seconds, David.
Yeah, and that's going to, I think, 20 seconds is not long at all, especially in a climb and a headwind when we can see Paul Voss is really hemorrhaging time now. I think he's bitten off more than he could chew with attacking 3Ks out before the last climb, and then perhaps wasn't aware quite how strong the headwind was going to be in between, which puts him as a solo rider at a significant disadvantage to the chasing guys. As we can see, they can now work together, get a rest periods, and then keep rolling through. And so Jan Barter equally has been getting a very free ride, sitting on those 3 riders chasing his teammate. So now it's up to him to really kind of give this attack immediately the moment they catch him.
Dappled with sunshine, the archipelago here, just off the coastline of the Cherbourg Peninsula. Beautiful part of the world here. But then you kind of say that about every part of the French countryside as we roll through it and across it over the next 3 weeks. And for purists, people who love this race, it's actually no bad thing that we don't start, as we have done, twice in the last 3 years abroad. This feels like a very French Tour de France. They've got high hopes as well, have the French cycling public, for their young, talented GC riders. Warren Barguil, Romain Bardet, Thibaut Pinot. We'll have plenty of opportunity over the coming weeks to watch them in action and assess their prospects. And all of France is holding on and hoping for the best for them. 151.8 kilometres to go, so Paul Voss is within sight almost of the finish line, but the final 3 kilometres are going to hurt like hell.
I just heard on the race rate again, it's 25 seconds, so it really is now hovering there. It's kind of stabilised, and and maybe the chase group is now playing a bit cat and mouse amongst themselves, which would be the worst thing they could do right now when they're so close, like just under 2.5 Ks till that sprint. Actually, no, under 2 Ks now. So they have to kind of just bring back Paul Voss, shut it down, and then they can all play that game together. At the moment, if they start playing the game while they're still chasing, then none of them are going to win.
Meanwhile, the work being done by Thomas de Gendt and Ilya Kayser has just held the breakaway with Paul Voss on his own at under 4 minutes now. So clearly 4 minutes is all that the breakaway is going to be allowed to be given or accorded, at least at this stage of the race. And much of that, as David has explained, is because of the anticipation now of the coastal road and the potential for crosswinds. That's why the pace at the peloton has just gone up a fraction. Haven't really seen any GC teams, possibly from Movistar, who are paying close attention there, but Katusha there, well, today they're working for Alexander Kristoff in the red jersey there. And first little glimpse of Team Sky moving Chris Froome closer to the front of the race as well. So the GC teams are beginning to get a little bit more anxious and a little bit more involved.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost immediately after that, after this next climb, that they'll kind of turn slightly more northwards and kind of hit what in theory will be more of a crosswind. But like I promised, and it looks 18 seconds we're just hearing between Paul Voss and the chasers. So
it's not done yet, is it?
It's not done yet, so it's a K.5 to go to the top of that climb, but they'll be on the climb well, just coming up to the road, is it? Just not long at all, but it will, I think he's going to be pretty exhausted hitting it.
I don't quite know why at this moment we are not seeing the action up front. I can only assume that French television, on whose pictures we rely, have got some sort of technical issue, but it looks like there's an exciting race going on up front. Meanwhile, 3 minutes and 50 seconds is the advantage that Voss has over the rest. There he is, good. So we're back with Paul Voss, and he's got just over 1 kilometre, and last time we heard it, 18 seconds to defend. So it's game on now for Voss, and this would be a heroic little result. 16 seconds, so it's doable, If we're looking at the right information there, he's got less than 1 kilometre to hold on, but it is steadily uphill. There we go, that little marker at the side of the road denotes 1 kilometre to go until the summit. 16 seconds, blimey, nip and tuck, isn't it?
This is, I mean, you can see how he's going. It's as if it's a finish line for him at the top, because, I mean, this is a massive deal. If he can get this, then for his team and for him personally, it's going to be huge. So we can see, with these the sort of images we normally see at the end of the race, not 40 Ks into it.
He's got an advantage, though. That felt almost more than 15 seconds or 16 seconds there. As Howes tries to attack and do the work himself. Anthony Delaplace reacting, getting on his wheel. Lee Howard looking very comfortable, sitting in third place, allowing the others for the moment to try and drag them back to Paul Voss, because Lee Howard you would back, being a sprinter, to get to the line in first place if they manage to reel in this lone attacker. Paul Voss halfway up this climb now. Still got a few hundred metres to go. Is he going to make it?
Well, you see Alex Howes had no choice there. I mean, if he didn't do anything, then it was for sure they weren't going to get the point. So he's all in now. He's just going to try and drag it as close as he can, and that's to the benefit of Lee Howard and Jan Barter and Anthony Delaplace. If Alex Howes really does just commit and do that, which one of them had to do, because that will get them closer to it as well.
Where is it? Paul Voss will be thinking, where is this finish line? The crowds are thick on either side of the road, cheering on the German. On his own now, still just with a chase unfolding behind him. Round a right-hander he goes, hoping for a sight of that finishing arch. Where is it? Can we see it round this corner? No, it's still not there. So the torture goes on for Voss as he gets out of his saddle now and bobs from side to side. And still the motorbike camera is there, which suggests that the gap hasn't been closed that much, because the race direction would be calling him out of the way if the catch were imminent, and he'll be heartened and cheered on by the support he's getting on the side of the road. Fantastic crowds out here of the last of the King of the Mountains points of the day, and still it's not in sight. Surely round this left-hander he's going to see it, but Voss, I think we can say, is going to do this, is he? If he were caught now, it would be pretty heartbreaking for the German. From Bora Argon 18, Paul Voss, there it is, there's the line, come on, one more time, he's got to turn over those pedals, what, a dozen more times, a glance over his shoulder reveals that he's done it, and congratulations to him as well. So that is his finish line. That was a huge effort.
Yeah.
Huge effort.
That was massive. Look at his face. Yeah, that was massive. And so you can see just how fast Lee Howard is. That's why they had to get rid of him in the first place, because it's just, you could win that with one leg against these guys. But we got a great ride by Paul Voss. I mean, he really did kind of, and he cut it close, but he did it, and it's great for his team, and I'm really happy for him. I met him a couple of times, and he's a lovely guy, but I think you can see now he realises he's still got 148 Ks to go.
Well, he puts his earpiece back in, and he'll be receiving the congratulations of his director sportif, his sports director, back in the team car, who will be watching everything unfold on a television monitor, probably, if he's got reception in his team car. And now he can sit up and allow everybody else to come back to him. Jan Barter will be congratulating his teammate, I'm sure of that. Job done for those two. They got 2 men in the move and played it to perfection. So, while Paul Voss tries to recover his composure and his breath, we're going to take a very short break. There's under 150k to go and still plenty of racing, as very shortly they hit the coastal road. Five men up the road, 193 men down the road, and 3 minutes and 13 seconds separating them. Lee Howard just dropping back to the Iron Cycling team car. Didn't work out for him today in that breakaway move, so I wonder what his plan B is. And it didn't work out either for Anthony Delaplace, the man just in front of him in the colours of Fortuner Vital Concept. And Matt Rendell, what can you tell us about this man from Normandy?
Well, like Lee Howard, he's still only 26, seems to have been around for a long time, but 26 years old, and he's a local rider, of course. He's from the town of Valognes, which is about 20 kilometres southeast of Cherbourg. Tomorrow's stage finish, and about 30 kilometres northwest of today's stage finish. So there was a great support for Paul Voss, wasn't there, on the climb there? And also there will have been, although we didn't see it behind him, a big shout for Anthony Delaplace from a real cycling family, his elder brother Cedric, the French amateur champion in 2013.
Excellent stuff, and his ambition today was to try and get himself the King of the Mountains jersey and be on the podium. Didn't work out for him. That'll be Paul Voss on the day. But the King of the Mountains competition got underway very quickly on this year's tour. That's not always the case, but
no, that's right. Last year, typical Tour de France, no Mountains jersey awarded on stage 1, no jersey awarded on stage 2. We had to wait for 143 kilometres of stage 3 before the first categorised climb. Michael Scher of BMC, the first rider across there, and Joaquim Rodriguez, seems a million years ago, doesn't it? He was the first King of the Mountains jersey holder in last year's Tour de France.
Thanks, Matt. And passing through Carol now, and they're a little bit sheltered by the buildings, but they are very, very close to the coast now. And every time they duck inland and just a little bit and get the shelter of these streets, they'll be sheltered from the wind, but every time they come out of towns, they'll be exposed to the coast winds again. So far, though, all is calm at the front of the peloton, and at the back, we get our customary glimpse of Team Dimension Data's Steve Cummings. We're going to see a lot of that, aren't we, over the next 3 weeks, David?
We will. I think he's going to be there or off the front, racing for the win, which is how Steve does it. He's either kind of holding forth right in last man of the peloton, or he's up there wreaking havoc in the breakaway.
So one or two choice things to say about his non-selection for the Rio Games. Pointing a finger at, well, frankly, Rod Ellingworth from Team Sky and British Cycling, and saying that it was a potential conflict of interests that he wasn't picked, and that he was actually preferred, essentially, to, well, that he lost out, essentially, to a Team Sky man in Pete Kenyuk, who took spit it out eventually, who took the place that kind of, in Steve Cummings' eyes at least, and in the eyes of many cycling fans, belonged to him. And he didn't hold back in offering a few opinions about Rod Ellingworth's contribution. Can you see both sides of that particular debate, David?
Yes, I can. I mean, obviously, I can imagine Steve's disappointment and anger about it, because we've seen he's one of the... He's had probably some of the best results for a British rider this year, apart Chris Froome and Geraint Thomas. But at the same time, it's a team race. The Olympics, it very much is so, and I think they've announced Chris Froome is the leader, and they want to build a team around that. And And Steve Cummings, a great rider that he is, we see that the team racing, it really probably isn't his style. I mean, we see him kind of generally last man in the peloton, not really contributing to his team, which is fair enough. That's his style. He can then go and represent his team in the breakaway when required and race for the win. But you can't necessarily rely on him to kind of contribute and work tactically within a strategy and have implicit trust from his teammates, which is what you require for a race of the Olympic standard with kind of as much at stake. You need a team starting there that have implicit trust in each other to fulfill the tactics that the team director has decided on.
This is the view we're going to be getting for the next hour and a half or so of racing as they go along the side of the Bay of Mont Saint-Michel, hugging the coastline. I'm sure if Steve Cummings was sat here, David, he would have, well, he probably would have walked out of the commentary position and flounced off by now. But his counter-argument would be, look, it didn't work out for Mark Cavendish, just having a one-dimensional attempt 4 years ago in the Olympic Games. And if you put me in the team, I am plan B, essentially. Put me in the breakaway, there's your plan B, and you don't win things in races of that nature if you just go in with, especially with a five-man team, so hard to control, so hard to make things go your way. You just need an alternative option, and he would say he is that man.
Well, of course, to say Adam Yates is that man. I mean, Adam Yates is he's got a proven track record in kind of World Tour one-day races at San Sebastian, and I think kind of you could put on him in there and know that he's going to do exactly what the team's told him to do, which would be sit on and either, if the opportunity arises, then you go for race for the win, or you wait for Chris. And if the break didn't go, then they could rely on Adam to be at the front doing his job, etc., because that's what he does at Orica, what is now called Bike Exchange. So I mean, I think it's a very difficult decision. It wasn't just Rod Illingworth. I know they have a committee, they have a selection committee that makes these decisions, and obviously Rod was honest with Steve when he told him, hence why Steve can say it was about a commitment issue. But we don't yet know what the tactics are of GB for the Olympics. We're just presuming it's one thing, but perhaps they've got something else planned which doesn't involve a rider with Steve's kind of capabilities. But yeah, I mean, I think it's massive. I can't imagine the disappointment it is for Steve, because he is such a wonderful bike racer on his day. But yeah, I think they're building a team that's a team. It's because the most important thing at the Olympics is that the GB get the medal. It's not necessarily the individual. So it's how you do that. And I think Steve's reasoning was, I can win this if you put me in the move. But if that move doesn't go, then what can they rely upon Steve to do? So it was a very difficult decision, and it's going to take a while for Steve to come to terms with that, if he ever does.
In the meantime, and it won't particularly please Steve Cummings, we've got 3 weeks of bike racing to look forward to, in which he's almost certain to make his mark. Steve Cummings has entered 3 World Tour stage races this year, and every single time he's come away with a stage win. Most notably, and most recently, on the Dauphiné, where he soloed to victory. What was it, some 20 kilometres out?
Oh, that was
if not more.
Phenomenal ride. Very rarely do you see rides like that. He was putting time into the chasing peloton. He had been in a significant breakaway and just made them all look like juniors. It was, and that's what's been the interesting thing with Steve this year. He's won in different styles, and perhaps in the last year, his kind of from his Tour de France stage win last year to the stage wins he's grabbed in different stage races. Each one's kind of had its own little trademark style. There's not been one kind of consistent move he's used. It's been a couple of been finale, like in the final moves, some have been long breakaways, some have been from sprints, some have been individual. So it's really interesting to see how he's kind of become this really incredible bike racer.
Under 3 minutes now, the advantage the 5 riders up the road have over the peloton. 138.8 kilometres remaining. There is an intermediate sprint today, just the one on every stage of the Tour de France, and that comes with 69.5 kilometres to go. And there are points available in the green jersey competition at intermediate sprints on this edition of the race. 20 for the first man over the line, but the top 15 riders at the intermediate sprint all get points. So that's a big incentive all the way down the line for riders to be competitive for that for those intermediate sprints. No time bonuses though in this edition.
No, well, I'd be surprised if we saw any of the big sprinters going for that intermediate sprint. There's so much at stake today on the finish line, and I think they'll all be kind of just saving every little bit of energy they have for that sprint for the finish line rather than going for the intermediate sprints. And as we heard before from Mark Cavendish, I think Peter Sagan's already kind of destroyed their motivation for it before the race has even begun. So it might be the case that Peter Sagan, one of the tactics Mark Cavendish used to do, he'd just make sure he was up the front, wouldn't actually sprint, he'd just sit on the wheels and get some points. So rather than not doing it at all, you go up there, you do the sprint, but you don't actually ever do that final kick where you actually use yourself. You would stay on the wheels, finish 5th or 6th, and just make sure you keep ticking away points.
There's our first little glimpse of the neon yellow jerseys of Tinkoff. And they've got 2 national road race champions in their midst, and we just saw them towards the front as well. A little glimpse of Rafał Majka, who's the newly crowned Polish champion, and Roman Kreuziger, who's the champion of the Czech Republic as well. 2 big, important mountain lieutenants for Alberto Contador. They've got a strong team, haven't they? You talk about Team Sky's strength, but there's so much experience as well in Alberto Contador's ranks, and Astana too. You wouldn't expect anything less. The 4 big teams, if you like, Movistar, Astana, Tinkoff and Team Sky, are just packed with talent.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, that's become the kind of how it is. These teams really do build in order to succeed, the first lieutenants, if you like, the domestiques, have to be almost leaders outright to kind of be there in the finale. Because when it comes down to those really hard days, there might only be 10 riders left at the front, and you'll see the biggest teams will still have 2 riders there, 3 riders there. And we saw at Dauphiné, which was incredible by Team Sky, when the race was at its hardest, there were still 3 or 4 riders left for Chris Froome, which is what they're hoping for here as well. So when the race has been destroyed by everybody and there's only 15, 20 riders left, Sky hope to have 3 or 4 riders still there to be able to protect Chris Froome.
Well, the advantage is hovering around about 3 minutes. There's an indication of the direction and the strength of the crosswinds. This is an exposed part of the race route here. So far, no indication of any alarm, actually, and the much anticipated crosswinds are not blowing as strongly as they might have been suggested they would. Certainly the build-up to this Tour de France, all the press conferences, all the talk about stage 1 was all about terrible weather conditions today, very strong crosswinds and the possibility of a wet race as well. Well, the sun's shining and the wind's blowing, but it's not doing any damage at all. La Manche, the Channel, and that is the name of this département, the Cherbourg Peninsula. They're coming slowly up the coastal road to Granville, which is the start of stage 3 of the Tour. We head in the northerly direction all the way up to Utah Beach and cross over the peninsula to the easterly side of it today. And then tomorrow's stage is actually a kind of almost a reverse carbon copy of today's, and in the opposite direction, back down the peninsula. And we are live at 2 o'clock for coverage of stage 2. So there's the 5 riders, and they've recalibrated their ambitions now. The King of the Mountains competition is gone, and it belongs to Calvos, at least for today. But that's not the end of their day. They won't be harbouring any hopes of staying away all the way to the finish. That would be ridiculous. It does sometimes happen, just won't happen today. Absolutely no way of that possibility. But there is, as I say, this intermediate sprint at 69.5 kilometres to go, and Lee Howard will be hoping that this breakaway is still out front in particular. I think Lee Howard will play to his strengths, and he'll be trying to hunt down those 20 points. It'll be interesting if he does as well, because he's a sprinter who can mix it at the finish line as well, if he hasn't put himself so far into the red being in this breakaway that he can't compete. He might well pick up some points at both the intermediate sprint and the finish line today.
No, he is. I mean, it would be hard push for him to get points in the finish line today, I think, after the effort he's made during the rest of the stage and the level it's going to be at. But yeah, I mean, it'd definitely be good for him to try and get the points in intermediate sprint, but the time gap's coming down so fast at the moment. The peloton really is kind of, I mean, I think it has got to do with all the crosswinds not necessarily affecting it at the moment. It's just like head cross, and there's still nerves there, and it's kind of is forcing the peloton to have a high pace, which isn't necessarily good, because it's just going to open up the race to more attacks earlier on a bit later. Maybe what the break should do now is slow down a bit and force the peloton to kind of slow down to not catch them too early.
So those are the games that are being played out on the road. We've got 135.6 kilometres remaining. The 5 riders up front have an advantage that is trickling down rather than coming down in chunks, and the race is all calm. We're getting our first glimpse of the form of these riders. Plenty more to come, though. We're going to have to take a short break now, but as you can see, the racing, well, we're not even halfway yet. Welcome back, 132.5k to go, and the gap 2 minutes and 46 seconds, so not much has changed. And today is Saturday, but they are passing through Granville now, which is Monday's stage start. David, they call it the Monaco of the North, apparently.
Yeah, not only there was a casino there. Actually interesting, in 1957, this is where Andre Darrigade on a stage, who, next to Mark Cavendish, was recognised one of the greatest, probably the greatest French sprinter, one of the all-time, won 21 stages, I think, in the Tour de France. And that was the year Jacques Anquetil won his first Tour de France. But this town is pretty cool. It's where Christian Dior, the designer, was born, and his grandfather, Lucien Dior, was the mayor and constructed the church here, St. Paul. Well, changed it to a kind of Roman Byzantine. There you can see it just in the top left of the screen. They're the sort of the dome church that was built in 1871 or something. But that was actually Christian Dior, the designer, his grandfather, who was the mayor, who kind of instigated all that back then. So it's a pretty interesting town.
It's beautiful as well. Fantastic rugged cliffs, and bathed in sunshine as well, unexpectedly. The crowds here who've made it across the channel in great numbers from the British Isles, and the crowds of locals as well, and all across from France and other parts of Europe, will have come armed with sou'westers and cagoules and God knows what to keep the weather away. But look, they need sun cream instead. Tour de France is getting off to a really wonderful start here. 2:47, so locked down at the moment, just being controlled, and of course radios and all the information will be doing that job for the peloton now, as well as the chalkboards that the breakaway are shown now and then to indicate just how far their gap is, what their advantage is. And as David, as you were explaining, it's not always a question of when you're in a breakaway you just go hell for leather flat out and see what you can do. Sometimes the clever, in fact always the clever tactical thing to do is say, well, we understand now that the peloton doesn't want to catch us, they're going to let us hover here at 2:45, so if that's what they're going to do, let's ride within ourselves and ease off.
Exactly. When I was one of the first things I learned as a pro was I had a direct sportif was Cyril Guimard, who was kind of renowned as being one of the great tacticians, and he used to always say to me, you don't decide when you're in the break, the peloton decides. So you kind of have to pace yourself, and sometimes you, by slowing down, so it seems counterintuitive in the breakaway at this point in the race, if you slow down then you save energy, but also the peloton will slow down so as not to catch you too soon. So then you kind of hold yourselves. It's like it's cat and mouse, but the breakaway can kind of play almost a bit of the cat by kind of playing with the speed of the peloton by slowing down. The king of doing that, if like Thomas Vauclair, the amount of times he's done that in breakaways, and you've kind of been sitting there all day kind of just knowing he's kind of shutting it down at the front, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 25k's, 30k's from the finish, he'd get the whole break to go flat out again, and he'd then attack them, and he'd find himself, you'd catch him or not, like in the last few hundred meters. And all the time he won a lot of races by doing that. It was incredible how good he was at just kind of sniffing that out and knowing how to pace the breakaway just right to control the peloton for as much as possible. And that's the only way you can beat the peloton, because otherwise you're at the whim of it's just so much more powerful than any breakaway.
That was a glimpse of the back of the peloton, and all those riders at the back of the peloton, the domestiques if you like, the servants looking after their leaders, were putting their arms in the air to call their team cars forward so that they can get supplies. And you'll see those classic shots, won't you, I'm sure, at some point in today's race and throughout the next 3 weeks, of domestiques stuffing their racing jerseys with as many bidons, water bottles, as they can possibly get. And one rider then has to move all the way to the front to deliver the bits and pieces for the riders. It's absolutely... It looks ridiculous sometimes, and you question why cycling works like that, but it does work like that, and it's an incredibly important job. And without it, you haven't got a bike race. You need these worker bees to look after their leaders. That's how it happens, and it's a very specific, very demanding, and very honourable role as well. Some riders just settle for that in their career. Others find themselves becoming domestiques, and others make it a speciality. Every now and again, though, some of those domestiques, riders like, in fairness, Paul Voss, finds himself in a breakaway and sniffing out his opportunity. He's done just that. There's Chris Froome, who is engaged in a thoroughly different race all of his own, just hoping, just concentrating, hoping, wishing fervently that today passes off without incident, that no silly time is lost, or God forbid, no accidents befall him, because that's what did for him in 2014 on the Tour de France, on, what was it, stage 4. Climbed off on stage 5, and on the Vuelta last year that he was trying to win as well. Another innocuous-looking little accident actually ended up in him breaking bones and knocking a big hole in the rest of his season.
It's interesting to see, and we noticed it at Dauphiné as well, how Team Sky have sort of changed their sort of style of racing. For the first few years it was, and they got critiqued a lot for it, even by me, a very robotic style. They just would all sit at the front in a train together, just kind of sitting there, kind of just glued, as if they were glued together or tied together by a piece of string. But now they split up a bit, they kind of ride a bit more dynamically. We don't just see them kind of all there lined out at the front, which I think is a much cleverer way of racing, at this point of the race anyway, because it's a lot easier mentally, and it also allows you to be more dynamic and react quicker to things, and not be so just kind of fixed and stuck down to one style.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I just caught my breath there while you were making that excellent point, because a photographer just at the side of the road very nearly brought some riders down. They do stand very close to the peloton. Let's hope nothing like that happens over the next 3 weeks. But they've matured essentially, haven't they? And some of that is down to their own self-belief, their own self-confidence, their own knowledge of how to win a bike race has just increased over the years.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we can't forget that when they came in 2010, it was essentially they had no history of racing. A lot of the direction Dave Brailsford they didn't necessarily know. Tim Kerrison as well. They knew lots about track racing. Tim Kerrison actually came from a swimming background, and Rod Ellingworth knew, but not even at the professional level at that point. He kind of worked with the younger guys, and they've learnt and kind of adapted to the style of racing, and yeah, I think the confidence has a lot to do with it. But I think they're constantly developing and changing. You know, Kirienka's got permission to sit there. We've seen him a lot sort of near the back, and that's interesting to see that he's given the right to do that. Otherwise, in the old days, it would have been like, why are you back there? Go back up to the front. So, yeah, I think they have matured, and they kind of know more about the sport probably than anybody else now. It's interesting to see how they have learnt so much and consciously do. When they make mistakes, they develop. They change it.
And there they are, lined out on the right-hand side of the peloton there, but only 3 of them. Luke Rowe and Geraint Thomas on duty towards the front. I think Ian Stannard was the 3rd, so the big British engines, if you like. That's Sergei Henao. Yeah. He's there as well. Geraint Thomas. What a fascinating prospect is. When they introduced the team on arrival in France, they made the very valid point that it is packed with climbing talents, if you include Mikel Landa, Sergio Henao, Michael Nieve, Wout Poels, and of course Chris Froome himself. That's a very good point. But then you kind of looked the other way and you saw that they had Luke Rowe, Ian Stannard and Geraint Thomas as well. And Thomas ticks 2 boxes. That's the extraordinary thing about him.
And Kirienka, the world time trial champion. So they have their kind of, Geraint Thomas, he's one of the few riders in the peloton that can cross over, could be at the front in Paris-Roubaix or Tour of Flanders, and then be at the front for the Tour de France mountain stage, shutting down attacks by Valverde and Joaquim Rodriguez like he was last year. So he's a rare breed in itself. But yeah, Luke Rowe, Ian Stannard and Vasil Kirienka, any team would be happy, would consider themselves completely safe in flat crossing days just having those 3 riders alone. So yeah, they do seem to have everything covered at the moment.
But it's a bike race, and some of his opponents, Chris Froome, are some of the most instinctive racers in the world. Alejandro Valverde is riding in a support role for Nairo Quintana, and he's a wily fox. Just came back from a brilliant Giro d'Italia, his first ever Giro d'Italia, and he found himself on the podium. Vincenzo Nibali, who you just caught a glimpse of there passing through the camera, won the Giro d'Italia, and he won it essentially on 2 days and 2 days alone. So it's fascinating to see how he goes and what role he plays vis-a-vis Fabio Aru, because I think he'll be quite fresh, Nibali.
Well, I mean, I think in the last few years, the riders that have tried to do the double, the Giro d'Italia, Tour de France double, no matter how good they've been at the Giro, they haven't been able to recover for the Tour de France.
That said, it wasn't the most punishing Giro d'Italia in recent memory. And perhaps for Vincenzo, yeah, it is relative, for sure.
But no, I think, yeah, you're right, and I think he did, it almost appeared like he wasn't at his best the first couple of weeks and did get better, much like the way that Chris Froome is saying he's tackling this, which would be, in which case, if he has been able to recover properly in between, because it's what, 4 or 5 weeks in between the Giro d'Italia and the Tour de France. So in theory, it's enough time if he really did kind of take care of himself and hide away and not do any sort of media or sponsor commitments. He can rest up, but there's been a constant conflict in Astana the last couple of years between the leadership of Fabio Aru and Vincenzo Nibali, and Vincenzo Nibali is leaving the team this year, So it's going to be interesting to see whether he is going to kind of follow team orders or do what he wants. In the past, we've seen him very much do what he wants. So it's if I was Aru, you wouldn't be trusting Vincenzo Nibali very much, and so it's going to make it interesting for us to watch and see. Unlike Alejandro Valverde and Nairo Quintana, that Alejandro Valverde we saw last year was probably was an incredible domestique for Nairo Quintana. Just laid his race on the line for him, and he did the Giro d'Italia for himself, got his podium. We saw how euphoric he was by getting third place overall there, and he said he's here for Nairo Quintana, so that's another threatening Giro. So it's not just Team Sky, we've got Astana as well, but not just Aru and Nibali. There's Jakob Fuglsang, there's Grivko, there's Tano Kanga, there's Diego Rosa, Luis Leon Sanchez, Tiro Longo. I mean, these are all excellent bike riders. So the GC teams and leaders have phenomenal teams. There doesn't seem to be one GC contender that doesn't have a kind of an amazing team to back him up. So it's not just Team Sky. But it is up to those teams to race interestingly and not be at the whim of what Team Sky are going to do, which is just try and shut down everything.
Advantage has gone out a little bit. Over 3 minutes now, 124.4k to go. Don't forget the intermediate sprint comes quite some way up the road at 69.5 kilometres. That's the next line on across the tarmac. I wonder what this man's finish line is going to be. Ilio Kesa from Etixx Quickstep has been on the front pretty much since that break got away, pushing away the wind and doing all the work on his own, and everyone's strung out behind him. Andre Greipel, many people's favourite for today, in the form of his life. 33 years old now, the German, but he picked up 3 stage wins at the Giro d'Italia. That said, when Marcel Kittel was on the race at the Giro d'Italia and won the first 2 sprinters stages, Greipel was nowhere. He wasn't competitive vis-à-vis Kittel, and it was only when Kittel left the race that Greipel started to amass those stage wins, so you can't read perhaps too much into that. But he is the German champion, and Marcel Kittel isn't, and that was a bunch sprint, and Greipel beat Marcel Kittel into 3rd place in the end, quite comfortably.
Yeah, he definitely looked like a comfortable win. I mean, see Greipel, I mean, at the Giro d'Italia, he was just getting stronger and stronger, and some of the sprints he was doing were mighty impressive. And I think Kittel, we know, is if they're all fresh and racing up against each other on a pan-flat day, Kittel is hard to beat, but Greipel does seem to be incredibly strong as the race goes on. His fitness levels are deep. And just seeing the way he's racing here now, the confidence. I mean, he's got his whole team around him. He's the only sprinter we see up there. Etixx Quickstep have put in a token rider. We haven't seen much of Kittel. Mark Cavendish, on the other hand, is completely hiding, kind of away from everything, which is a good tactic to play as well. If one team's going to take it on, then you don't need to contribute. He may as well save as many of his guys as possible for the final lead-out. But yeah, so Greipel is the man of the moment. So everyone else is going to base their sprint off him.
I thought that helicopter was going to land on that airstrip for a minute. The people who've put the money up to host the Grand Départ, which doesn't come cheap these days, as Sir Gary Verity will know in Yorkshire, they will be absolutely delighted with this weather and the fact that Normandy is showing itself off to its very best. 3 minutes then, the advantage for the 5 up the road. And it's very interesting to see Alex Howes there. Alex Howes, rather, for Cannondale Drapac, as they now are, introducing a new sponsor for the Tour de France. Because your old team, David, essentially, what used to be Garmin and is now Cannondale Drapac, didn't used to be in this position. They used to be a proper GC team and take their place alongside the likes of BMC and Movistar, etc., etc. But nowadays, it's a reduced offering and they're more of an opportunist outfit.
Yeah, I think they changed the DNA slightly. Well, they did completely change the DNA of the team, actually, when kind of my generation of riders, we retired. We kind of, none of us left. I think only the last 2 of the kind of the start-up of what was originally Slipstream and then Garmin transitioned, etc. It kept changing. Always has been a fairly sort of fluid team in that sense. But Ryder Hesjedal and Dan Martin were the last 2 riders of that original old guard, and they left. They've got new teams this year, and Trek and Etixx Quickstep. There's Mark Cavendish is coming back, and now they've very much got a younger team. They've got one of the smallest budgets in the World Tour, and that's one of the reasons they do have a younger team, because that makes it slightly cheaper. And because of that, by default, they don't have a big, expensive marquee rider who they can rely upon for that big GC result.
They do have Pierre Rolland. He is their GC leader, and you just caught a glimpse of him in the lime green kit. It's not the rider on the right there, but just to the side of him, and Pierre Rolland is their big hope. And for Dimension Data, well, their big hope for the day is Mark Cavendish. Now, what kind of form is he on? Well, he's got a rear wheel puncture, so he's going to have to get that sorted out for the time being. That explains why he's dropped to the back. I always marvel at the ability of these riders just to soldier on with a puncture, because all of a sudden you're doing kind of, what, 50% more work just to maintain the pace.
Well, that's why we use the tubular tyres, which are the tyres which are glued onto the wheel, because it means if you puncture, the tyre will still hold itself between the rim and the wheel. When you use clinchers, the moment you puncture, you'll have direct contact with the rim against the tarmac, and it slips around all over the place. But with a tubular tyre, it allows you to keep riding when it's flat, up to a certain degree. Obviously, if you're going down an 80-kilometre descent, you just want to stop as quickly as possible. But in this situation, you can just keep rolling until the team car gets up to you, which is what he's doing.
He's got Bernie Eisel for company, of course he has. The old gang back together these days at Dimension Data. The men who were so successful for Mark Cavendish in those early sensational years on the Tour de France in the colours of HTC Columbia. Mark Renshaw, Bernie Eisel. They're the men who Cavendish is relying on to pilot him into the right position today. It's not the big, impressive lead-out train that used to dominate the Tour de France, of course, these days. They're going to have to be opportunists. They're going to have to read Lotto Soudal and Ethics Quickstep, who are the main sprint trains these days in the peloton, and they're going to have to be more spontaneous. Positioning will be everything for Mark Cavendish, and then he's got to deliver. What kind of form is he in with his complicated year? Trying to balance ambitions on the track, of course, and Rio Olympics and a possibility of a medal, very much his target later on in the season. That's not to say, though, that he isn't here. And as he says, well, I won't say exactly what he said, because it probably wouldn't make the airwaves without viewers complaining. His language is always quite frank, but he's not here to mess around, let's put it that way. He's here to try and get himself the win and that yellow jersey. And everything in Mark Cavendish's fibre and his self-belief, I'm sure, will be saying, I can do this. He won't be doubting himself. He'll leave those doubts, if they exist, to us. And I'm sure he would love nothing more than to answer those doubters. Anyway, he's been there so many times before, absolutely no cause for alarm. Quick wheel change. Moving back through the convoy of team cars, probably absolutely loathing the attentions of the camera motorbike right now, but another motorbike just provides a little bit of shelter temporarily for him in this kind of a grey area of the regulations, where commissaires after an incident like that tend to just turn a blind eye as he gets back onto the race. Technically, it's illegal what you're watching, but essentially it's allowed. All is well in Mark Cavendish's world. And the advantage of those riders up the road is still hovering around about the 3-minute mark, 119.3 kilometres to go. How do you read Mark Cavendish's form, briefly, David?
Well, watching the National Championships, British National Championships last week, which is one of the hardest races we do all year, because it's slightly unconventional in that we race from the gun till the finish line, whereas often you have teams and the big guys don't have to start racing until the last quarter of the race properly. The National Championships is essentially just a slogfest, and he was still there at the end, being very active. He finished second to Adam Blythe. It was a super close sprint, and judging by that, I know whenever I've been up the front, and I know other guys being up the front of the National Championships, it means you're in good form. So he has that. Now it'd be interesting to see if he's got the speed to go against the likes of Kittel and Greipel, because he's been fighting a bit against them of late.
He has indeed. There's one of the two men you're talking about, Andre Greipel. Slowly, the finish line is getting closer. Still 118.7k to go for the rest of the race, and for this man, Mark Cavendish. Smile, Mark. You're on telly. He enjoys the limelight, doesn't he, Mark? Maybe not. Yeah, definitely, as he battled to get back through the convoy and back to the peloton, where he is now safely back on. He seriously wasn't enjoying the attentions of the motorbike camera there.
Onboard camera here. First we've seen of that today. No, he wasn't. And sometimes it can be really frustrating. It's already very stressful being at the back, and you know, it's a stressful day as it is. And when that motorbike, there's a lot of vehicles around you, and it's just shadowing you. It can get a little bit. It's like having an annoying big fly right buzzing around your head. So yeah, it's understandable.
I think it is understandable, but also it's suggestive of the fact that an angry Mark Cavendish is very often a winning Mark Cavendish. Let's not forget that. It's in his makeup. Cyril Lemoine is the man whose bike we are watching from Cofidis. I believe there's a couple of teams actually equipped today with onboard cameras, Cofidis being one of them. They're in an interesting position, are Cofidis, shorn of their star attraction, their pugnacious, literally, sprinter, Nacer Bouhanni, who's having a terrific season, actually. We saw him in winning form on the Dauphiné, and he was due to come to this race and do big things, rip it up and really compete with the likes of Greipel, Kittel and Cavendish for the major honours in the sprints. However, he's not here, and the reason for that is he got involved in a fight during the French National Championships in his team hotel. Not entirely clear what happened, but we can only assume that punches were thrown, and Nacer Bouhanni is a boxer by training and by background, and what we do know is that he injured his hand so badly that he can't make the Tour de France selection, so they're without their main man. And well, Bouhanni has a certain reputation for sort of shooting himself in the foot and getting involved where perhaps he doesn't need to be involved, but that's a big one, isn't it? The team must be absolutely distraught he's not here.
Yeah, and it's the second year in a row as well, because he crashed last year at the National Championships and missed out. And when the Cofidis team, when they bought him from Francis Desjeux in the end of 2014 for the seasons 2015 and 2016, they built the team around him, and the sole ambition being for Tour de France success. And so far that's been a 2-year big investment, and they don't really have anything to show for it, because no matter all the other results, the only thing that they really wanted was Tour de France success.
I mean, it's really important for a team like Cofidis. They invest heavily in a rider like that, and of course it's not just him, they brought in other riders as well to support him. It's expensive, he's on big money, and Cofidis don't have a lot of money to burn, and this is their month. They're a French team, this is their showcase, this is everything for them really, and it just must be well, it's pretty serious for Nacer Bouhanni really, and I wonder how much longer their patience will last with their man. But that said, it's disappointing from a sporting perspective as well, because the form he was indicating would have suggested that he would have been able this year to make a mark on this race.
Yeah, he'd have certainly added another and different element to the bunch sprints, because he has his own particular style. He doesn't really care for showing respect to his peers, colleagues. He just races to win and doesn't mind kind of throwing sort of, well, we saw actually at Dauphiné, he throws punches, but almost the cycling equivalent of banging heads and body checking people and getting in the way and riding off his line. You know, he's just a little bit on the edge the whole time, and I wouldn't want to sprint next to him, but I wouldn't be able to, so it's not something I have to worry about. But for those other sprinters, it's got to be yeah, it would definitely spark up the sprints a bit.
Yeah, for those of you who missed the Dauphiné coverage, there was a tremendous running feud, if you like, between the teams of Cofidis and Alexander Kristoff's team, Katusha. The two teams all in the red kit. And at one point, two pairings of riders from either team were sort of headbutting each other simultaneously in the final closing kilometres of a sprinter's stage. It's pretty feisty stuff, sprinting. Today, I'm sure, will be absolutely no different. We pass another tractor parade. My word, that takes a lot of organising, doesn't it, for their big moment. The helicopter picked them out, and that's what it's all about as well. That's what makes the Tour de France special.
That's like little kiddie heaven.
Just great. Tractors.
Tractor.
Yeah. These scenes, as we know, were going to be replicated, aren't they, all across the country for the next 3 weeks. It just doesn't seem to diminish its appeal. And that in France, a country is absolutely shorn of and bereft of great success on this tour for far, far too long. They have to go back to Bernardino for the last winner. But still they turn out, still they love it, and still they celebrate it. Of course, they have their favourites, and they have their villains. Chris Froome is still their villain. He would have to go some to win over the French sporting public, for better or worse. They still have not warmed to either him or his team greatly. Team Sky will, I'm sure, have another PR battle on their hands over the coming 3 weeks. Don't forget, the last time the race came to Mont Saint-Michel as well, Mark Cavendish suffered a bit of abuse on the side of the road, and he ended up having urine thrown at him in this kind of distasteful way that some idiotic fans think of is appropriate to make their point. Yeah, that was the result of again a sprinter's dust-up, wasn't it, where Tom Valers from Giant Alpecin came a cropper in an incident involving Mark Cavendish, and a fan thought he'd exact retribution on behalf of Valers by chucking urine in the face of Cavendish.
That was a fair low, and there was rumours of it happening to Chris Froome, I think it was last year as well, in one of the mountain stages, isn't it?
Not rumours, that's exactly what happened, I think, yeah.
It's just, unfortunately, it is a tiny, tiny minority, and it's surprising that sort of thing doesn't happen more often, to be honest. But the amount of people that are out there, generally the public are amazing, but you just need one idiot to kind of tarnish everybody. But it's one of the joys of cycling is the fans can get so close to the riders. It's there's kind of very few sports left where you can actually get close enough to touch them. Although, please don't do that. But you can, if they haven't got their glass, you can make eye contact with them at the hardest points on mountains, and it's one of the charms of it all.
And it's free at the point of use, much like the NHS still is, and the Tour de France, and any bike race around the world, it's free. And with that freedom comes a certain degree of chaos. Certainly, in the light of recent events, the security is tighter. We've noticed that. Entry to the finish line is slightly different, and there are concerns, but so far the same atmosphere prevails despite the slightly enhanced security checks at the line. So on they go, on they plough, still in this northerly direction along the westerly side of the Cherbourg Peninsula. I think earlier I might have mistakenly said that tomorrow they go in an opposite direction. Well, they don't. The race route tomorrow takes us up to Cherbourg, and that's where it finishes, right at the top of this peninsula, before on stage 3 we start to head south. And then it's a very joined up route, almost like an old school Tour de France route, without big transfers in between the stage finish and the next day's stage start. It's almost a joined up line.
You can see the crosswind really is blowing here, so the flag's behind, and the way they're now riding, not in a line right behind each other, they're kind of staggered. So you can see the wind is out, we're looking at it, coming from the right, but from them it's coming to the left, so they just kind of stagger themselves behind each other and get protection that way, which will be happening behind the peloton as well, which will probably see the peloton pick up its pace a bit as teams sort of move forward. Not to necessarily change, like to chase this down or make damage, but just to protect their leaders and make sure it's safe. But what's going to happen is as the race slightly, as we get further up the peninsula, it will start to kind of move slightly towards the right, and it'll become more of a tail cross. And tail cross is where it's the most susceptible for causing splits in the peloton. Oddly, a direct crosswind often doesn't actually do the worst damage, nor does a head cross. It's when it goes into that high speed, sort of coming from 3/4 behind, is when the damage really happens, and especially in the final part of the race. So that's what everybody will be kind of preparing themselves for.
If you're just joining the coverage, these 5 men got away almost as soon as the flag dropped. 2 of them from Bora Argon 18, Jan Baarter and Paul Vos. And Vos then attacked the breakaway and soloed across the only 2 King of the Mountains points. 2 Catfall climbs today, and took both solitary points to amass a total of 2. But that's all the mountain points on the road today, and he is the first King of the Mountains on this edition of the Tour de France. Then Alex Howes from Cannondale Drapac in the green, and the rider in second wheel at the moment with the green helmet, Anthony Delaplace from Fortuner Vital Concept, chased across to the trio of riders up the road as it all came back together again. And the other rider in that group is Lee Howard, the Australian sprinter from IAM Cycling. So there are your 5, and they've been away pretty much as soon as the flag dropped. They still have a 2-minute and 41 advantage. The breakaway has not gone over 4 minutes, really, just something over 4 minutes, but not much more than that all day. And it's been pegged at this kind of an advantage now for the last, 30, 40 kilometres, the best part of an hour of racing, ever since this group of 5 came back together.
Yeah, it's stabilised now. I think it's just kind of found its rhythm. The race has found its rhythm. We've still got the same guys controlling the peloton here. We've still got 1 rider from Ethics Quick Step, 2 riders, I think. Although they've got the whole Lotto Soudal team up there, there's only actually 2 riders riding, and there's one of them they're contributing with the 1 Ethics Quick Step rider. So it's just going to stay like this for a while, and then we'll see kind of whether it actually starts. Because again, like I said, it's trying to decide. Everyone will be nervous as to what effect the wind will have as the race direction changes slightly. So they'll all be up the front just to monitor that, and either it could go nuclear or it will just stay like this and then build up to a massive crescendo for this, for what for many of these guys will be the biggest bunch sprint of their lives, because what's on the line happens very rarely in cycling for a sprinter to have the opportunity to wear the yellow jersey of the Tour de France.
There's an opportunity today, and there are more opportunities for the rest of the week for riders who have no great ambitions of actually winning the Tour de France, but a day or 2 in the yellow jersey would do them no harm whatsoever. We look down on the sun-kissed coast of the Cherbourg Peninsula. Still plenty of racing to come. We're going to have to take a short break, but please don't go away. Two and a half minutes. The pace at the peloton has just gone up a little bit, and there is evidence that the GC teams, as you can see, the teams with the big leaders are moving closer to the front. Vincenzo Nibali being shepherded to the front by Jakob Fuglsang. Nairo Quintana just glancing over the top of the Lotto Soudal train to see what's going on at the front. But certainly Nibali is very, very close now to the front of the race, and so too is Alberto Contador, who sent his Tinkoff troops closer to the front. Now Team Sky ranged on the right-hand side. Pretty much all of them are moving Chris Froome up onto the right-hand side. So a little bit of anxiety creeping in at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's what we said, is that it's not far off the feed as well, but the directions are changing slightly, and it's getting to points in the race where if something did happen, it would be able to make it the whole way. That's the Rock Bridge, bombed during the Second World War a few times. They never rebuilt it, sadly.
Well, they're really nearly at the point where they will actually leave the coastal road and start to head inland. That doesn't mean that they're not exposed to crosswinds, it just means they're slightly diminished.
Yeah, and they want to be at the front as well through the feed zone, because so many incidents can happen there, and if there's this sort of slight crosswind that isn't causing much of an effect at the moment because they're at a steady pace, what generally happens in the feed zone, it thins out into one long line in order to get everyone can get their own musette bag. And then if somebody does have a crash or something, a gap opens, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, the race is on. So they'll want to have the whole team up there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Froome doesn't even take his musette, somebody takes it for him to minimise the chance of him having an accident, which often will happen for big team leaders. A domestique will take it for them in order to just reduce any risk of something happening.
But still it's Lotto Soudal who form the very, very front of the peloton, as it has been pretty much all day. Etixx Quick-Step have had one or two men just marking, in particular Ilya Kaiser, who's been doing his share of work as well. So the two big sprinters teams both represented. But Lotto Soudal expressing a huge amount of confidence in Andre Greipel today. There is the team of Movistar. And there's our first glimpse of Pierre Rolland as well, the main man for Cannondale these days, moving in that direction as riders left your old team, David, and particularly you were talking about him earlier, Dan Martin, who has now gone to Etixx Quick-Step, which is essentially a team built around Marcel Kittel, with today in mind and the other sprinters' opportunities. And Dan Martin, though, is on that team, so too is Julien Alaphilippe, and those two riders are pretty much going to have to ride their own race. But it could be a really important Grand Tour for Dan Martin, this, as he discovers something new about himself. And what we saw on the Dauphiné, there is evidence that he's transforming himself slowly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he's a great bike rider, Dan. I mean, there's very few riders who win monuments. And if you put it in perspective, as a country, Great Britain has won 3 monuments in history: Tour of Flanders, Milan-San Remo, and Milan-San Remo twice, actually. So Tommy Simpson with 2 wins and Mark Cavendish with 1. And Dan Martin's won 2 in his own right in the last few years, Liège-Bastogne-Liège and Tour of Lombardy. He's also been on the podium numerous times with monuments. And so he is a very special rider, and I think he'd probably exhausted his capabilities at Garmin for Cannondale, as it's now known. And he does actually need a very strong team to set him up. I think he needs a team because he's a sort of rider that is not a breakaway rider. He goes in the final. He goes when the race is at its hardest, it's been long, and he needs very strong riders around him to set that up. And so he's on a team that can do that. And he's also on that team. There's another rider who's very similar to him, Julien Alaphilippe, who is even younger, 25. Dan's kind of coming up to his prime now at 29 years old, whereas Alaphilippe is 25, 26. And they got 2nd and 3rd in Flèche Wallonne this year. And the team is very interesting makeup. I mean, they've got Marcel Kittel, who obviously is their out-and-out sprinter. They've got Tony Martin, who's one of the world's best time trialists, Julien Alaphilippe, Dan Martin, Fabio Sabatini, Richiesi, Ilya Kaiser, Vermont, Vakok. So you've essentially got kind of 4 leaders in Marcel Kittel sprinting, Tony Martin time trialing, Alaphilippe and Dan Martin for for those sort of hilly finishes, or Dan Martin for the mountain stages, and Alaphilippe for breakaways possibly. So they're going to ride a more dynamic race, kind of going for stage wins rather than for GC. But that's not to say their team's weaker, it's just a very different team, more of a one-day racing team that's here at the Tour de France to get those sort of one-day wins.
Yeah, although I suspect that Dan Martin will wait until he's eliminated from the GC picture. He's going to try and find out if he can hold his own.
Yeah, I
mean,
think so.
It's not a question of him deliberately losing time or something to give himself the freedom. He's certainly going to ask the question of how far and how long and how deep into the race he can sustain a GC position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we'd expect him to get top 10. We'd kind of be disappointed if he was outside the top 10. Now, top 5, because it's such a hilly race, there's no reason why that's not his objective. And because of the type of rider he is, he can be up there going GC, and unlike many of the GC riders, he's got a good sprint on him and is very tactically astute. So when he's up there racing the GC, there's no reason why he won't be racing for the stage win as well. Whereas a lot of these GC riders that are trying to ride top 10 are just kind of hanging on and kind of picking up placings consistently. Whereas Dan Martin isn't that type of rider, so he can probably do both.
Still 2.5, and we are ticking over to 100 kilometres to go. Remember, today's stage 188 in total, heading out from Mont Saint-Michel up the Cherbourg Peninsula, then crossing over to a spectacular beach finish where we are seated at the moment at Utah Beach. A nod, of course, to the D-Day landings. And home turf for this man. Anthony Delaplace targeted the breakaway move today, would have hoped for the polka dot jersey, hasn't got it, but still has a major incentive now of getting himself points in the green jersey competition and representing his team, a team from Brittany, just up the road, the next region of France along the coast, heading westwards, and they're getting plenty of television time courtesy of this man here. What a sporting summer it's been in France. Of course, they're still hosting the Euros. The French national football team is still involved in that competition. But that doesn't mean that the Tour de France isn't the big deal that it always is.
2:24, so the time gap is kind of just steadily coming down now, as we can see the sort of the nerves rising a little bit leading up to the feed zone. And as you can see you've got Lotto that are still doing their riding there for the stage, controlling it, but you've also got Tinkoff and Sky and Katusha and Movistar all moving up there just to position their GC-like riders, and that just naturally lifts the pace because, you know, Lotto want to stay ahead, and in order to stay ahead of those teams, they have to pick the pace up. BMC as well on the left, looking after Richie Porte, who's there, you can see.
Yeah, Rafa Majka in the colours of Tinkoff with the red and white bands across his stomach now to denote the fact that he's just won the Polish Road Race Championships. And Peloton is all together here with just 5 riders up the road. There's a few national champions in this race. Daniel Tekla-Hymenot, last year's story, and the man who, in the King of the Mountains competition, held the jersey for 4 days and has just won, once again, the King of the Mountains competition in brilliant style at the Dauphiné. Well, he is wearing the colours of the Eritrean national road race champion, and he's also the time trial champion, so he's doubled up, and there's another national champion as well. For FDJ, that is Arthur Vichot, the second time in his career that he's won the French National Road Race Championships. Who else we got? We've got Edvald, there's Daniel Tekla-Hymenot.
George Bennett and Lotto Jumbo.
Edvald Boasson-Hagen as well is another national champion. And there's the onboard camera that we saw. And that's the picture that is being offered up, and that's with Steve Morabito from FDJ. He's going to be a really important man, the Swiss rider, for Thibaut Pinot, one of his key mountain lieutenants. As a rejuvenated Thibaut Pinot is about to find out what, over the next 3 weeks, he can do. Of course, he's already been on the podium of the Tour de France as Thibaut Pinot back in 2014, where they had 2 Frenchmen, second and third, to Vincenzo Nibali and Jean-Christophe Perrault and Thibaut Pinot. Pinot is hoping that he can replicate that kind of form. He's a reinvented rider, though, Thibaut Pinot, and it'll be very, very interesting to see what he can do, because this is probably the strongest showing he's had in his career to date. He takes his best form of his life into the Tour de France.
Yeah, it's phenomenal the work they've done, Française des Jeux as a team, or FDJ, as a team, to kind of change themselves from being what their weakest point, and consistently over nearly 2 decades was time trialing. And it was partly because that wasn't part of the culture in France. Time trialling was something that the riders didn't look forward to. They didn't really do any work on it. But the sport's changed so much of late, they realised that they had to work on it. They had to kind of get up to date, and that's what they've done. And what we've seen is started off at the beginning of the year where they actually won a team time trial, which incredibly, since the team was created in 1997, the team had never won a team time trial.
Which is remarkable, isn't
and
it?
so they won one in February, I think it was at Tour Med.
Yep.
And then also, Thibaut Pinot won 2 time trials early on, and then won the national championships last week, 2 weeks ago. And this is a rider that 3 years ago, if you'd said he would be able to do that, we critiqued him for not even being able to descend.
Yep.
Now he can descend with the best, as we saw last year. Alejandro Valverde couldn't drop him.
Yep.
Now he's time trialling, and it just goes to show the amount of work they put in that team into not only developing Thibaut Pinot, but everyone, the young riders, all of them, and the culture of the team. It's been remarkable, and I think they've taken a lot off what Team Sky have done. They've learnt a lot of that as well, and they've caught up in many ways.
A rider that Team Sky rather covet, Thibaut Pinot. Twice now they've come in and asked the question whether or not he fancied signing for them. He's just recommitted, though, to FDJ. And probably all of France will breathe a mighty sigh of relief, because the last thing they'd want to see is Thibaut Pinot disappearing off to a team that they don't particularly warm to and getting subsumed into the ranks of black and blue.
I think that would qualify as a national disaster.
Yeah, and we in the UK don't need any more national disasters. Just now,
the truth is, it's quite a golden period now for French cycling, with Romain Bardet and Thibaut Pinot, both riders who, I think it's safe to say, do have a legitimate chance of one day winning the Tour de France, which was something that they haven't had in a very long time. So it's going to be exciting this year to see how they race. I mean, we saw them at Dauphiné kind of tête-à-tête. We saw it last year as well on a stage where Steve Cummings pipped them at the line. And it's a very similar thing happened to them this year, but Thibaut Pinot managed to win that one when Bardet was so strong. So I think we've probably got a good few years of those two battling it out for French glory.
there is the team of FDJ looking after Thibaut Pinot. Still 5 men out front, though. Lee Howard just taking a few instructions via his radio earpiece as their advantage begins to drop now towards 2 minutes. 95.9 kilometres remaining. Welcome back. 92 just over kilometres and still an advantage of just over 2 minutes. And there's your average speed at the front of the race. Well, they're going at 44 kilometres an hour and slightly slower, but they're pretty much matching each other, which is the reason why that gap is fairly constant. It's come down a little bit and they're passing through a feed zone. And it says something about the slightly soporific nature of the racing ever since those King of the Mountains battles that we enjoyed. Not much has happened, it has to be said, since then. And that's why we're getting excited about the prospect of a feed zone, David.
Terribly exciting.
Here they come. Yeah, I mean, but these are dangerous moments, aren't they? I mean, yeah, to all of us who ride as amateurs, it's unimaginable, the idea of riding at these speeds and grabbing a bag from a stationary person at the side of the road and then eating. It looks like, frankly, an impossible activity, but it's got to be done, and this is the only way of doing it.
No, and honestly, it's even nerve-wracking for the pros, because it's as good as you may be, you're dependent on the guy in front of you to get it right as well. And often, I mean, there are times as well where within the peloton, you know if we're going too fast. Oh, it's the world capital of oysters.
Deep sea oysters, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, you're totally reliant on the person in front of you, and if they get it wrong, they bring you down. And often it will be like a musette, a bag gets caught in a wheel or something, or as they take it, the guys who's handing it up to you doesn't let go quite right, and it pulls you down. So, I mean, it is just one of those risks. Hence why, as I mentioned before, sometimes the team leader will be ordered not to take their feed bag, and one of their teammates will take it for them in order they can always have 2 hands on the handlebar ready to avoid any incidents that may happen.
Yeah, I'd go for that. I would.
Yeah.
I would avoid having to do it myself at all costs.
And you see this helicopter shot, see the way the peloton's so bunched out now. Normally, by the time they come out of the feed zone, it'll just be in one long line, as it has to, in order for people to get their feed bags.
Thomas de Gendt takes them through. Belgian rider from Lotto Soudal, the Belgian team. A little glimpse of Matteo Tossato, the oldest man on the race. in his 40s now for Tinkoff, as Luke Rowe just swerves at the front of the Team Sky train to avoid one of the many spectators lining the side of the road. And you saw that Cannondale ride as well, just waving away a member of the public trying to take a picture. You know, you can get close, but don't get too close. We're back with Morabito's embedded camera at the back end of the peloton now, looking back at a couple of riders from Lotto Jumbo. They've got an interesting man to look after today, Lotto Jumbo. That is their new national road race champion, Dylan Groenewegen. Saw him winning at the Tour de Yorkshire, stage 1 earlier on in the year, as a can just hits the tarmac and bounces away. And those are the bags that you have to pick up. Things being jettisoned all over the road. It's a chaotic situation. Even spotting your own domestique must be quite tricky.
There you go.
Sometimes.
So Luke Rowe took 2 bags. So he's given it to Chris Froome there, but I hope he's got Ian Stannard.
It's a relay.
So they'll hand it around to the guys. You see how much slower it is at the back. So this is the problem. This will now kind of, like elastic, start to string out. So it's starting to string out there because then it's a slight crosswind. So this is why those GC teams have fought hard to be right at the front in the feed zone to avoid this whiplash which is about to hit the back here.
There's a good wheel to sit on though. Third from the back there, Fabian Cancellara. So if you are slightly caught out at the back, just latch onto him and let him pull you back. Would be the best advice. Slightly elevated section of road here over what looks like a dike. A sea defence of some description. So that'll mean that the wind will whip across this course. Slightly worrying little moments. That does explain the presence of Team Sky and Luke Rowe and Geraint Thomas and Ian Stannard right at the front of the race. Slowly but surely, as they pass through the feed zone, they are heading inland and away from the sea as they begin to snake their way across the Cherbourg Peninsula towards Utah Beach. And then in the closing 20 or so kilometres, it does switch direction a few times before picking up in the final 10k a tailwind all the way in pretty much a straight line to the finish line, and it's going to be lightning fast. Quite narrow as well, the finishing funnel from 2 kilometres out. Should it come down to a bunch sprint, which you would never bet against in these circumstances, it's going to be incredibly quick. Unusually quick, actually. A different kind of bunch sprint from what you normally see.
Yeah, I mean, when we checked it out this morning, we saw there weren't... You'll go through a couple of villages, but not the towns that you sometimes do with roundabouts and road furniture. It's all kind of quite... Although they're smallish roads, but they're not departmental, as they call them here, which are the kind of really small B country roads. They do seem almost sort of fairly wide.
They're double track, aren't they? Sometimes you get single track roads.
And it just seems it's almost that in those last 15, 20 Ks, it's the majority of left-hand turns. There's no kind of wiggling around. Although there are sweeping bends, it is perfect for a strong team to control the race. And kind of once that's kind of that order's found at the front, I don't think there'll be much change in those last 20 Ks. Plus the fact you've got a headwind section. So although they've got the sort of crosswind now, they're going to go tail cross. They're then going to turn about 25 Ks from the finish into an 8K headwind section, which again will kind of sort of rejig everything back to some sense of order before they turn and start to go very fast again. So it's going to be, but all that does, although it sounds, I mean, that probably didn't sound so simple, but it is relatively simple in bike racing terms.
5 riders up the road, still with a 2-minute advantage, all strung out in a diagonal shape across the road, just sheltering from those the tail crosswind that they're experiencing on this part of the race. And it's strong, and it's a little surprising actually that it hasn't affected the peloton more than it has, which is not at all at this point. Because every time we catch a glimpse of the flags or the white horses, the breakers in the bay of Mont Saint-Michel, it does look as though that wind has not relented. If anything, it's getting up in intensity. But so far, it's done no damage to the race. And now the gap comes under 2 minutes. 1:55 is all that they have. 87.8 kilometres remaining. 69.5 kilometres to go. In a town called La Haye, there is an intermediate sprint. And there are points available in the green jersey competition. And now it's very active at the front all of a sudden. Cannondale have got to the front. And there is a degree of urgency now from Team Sky and Movistar.
And here you can see there's Sky coming out. It's Luke Rowe dragging up, because this is where you can sense that's the crosswinds having effect now. So at the back, all those guys that were chasing on after the feed zone, they'll be in great difficulty. There's Luke Rowe, who's looking quite in control, but you can see he's not got his teammates with him, which isn't ideal. Nairo Quintana's learned from last year. He's got his team up there. Tinkoff are now panicking moving up. So this is your classic sort of crosswind pre-panic before it starts splitting, but they have to keep this pressure on for a good few kilometres in order to split it up.
Well, there is a little momentary anxiety here. It's not as if one team has got to the front and decided to rip things up. It's more of a watching brief. Teams wondering whether the big move is going to come from any one team in particular, as Katusha and Lotto Soudal go to the front again, and they continue to pile the pressure on. The crosswinds on this elevated section now ripping across the race, and the first sign of danger, well, it's been threatening all day, is definitely evident at the front of the peloton. Meanwhile, up the road, 1 minute and 46 seconds ahead, 15 seconds in the space of a kilometre have been wiped off the lead of our breakaway riders. The 5 of them have 86.8 kilometres remaining, and just under, what, about 13 kilometres until they will do battle for, 17 kilometres until they will do battle for an intermediate sprint. But back in the peloton, it's not calmed down at all, as Rafa Majka looks over his shoulder to see where Alberto Contador is. And all the big GC teams are up the front as well, trying to look after their main men. Quintana, last time we caught a glimpse of him, caught out last year in the crosswinds early on in the Tour de France. He is paying very close attention to this move.
Steve Cummings caught out there as well, I think. That's the danger of sitting at the back in this situation. He's strong enough to kind of move back up, but look, he needs to work with these guys. There's Thomas Vauclair as well, Erviti, I think. And we saw Pozzovivo back there, the small AG2R rider, who's a climber who you would expect to be in trouble here. But this is what happens in a crosswind. It sort of breaks up from the back. It sort of starts to just kind of, as the weaker riders just get fired out. So at the front, sometimes it's Nairo Quintana who's actually riding through, which is what you have to do.
Yeah.
You have to do in this situation. The safest place is to be rotating through so you don't get caught out. Now, Luke Rowe, he's so strong. He moved up on his own and he's almost left his whole team. So there's no point in him moving back. His team now have to move up to him. They've got enough strong guys to hopefully move Chris Froome back up to the front.
Oh, what a battle it is at the front of the peloton. It's been quiet all day, pretty much since the flag dropped and these 5 riders got up the road to have their own private race. The peloton has shut down, and there have been smiley faces and looking pretty relaxed for the first 100 kilometres of this race, before suddenly, in these crosswinds, as has been threatened all day, it began to explode. And that's the situation we have on our hands now. And look at the damage it's doing to the lead in the peloton. Now it's 1:30, another 15 seconds disappeared in less than a kilometre.
Yeah, the peloton is at its kind of it's hammering along at the moment. Yeah, it's 55. You can see at the bottom it's going 5 kilometres an hour faster than the breakaway, which you'd expect, because when you've got actually the leaders riding through, teams are sort of parting. Look, Nairo Quintana, I mean, this just goes to show how he's learned his lessons from last year, and it's just breaking up in pieces behind.
Well, that's a group that has definitively just dropped off the back, and it includes a number of Team Dimension data riders. Steve Cummings, Natnael Bahani and Daniel Tekla-Hyman are all the wrong side of that split. That group, being led by Thomas Vauclair, are losing time with every passing kilometre. They're just going straight out the back. And there's another couple of riders detached, and another Dimension data rider. Don't know who that is.
Bernie Eisel.
It's Bernie Eisel.
Oh, this is not good. That's Michael Matthews.
That's not great
news.
No,
that's Daryl Impey. Thinks.
Well,
so yeah, this is there's some strong riders being fired out, but this is not good news for Mark Cavendish. He's lost Bernie Eisel, who he required. Steve Cummings, he never really counted upon, but that's still a big loss for him. It's not ideal, considering his team's not done any work yet. That's very disappointing for him, to have 4 or 5 teammates out the back before they've even done anything to help him.
Well, Tony Martin's got on the front now for Ethics Quickstep, in the company of Julien Vermont and Ilio Kaiser. And Marcel Kittel is on his wheel now, Tony Martin's wheel. So Kittel is there. I caught a glimpse of Andre Greipel as well, safely up at the front. But look, the road is straight and it is exposed, and the danger isn't over yet. Ethics Quickstep, though, restoring order at the front of things now, and the GC teams just playing second fiddle, although Team Sky still very, very close to the front of the race. And a little nod there from, is that Ian Stannard? Yeah, just looking over his shoulder to see where everyone else is.
There's Chris Froome as well. As Chris Froome's got Ian Stannard on his wheel, which is always the safest thing to do, because then Chris Froome holds his place, and if he finds himself in trouble, Ian Stannard can see him and can fix it. Often in this situation, it's so stressful and the panic's just riding through everybody that you don't want to keep looking behind you. You have to keep your eyes forward. So Chris Froome's best to have his kind of loyal domestique behind him with his eyes on him all the time.
A little glimpse of Fabian Cancellara towards the back of the peloton. So no great damage has been done just yet. But back at the front, well, Movistar are on the front, so too are Ethics Quickstep. There's Martin. They've got pretty much their whole team there. Lotto Jumbo are looking after Dylan Groenewegen. Still the 5 riders, they're just watching their advantage tumble down now. 30 seconds have just been wiped off. in the last couple of minutes, and now it's under a minute. So I think they're going to be caught very soon, and if their next finishing line was 69.5 kilometres to go, where the intermediate sprint is, at this point you'd say they've got no chance, unless the road switches direction on them now and the danger passes and the peloton decide to allow them that slack, but still they pile riders to the front. Matt Rendell, you're here. What have you got to offer in terms of what's going on in Team Movistar in particular here?
Well, of course, this was in Stage 2 last year when the crosswinds created havoc in the peloton. It was a very, very costly stage to Nairo Quintana's hopes in the Tour de France. Movistar have been puzzling over the possibilities here as we watch at the front. I think that's Nelson Oliveira, who's at the front of the peloton. As soon as it all kicked off there's Jesus Herrada for Movistar, Cav in the middle there. Imanol Erviti, a great powerhouse of a rider who was top 10 in both Flanders and Roubaix this year, moved to the front. They're very sensitive in the Movistar team because Adriano Malori, one of the top time trialists in the world, who saved Nairo, and there he is, Nairo Quintana, who saved Nairo's day that day, worked hard at the front. He, of course, fell in Stage 5 of San Luis in January and has been out ever since and will be out for the rest of this season. And that is a very, very dangerous, costly loss to the Movistar team. So Imanol Erviti, Ionis Aguirre, Jesus Herrada, all leaping to Nairo's aid. Nairo at one point there was leading the peloton himself, showing them what he's made of, even in these conditions.
Yeah, it's a good ride from Nairo Quintana. It's a good ride, thanks, Matt, from Movistar at this point in the race. 56 seconds, so the advantage tumbling down all the time for these 5 riders. 81.3 kilometres to go, and lots of teams working hard at the front of the peloton. They're heading inland, though, and they're heading into a village, so some of that pressure will go out of the front end of the peloton now.
Yeah, but it has shown now the peloton that this wind is capable of splitting it up. I think we saw a lot of panic there, and we have seen people dropped out. Other guys now be interested to see if they can make it back on again as it settles down again after that kind of initial sort of moment, which often happens in a crosswind. You'll have kind of a wave of pressure, and then it sort of releases, and then it all settles back down again. But that's what Mark Cavendish needs to happen, because we just caught a glimpse from before up the front, and he had no teammates around him. So he needs the peloton to kind of steady down and for his teammates to fight back on so they can try and help him as much as they can before the final.
Whew, that was breathless stuff for a moment. No major damage has been done to any of the big GC favourites, nor to the sprinters. We have seen and identified at least Marcel Kittel, Andre Greipel and Mark Cavendish, all close to the front of the peloton. They're all okay, and we can say with a degree of certainty that Quintana, Froome et al. Are all still all right. And no one's lost time to anyone, but still they pile the pressure on.
Yeah, it's interesting. Camilo Garmin are riding. That's Dylan van Baal on the front there. He's a great young Dutch rider. Really, his strength is in the classics, but which is why he's in the front now. This is the sort of stuff he thrives in: crosswinds and flat racing. So he's doing his bit now for the team. But they're doing a great job of protecting Pierre Rolland so far.
Rafa Majka did his job, the man in the Tinkoff colours, the Polish national road race champion for Alberto Contador, but Contador, frankly, could use him not at the back of the peloton, but right up at the front, as all the main men are being looked after in dangerous conditions. More to come, a slight respite, but it ain't over yet. We're going to take a short break. Welcome back. While you were away, the first hammer blow of the Tour de France, a big crash on a corner involving Alberto Contador. He's gone down, and he's gone down hard, bringing down with him a rider from BMC and another rider from Team Sky. There's Contador getting back onto his pedal. He did need a bike change as well, which has delayed him further. Rafa Majka in his company, but he's got bad injuries there. He's got abrasions to his shoulder, to his collarbone, to his right elbow, and to his right thigh as well. Contador battered, bruised, still in the race, but off the back. We're back with live pictures now. This is the race situation. They're heading out of the town of Lessay onto a long, straight section of road, just 6 kilometres from an intermediate sprint, with the breakaway still 37 seconds up the road. But really, the story at the moment is off the back, and there you will find, when we get pictures of that, is a furious chase to get back on, and it is involving Alberto Contador. He's got Domestiques with him, trying to work for him, but Contador is losing time, and he looks badly hurt, David.
Yeah, and it looks like, I think it was Brent Bookwalter, the BMC rider, and Luke Rowe, the Sky rider. So three of them were the three that went down in the kind of the right to the front of that crash. But slow motion, we'll find out after the race, but it almost looked to me that either there was something on the road, because Bookwalter, if it was Bookwalter, and Contador seemed to slide at the same time, or even Bookwalter came sliding into Contador and took him out. At first I thought it was the island, but I don't think so. They've definitely both slid on the road before the island, which could have been just evasive reaction, seeing that happen and putting their brakes and both sliding at the same time. So we saw the chaos of them, all the peloton jumping over that middle section of the island, avoiding that curve as well. But that's the worst thing that could happen to Contador at the moment. Doesn't look like he's badly hurt, but it's definitely, there's none of the kind of the real wincing or weakness, but that's going to be burning.
It's going to be burning today. He might well be losing time today. This is a big battle he's got just to get back onto the back end of this race. Alberto Contador, get himself back, regroup, go again, lick his wounds, and just try and look after his body and his position in this bike race. Get through today, see what tomorrow brings and the day after, but a crash like that will take its toll. Of this there is no doubt. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men with him. Thomas Voeckler just latching onto the back of that Tinkoff train, and it looks as though they are just within contact to the back end of the peloton now. Not too much further to close, and before Alberto Contador is safely reinstated now. So they've done a good job, his team, of dropping back and looking after their main man, but that's only half the story. Geraint Thomas as well, also delayed by a rear wheel puncture. He didn't go down, and all the while he's been looking to see where Luke Rowe is, and we still don't know the answer to that question, but Luke Rowe was also brought down in that incident involving Alberto Contador. The junction with the back end of the peloton will soonly, that's not a word, will soon be made though by Alberto Contador. And Rafa Majka asking the question of his leader, is he all right? What can he do now?
Well, it seems to be pedalling fine, which is the most important thing. I mean, there's sort of a crash like that, if it's bad, you'll know immediately, regards. I mean, we've seen in the past with broken bone or something. But at the moment, he's not kind of lifting up an arm or keep repeatedly touching something or pointing to something. Hopefully for him, it's just flesh wounds. And at this point in the race, I'll give him a few days to recover. But Luke Rowe we haven't seen yet. Hopefully he's made it back on, and Bookwalter also. So that's those were the three guys that were the kind of the most affected by that crash. And Contador now is safely back in, and that seems to have calmed down the peloton slightly. Because when a rider of that caliber goes down, then I think it's just been all stressful. There's a sort of a vibe in the peloton where everybody, almost gentlemanly, will just shut it down slightly.
And that's reflected in the fact that the advantage has gone out slightly for the 4 men now. Paul Voss is no longer among them, the man who nailed down the King of the Mountains competition early on today's stage and will be the Polkadot jersey wearer tomorrow. He's dropped off the back of this group of what was 5 and is now 4. He has a teammate there, though, in second wheel, Jan Bata. Lee Howard, surely the favourite now if they make it to the intermediate sprint, which is just a few kilometres up the road, to take the maximum points. So he's loosening his ratchet on his shoe there.
I think broken his shoe. I mean, that's the one thing he's kept touching, so I think he went down his side, probably broke one of the ratchets.
But how's this going to pan out? Now pedalling with his socks.
Yeah, he's taking his insole, so he'll have spare shoes in the car. He'll have his custom insoles, which are moulded to his feet. He'll take that out, get his spare shoe and put that back in.
And all the while there's a bike race going on, and he's just got to hope while he's off the back that nothing happens. No urgency is injected to the front of the peloton at the moment.
And I think the fact he's being so rational and kind of getting this done and being able to do that pedal with in his sock feet, it would prove that he's not. It's not terminal, this crash.
No, he looks all right, Alberto Contador. Battered, bruised, but not beaten. Nothing like beaten. Midway through stage 1, for heaven's sake, of a 3-week tour. Peter Sagan is very close to the front of the race, and I just caught a glimpse there of Luke Rowe as well, passing Alberto Contador and getting himself back in the race. So Rowe also is okay and is rejoining the action. He's just getting a little bit of rolling assistance here from a couple of teammates. Alberto Contador clips in and he's off and running again. So eventful, to say the least, for the Spaniard. Not what he wanted from stage 1.
And that's not something any pro practices. So putting on changing shoes while on the roll.
Well, that's the back of the peloton. There's a race at the front of the race as well, and we'll be rejoining that pretty soon. 69.5 kilometres. That is the point at the which they've placed the only intermediate sprint of the day, with 20 points in the green jersey competition available for the winner. And the advantage is coming down again, but I don't think they'll catch that group of 4 before the intermediate sprint.
De Sato, the oldest man in the race at 42, I think he is.
Well, Etixx Quick-Step have everybody up there, including Marcel Kittel. Don't forget, there are only 4 riders up the road, and there are points available in the green jersey competition for 15 riders across the line. So there are 11 places, scoring places, if you like, in the peloton available. That's assuming Paul Voss, who's the 5th member of the breakaway, has been caught, and I think he's probably in that pack as well. So I think there are only 4 riders up the road at this point. Be interesting to see whether any of the big sprinters, the big players, decide to try and get themselves 5th place, which would get them 11 points in the green jersey competition if they were to do that. Will Peter Sagan sprint for those points? He's there.
Seems like order is restored slightly at the front of the peloton, with Etixx Quick-Step back on the front, controlling for the stage. And perhaps we see it's kind of gone a bit head cross now by the look of those flags, which isn't so dangerous for the peloton.
Yeah, as the day's gone on, the wind direction has changed ever so slightly from a southwesterly direction to more of a northwesterly direction, and it's more into a headwind now that they turn. Due north they're heading at the moment. Now, what's Lee Howard going to do to get the better of Anthony Delaplace, Alex Howes from Cannondale Drapac, and Jan Barter from Bora Argon? On paper, this is Howard's. 20 points if he wins at La Haye, that's the name of the town that is hosting the intermediate sprint, just 500 metres to go. These 4 are going to contest the win. Howard does not want to find himself on the front with 500 metres to go, but that's precisely where he finds himself right now.
Okay, Barter goes.
Well, he's got to have to go long, isn't he, if he wants to outfox the rest of them, and now Lee Howard has to close the gap. Howes as well battling for the wheel of the Australian, and it looks like Anthony Delaplace is beaten, so he's out of contention as Barter continues to head the field. Howard, though, just where he wants to be, a glance over his shoulder. Howes is battling hard, but Howard is absolutely perfectly placed to just get round the check, and surely he will now, yeah. Lee Howard from IM Cycling is just going to hold off the rest, and he'll take 20 points, and he'll take temporarily the virtual lead of the green jersey competition, but he'll now sit up, and I'm sure this breakaway will not last that much longer, and they'll all come back together.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see what the peloton does behind and see who contests this and who doesn't.
Well, Marcel Kittel's interested, the rider from Etixx Quick-Step there in the blue jersey, and Andre Greipel is sprinting too, and Mark Cavendish is up there but not involved, and so too is Peter Sagan and Brian Coquard as well from Direct Energie. So they all had a little bit of a go. It wasn't a full-blooded sprint though, it's certainly not from Mark Cavendish, who was just interested in taking whatever points came his way.
And that's exactly what we said before, guys, the tactic that Cavendish uses in these intermediate sprints. He'll be up there, but he'll never actually engage his full sprint, so he'll hold the wheels, he'll make sure in his place, he'll take the points, but he won't actually kind of hit the nitro button, if you like.
Well, at times today it's been a sleepy stage, but it's not sleepy now, is it? You go from the front of the race straight to the back of the race, and you see one of the favourites for the Tour de France back at the doctor's car and getting those wounds treated. That looks nasty, that abrasion on his shoulder.
I think it would imply that it was kind of more of a slide rather than a body slam, which is normally when you break your bones. It's when you've got that kind of road rash, it means thankfully there was more of a slide than just kind of being thrown at the ground. Often there's the slower crashes which kind of have the worst kind of effects, because as the ones I've had in the past, it is when you're kind of dropped almost in the wet. It's like when your wheels just disappear from under you, that's when the bones snap.
Well, it certainly wasn't slow at that particular point of the race. And David, how much of this crash can you put down to that nervousness in those crosswinds when we saw it all suddenly kicking off at the front of the peloton? Would that have contributed to the state of the race and the state of anxiety with Contador?
Oh, completely. I mean, we saw it. Normally, at that point in the race, they wouldn't have been hopping over a mid-traffic island and doing this. Everyone was trying to hold their position. Everyone was kind of a little bit fatigued, because they'd just been going flat out for about 10 minutes, kind of trying to place themselves perfectly in the crosswinds, and they got to that point and it did look a little bit chaotic, and I think they didn't expect they were coming to that corner too fast. They were jumping islands, and I don't think, and it's very rare to come out and have an island in the middle of the road like they did, and that's what caused it. It was just too fast at a moment in the race where they weren't really prepared for it.
Contador's getting the full treatment here, isn't he? Bandages, the lot. All at about 25 kilometres an hour, 30 kilometres an hour, 35 maybe. Just holding onto the side of the doctor's cart. And he's got a couple of teammates in, Maciej Bodnar and Matteo Tossato, to jump to his aid as soon as he releases contact from the doctor's car to pace him back onto the back end of the peloton. 23 seconds now, the advantage of the breakaway. And a lot of the urgency has gone out of that quartet. That's it. There are no more King of the Mountains points. There are no more intermediate sprint points available. Paul Voss is the King of the Mountains, and at this point, Lee Howard is the virtual green jersey on the road.
And there's Brent Buchholz, the Sea rider, coming up from behind. That was the rider that was involved in the crash with Alberto Contador. So he's only just made it. That's what happens when you don't have teammates to bring you back on. As a domestique, you fight your way back on your own, and it takes a lot longer than it would for a leader who has a whole team to come back and bring them back on.
I wonder if Brooke Walter will take his place in the queue for medical attention. It's like a doctor's waiting room back there.
You have to wait, 20.
Yeah. Take a ticket.
Yeah.
And go and have a seat.
Oh. I think I'll just be happy to get back, be there.
There are, of course, a number of doctors' cars on the race. And you remember that horrendous crash on the Tour de France last year that actually led to the entire race being stopped for safety reasons, because so many riders had gone down and hurt themselves so badly that I think it's the 3 doctors' cars or 2 were busy attending to people, and they could not, for safety reasons, continue with the race. So they actually, Christian Prudhomme went to the front and said, right, everybody stop until we've restored a bit of order here.
Yeah, Tour de France is definitely one of the best races, or should I say the organisers, ASO, are making sure they have sufficient medical cars and ambulances, and even they were the first to adopt the use of the mobile X-ray machine at the finish, because I mean it makes a big difference, and they're very responsible, because it's quite a bonkers sport in that respect, in that almost every day somebody's falling and hurting themselves badly. Contador's
Been here before, though. He's been here and done that, and his reaction to that heavy fall was so calm. There was absolutely no sense of alarm in him, in the way his body language worked, and even when he needed a bike change as well, it was all done with total assurance that he knew what he was about, and that he could rely on his team to work for him as well.
That's always a clear indication that there's nothing really bad. Nothing really bad has happened, because when that happens, there's a different type of pain, and you're very aware of it, and then it sits in your mind and you don't think straight. And it would appear that he's kind of just been a seasoned campaigner, very professional about it, understands that it's not going to end his race, so just to get on with it and get through today now. His only objective now is to just get through today without losing any time. So basically it's the same as he had before, but it's going to be a little bit different. At least he's got something to think about now.
Well, of course, Alberto Contador is a rider who divides opinion, having served a doping suspension himself. But if you're watching the Tour de France, I think most people would agree that you don't want one of the GC favourites eliminated for an incident like that on stage 1. And I think probably most people watching would concur that it's a good thing Contador is back in the pack and appears to be moving all right, for the sake of the race, if nothing else. Maybe Chris Froome and Nairo Quintana wouldn't agree with that assessment. Staying upright is, after all, part of winning a bike race. Steve Cummings is there. He was distanced, so too was Daniel Tekla-Heimanot, but they've all got back on, so it's as you were after all that drama. 64.8 kilometres remaining, 44 seconds the advantage. Whatever's going to happen next. Welcome back. 61.6 kilometres, 40 seconds the advantage, and this time you've not missed a thing. The nervosity continues in the pack. It is edgy stuff. The wind continues to blow, and it's done its damage. After the best part of 100 kilometres of sleepy nothing, all of a sudden the crosswind started to blow. The race got very active at the front, and the first victim of this year's Tour de France was Alberto Contador, falling hard into a central reservation, bouncing across the tarmac, ripping a hole in his racing jersey, cutting himself on his elbow and his thigh and his shoulder, getting off the back, needing a bike change, but very calmly, very coolly getting medical treatment and then getting paced back onto the bunch. in those crosswinds as well. A number of other riders just caught out temporarily, but it has all come back together again. In the meantime, the intermediate sprint was contested by the 4 men up the road after Paul Voss, the King of the Mountains, went back into the pack, and Lee Howard got himself 20 points. And then there was a mini sprint for the minor honours involving all the big players as well.
Château de Pierrot, this is, fact, the oldest, most ancient estate in Normandy. Pretty amazing, really. You're welcome.
I'll take your word for it. Back on the race though, 60.5k, and look how hard that wind is blowing. Has switched direction slightly, and so too has the race, as they now cross the peninsula in a diagonal, mostly northerly angle. Less exposed, of course. They've moved away from the coast now, and for now the danger seems to have passed slightly. And these 4 riders, they've still got a 33-second advantage. But it's unclear now what they get out of the rest of the day, other than more suffering.
Yeah, well, it's the Tour de France. A lot of races you wouldn't do that. You'd cut your losses and go back to the peloton. But they know that for their sponsors, it's important for them to be out there, and it would almost be a lack of professionalism now just to shut it down because it was difficult and the peloton was breathing down your neck. And this is what I was saying before regards to tactics. Is basically the peloton they're pretty happy with it being at 30 seconds. They're just going to leave them out there to fry and hold it there. They don't need to bring it back. That's the front of the race there. The teams that are trying to control it for the stage win, that's the stage win, essentially just 30 seconds ahead, so they can bring that back whenever they like. The GC teams don't feel any threat right now, so they're not chasing anything down. So we're in a bit of a kind of a status quo now for the moment. This is going to stay like this for a while.
And that is a classic Tour de France shot. Long, straight French roads with a breakaway being hunted down by the peloton, undulating territory, and in the distance that foreshortened shot, all out of focus, of what would it be, 195 riders bearing down on 4. Classic. That's why we love the sport. The order at the moment restored, but just that knowledge that at any moment, however innocuous seeming, everything can change. And we just saw precisely that.
But especially as they're going to turn slightly inland, so they're going to continue turning to their right a little bit now for a while, and then the wind will become slightly more tailwind, tail cross, which will kind of invigorate the peloton, because that is renowned as being one of the most dangerous positions for the wind to be in, because it does kind of stretch it all out and make it so fast that it's difficult for people to hold the wheels. If they lose it, they can't close the gap down. So we'll see what happens, but in the space of 2 kilometers, that 30-second gap could disappear if that happens.
Well, there's the Abbey of Saint-Sauveur. Dates right back to the 11th century and was destroyed in the 100 Years' War, forcing all the monks who lived there to leave. But they came back, and still it's been restored. And it's slightly more picturesque than the industrial estate we saw just the other side of the road. Look at those crowds. Blimey. I mean, the British cycling public loves to celebrate its own extraordinary devotion to the sport, this newfound love of cycling, and quite rightly celebrates the crowds that we saw in Yorkshire. But you know what? Its popularity is undiminished in its heartland, if you like, in France and in Belgium. The crowds are still enormous. The Giro d'Italia, of course, started in the Netherlands this year, to absolutely vast crowds there. So it's not just the British Isles, although I have to say they're not bad at it. Not bad at all. So for the ancient monuments littering this Normandy landscape, eventually we are going to head through the centuries, and the final denouement of today's stage will hug the eastern coast of the Cherbourg Peninsula, which is still to this day littered with concrete fortifications built by the occupying army, or the occupying forces of the Germans in the 1940s. And this part of France was under German control, and those were the defences that ultimately crumbled in the face of the Allies' invasion in Utah Beach and Omaha Beach and all across this part of northern France. And that's why the race has been brought here, to pay respects to those who suffered, fought and came to grief in the Second World War on both sides of the divide. It's what the Tour de France does well. A couple of years ago in 2014, of course, to celebrate the centenary of the outbreak of the First World War. The route went through Flanders, passed through places of enormous importance, especially to the British. There's a little pinch point there involving, once again, spectators just blocking the route. And then in 2014, they went down to Verdun as well, and they're nodding their respects this time to the Second World War. Anthony de la Place, the Norman rider, the local man, has decided enough's enough. He could see that that gap had come down under 30 seconds, and he's decided to go it alone. He brings with him Alex Howes. For how much longer, though? But fair play to him. He must be tired. They've been out there ever since the flag dropped. And Howes and de la Place had an almighty battle in the early part of today's race to make contact with the other riders who'd got themselves up the road. And now they go again, these two.
Yeah, he's displaying the home motivation that every rider feels in their race in their home roads. I mean, I think he set out at the beginning of today's stage to show himself. I think he'd asked permission of his team to do so and chase that best climbers jersey. He didn't get that, but now he's going to try and get out there for as long as possible. So Alex Howes and Anthony de la Place, the two who were chasing the breakaway at the beginning of the stage, have ended up being guys leaving the breakaway behind.
Well, they're the two who've come away with not very much, essentially. I mean, de la Place has shown himself, and of course he's the local lad, and he would have wanted to have done that, but Alex Howes has really hasn't brought much, whereas Lee Howard from IM Cycling has. He's won the intermediate sprint, and Bora Argon, of course, have a jersey on the podium on the shoulders of Paul Voss. Matt Rendell has come back into the commentary position, and Matt, you've got a little bit of information on Alberto Contador, I think.
Yes, indeed. Well, he's got a long history of nasty crashes, hasn't he? Crashed in Annoville a few minutes ago, about 77 kilometres into the stage. You'll remember he crashed a couple of years ago, crashed last year in stage 6 of the Giro d'Italia, and popped his shoulder out, dislocated his shoulder, but in a sprint stage, that was 200 metres from the finish. That stage was won by Andre Greipel. I wonder if that augurs well for the German at the end of today's stage. It augured well for Contador because he won the Giro last year despite that crash. He crashed in the 2011 Tour de France too, lost a minute on stage 1, had 4 crashes in the opening 9 days and could only finish 5th in the general classification. And of course most famously crashed out of the 2014 Tour on stage 10 on the way to La Planche des Belles Filles. So his crash history could go either way. In one case at the Giro it preceded overall victory, and elsewhere it's preceded some very disappointing results. By the way, Anthony de la Place, he was the youngest starter in the 2011 Tour de France, and in 2012 he got away in the first breakaway of the race as he has today. He was caught with the rest of the breakaway riders with 9 kilometres to go that day. We'll see how they do today.
Thanks, Matt. Some way to go before they get within 10 kilometres. There's still 54.5 kilometres to go. And the peloton has decided they're quite happy with those two. Well, there's still 4 riders up the road, but those 2 leading the way. And no urgency as Marcel Seeberg, the big German for Lotto Soudal, looking after another big German. Andre Greipel moves to the front. There he is, the man Matt was just talking about, Anthony de la Place. And there's Alex Howes, the American from Cannondale Garmin. Cannondale Drapac, I should say. Still getting used to the new sponsors' names for a couple of teams. Cannondale have got Drapac as a new sponsor, and Orica are no longer Orica Green Edge. Henceforth, they have gone all blue in terms of their team kit, and they are now Orica Bike Exchange. So if you're looking for the white jerseys of Orica Green Edge, the likes of Daryl Impey and Simon Gerrans, Adam Yates, of course, their GC Hope, don't. They're all in blue on the Tour de France this year. That blue, though, belongs to Ilio Kesa and Etixx Quickstep. They're looking after Marcel Kittel today, the strong favourite. There he is, Marcel Kittel, just behind a couple of BMC wheels. He's been safely looked after by his team and his own good road positioning and his own sense of danger. All the GC names, apart from Alberto Contador, have been okay today. Nairo Quintana, who might have feared those crosswinds, so far today has had nothing to fear. His team have done well for him, and he's ridden extremely well himself too. Very, very attentive today. So 48 seconds, they are going to allow those two a little bit more freedom for now. Flick of the elbows, the age-old sign of let's share this work, and of course they're going to share the work.
there is, of course, one last prize left for the day, and that's combativity prize, which is Francois Delaplace or Alex Howes. That would be a massive consolation. You get a visit to the podium, you get a trophy, and also you get to wear the red number the next day, which it's not to be shunned. But they'll have to do something else, and I think Delaplace would now have to attack Alex Howes again at some point in order to kind of supersede.
Do you think? I don't know. It's discretionary, isn't it?
True.
It's often a little bit political, and I think that home riders, probably for good reasons, tend to get the nod.
It's like in the old days, you'd have the Prix d'Elegance, the Elegance Prize, which was just always given to the local rider.
How's your groaning shelf of combativité trophies at home, David? Is that a competition you won much?
I've only got one Tour de France one.
What's that? What's that stage?
The Barcelona stage in 2009.
Yeah, for those of you who can't remember that particular stage, in the pouring rain into Barcelona, David Miller nearly held off a marauding peloton. Right in the balance, wasn't it? When did he get caught?
Inside the last K, yeah.
It was close.
Yeah, it's like being given the prize for being the best loser. Losing with panache.
Such a significant Tour de France, that 2009 Tour de France. That was the first time that we really saw what Bradley Wiggins might be capable of, riding on the same team as you back then, David Garmin. And of course, the next year, Team Sky were called into existence, and everything changed. Arthur Vichot, the French national champion for FDJ, is off the back. Doesn't look to be in any great distress, just dropping back to his team car after a drink.
And this goes to show us kind of how steady the peloton is at the moment, the fact that he's kind of just back there relaxing, kind of not. I think the peloton really is just kind of settled in now, kind of it's the calm before the final storm. We've already seen one storm which resulted ultimately in Contador crashing, but the final and inevitable one will start not before long.
Jan Barta and Lee Howard are about to be swept up. They have sat up, and pretty soon there'll be just two men up the road, but they've almost got a minute up the road, so they'll be allowed to stay out there for some time yet. Back on board with Steve Morabito from FDJ. Arthur Vichot and Thibaut Pinot's teammate. So much hopes in France pinned on Thibaut Pinot. But the great thing for France, after sort of clutching at straws really for so many years, is that they do have a clutch of riders. It's not just Pinot. It's Bardet, it's Julien Alaphilippe in his own way, not really a GC rider just yet, might turn into one in the years to come, and Warren Barguil, who is a GC rider.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, in the truest sense of the word, it's a renaissance. This is a bunch of young guys who are the new generation, who kind of have replaced the likes of Vauclair and Chavanel and that generation, and they are different. They're not burdened with the past and the traditions. They've kind of really embraced the new Anglo-Saxon style of racing and training and the science, and they're reaping the benefits of that.
So that's it for Lee Howard and Jan Barta. They can just try and sit up and recuperate a little in the peloton, or be put to work again. Jan Barta might well be an important man for Sam Bennett, who is the sprinter on the Bora Argon team, the Irishman. Fancied by many, possibly, I don't think many people would realistically have him down as a stage winner, but a podium is not at all beyond him. Might be worth considering a number of little outliers in terms of the sprint today as well, because we've got some big names on their way back from injury and loss of form. John Degenkolb is here, of course, a serial stage winner on Grand Tours. But he is, after a serious training injury that could have been much worse than it actually was, still feeling his way back to form. Alexander Kristoff is here, slightly out of sort. Alexander Kristoff, Brian Coquard from Direct Energy, who we saw competing at the intermediate sprint, he's here. One or two others to consider as well. It's a very, very strong field, and it is going to be a bunch sprint unless something really dramatic happens now. Two men are up the roads. They've got an advantage. That is less than a minute now. There are under 50 kilometres to go. Bit by bit, it's going to ratchet up. Who is going to win the day? Join us after a short... 44.5 kilometres, and the two riders up the road have an advantage. It's just gone out over a minute now, and there's absolutely no cause for concern here. They have total control of the breakaway now. A mixture of general classification teams and the sprinters teams just keeping these two men dangling off the front. Anthony de la Place and Alex Howes. De la Place riding for Fortuneo Vital Concept. They have a rider in the breakaway therefore and have had all day. But David, they also have a very interesting man, and a Briton at that, buried in the pack, and he's a sprinter, and he's a bit of an unknown quantity. And if you followed his fortunes this year, and I'm talking about Dan McClay, he might not be a household name yet. He might never become a household name, but he's impressed a lot of people, and that's why he's been picked for the Tour de France team. Perhaps surprised some, but he's a real talent.
No, he really is. He's a young rider, and he's shown prodigious talent so far this year. I mean, there was some of the sprint. He's won a sprint that was just, I'm trying to remember what race it was.
It was the Grand Prix de Dinan.
Grand Prix de Dinan, where he kind of like threading through a needle, going through guys coming. It was. I remember getting messages from friends telling me to watch this clip of him winning this sprint, and I've never seen anything like it. And things like that, you know, word spreads, and it's not just that. He's actually won clear, flat-out sprints, and he's got clearly the real deal. So this is going to be a true opportunity for him. He's, I mean, he's taken Bouhanni, he's taken other big sprinters, but being able to beat Bouhanni this year, when Bouhanni has up to now, he's had a great year, and he beat him straight up in a sprint. So that goes to show the calibre of him.
Yeah, we haven't actually caught sight of him just yet. He's been buried in the pack. And that's exactly what he wants to be, and it's good for him that they have a rider in the breakaway as well, however doomed this breakaway might be. But it does mean that his team don't have to contribute at all to chasing the move at the moment. Not that you would necessarily expect them to. Yeah, watch out for Dan McClay. 2 wins to his name this year, the Grand Prix de la Somme and the Grand Prix de Denan. Actually born in New Zealand. His father was a keen cyclist, and when he was 6 years old, the family moved to Leicester in the Midlands. His British mother, his English mother, is a sports person in her own right, has has international representation as a volleyball player. When I spoke to Dan, he wasn't entirely sure whether his mother had represented England or Great Britain, but we won't get into that debate just now. So he comes from a sporting background. Was part of the GB system, but got released as a junior and went to live in Belgium, as so many have done in the past, and now lives in Girona, as so many do now in the present. As we look down on Omaha Beach, just round the coastline from Utah Beach, which is today's finish, and where the invasion at Utah Beach, bloody though it was relatively straightforward for the American troops that landed there. I say straightforward, it's all relative, of course. The fighting at Omaha Beach took many, many, many more casualties, most of whom were American in the early hours and days of the Normandy landings. Back on the race, Julien Vermot, Belgian rider from Etixx Quick-Step, a Belgian team setting things up for Marcel Kittel, the German sprinter, newly signed to Etixx Quick-Step. Of course, Mark Cavendish's old team. Last year he was riding for Etixx Quick-Step, but he moves on. Kittel takes his place. Everything changes in cycling, it never stays still for long. George Bennett, he's a climber, and he's having a really good season as well for Lotto Jumbo. Just going back to the team car.
We just saw Brent Bookwater at the back there, not quite to the back. Steve Cummings was on his wheel, but it looked like all his jersey was ripped off the back as well. We haven't seen much of him, contrary to Alberto Contador, but it looks like he's been at least as ripped up as Alberto Contador. Might get a glimpse from here on the right. Yeah, there you see the middle of his back, the BMC rider. You see his jersey's all ripped up.
That would imply that he flipped over his handlebars and landed on his back. Not good. 44 seconds. It's coming down quite fast now, the gap, and there is a degree of urgency again at the front of the peloton. There are GC players up there alongside Etixx Quick-Step. Dan Martin was very visibly towards the front. Now, he wouldn't be a rider who would be committed to the lead-out train in any sense for Marcel Kittel. That's not his role at all, but I think that Martin's just trying to make sure that he's at the right end of the peloton.
Well, there's no harm. His team's up there, so it means that people and they've been riding all day, so the team then has earned its right to be positioned at the front of the peloton, and so Dan Martin may as well go and profit off that and sit up there and try and stay out of trouble, especially as they're only a few k's away from hitting the coast and going back towards the finish. Because at the moment they're crossing the peninsula, and in about less than 10 kilometres they'll hit the coast and go back down south, where they're going to have the wind coming again, a crosswind, but we're yet to see if that's going to affect anything. But there's a strong chance it will, and I imagine many of the GC teams won't risk kind of the fact that it's not going to be anything. I think they'll go up there prepared for it to be a strong crosswind, and then from then on perhaps relax a little if it's not so fine, because they've only got 8 k's down the coast, and then they turn back inland and they'll have a headwind, so that is a perfect opportunity for it all to regroup again, so it's not quite as dangerous as it was before.
Yeah, there is another, as you say, section of coastal road to come, and it's straight. It's on the other side of the peninsula, and it'll be ridden in the opposite direction, so much more into a headwind, head cross. But the wind will be in their tails for the closing 10 kilometres, no doubt about that. I'll be ripping them along. Lee Howard, one of the day's breakaway riders, 20 points to his name in the green jersey competition. I wonder, he is a sprinter, I wonder if he can conserve his energy and go again and try and snaffle some more points on the line should this all come back together again, but maybe that's a big ask, an impossibility.
I think that's highly unlikely. I mean, he's made a massive effort, and he's got to be satisfied with his day, considering 3 days ago he didn't even know he was doing the Tour de France. He's done a good showing for the team. He's even got 20 points, and there's perhaps tomorrow or the next day he can have a go again and position himself. You never know, he might find himself in the green jersey in the first few days if he rides an intelligent race. And is going well enough to sneak some points in here and there, but we'll see today, because I mean we did see all the big sprinters up there at their intermediate sprint, so nobody's kind of throwing that green jersey away, even though Mark Cavendish gave the impression that's kind of what he was doing. So it's all to play for, but he's going to have to play against some of the best sprinters in the world.
It's a funny thing, isn't it, getting yourself in a breakaway and getting yourself a jersey early on in a stage race. It's a kind of double-edged sword, isn't it? On the one hand, you can reflect with great satisfaction on your day, but on the other hand, you think, oh, I've got to go and do it again tomorrow and the next day. And that's why, especially the King of the Mountains jersey is such a special and unique opportunity. It's for the riders who aren't going to be on the final podium in Paris. They're not going to necessarily win stages either, but here's their big carrot. This is their competition. It takes some winning.
No, and some teams do kind of base their kind of tactic on getting the results in the first week where there's opportunities. And Orica Green Edge in the past were a prime candidate for doing that. They get the leaders yellow jersey or win a stage, and then they could then have a bit more of a relaxed rest of the race.
Well, it looks tropical almost. It's certainly not cold. It was a bit grey and forbidding in the lead up to the Tour de France. Certainly the sun hasn't shone for the last 2 or 3 days in this part of France. But the clouds have rolled aside, the sun has come out, and it's nice and warm. Feels Tour de France-y, feels like July now.
There's a monument there. That was an old German fort, and because this is placed exactly between Omaha Beach, which we're now turning to look at, and north of this is Utah Beach, where we'll be finishing. The French actually bequeathed the land of Plantahoc, some of it to the Americans, out of gratitude for the sacrifices.
Sacrifices were made by everybody, of course, and the French civilian population in this part of Normandy suffered equally during those Normandy landings. All that is history, though, borne out by the fact that so many countries, not just from across Europe, but from around the world, are represented in the modern peloton. Japanese riders, African riders, riders from the West Indies, Americans, North Americans, and of course Europeans, all there, all riding for their different trade teams. But it means something. It means something in this part of the world especially. Well, there we go. There's our 2 sufferers. They only have 30 seconds to defend that. 37.7 kilometres to do it in. And so this is a ride of honour now, just to see how long they can sustain this. No realistic prospect of them outwitting the chase now. Far too many vested interests in bringing this back together. Far too easy now for the large numbers of teams wanting to contest the stage win. reel these guys back in.
No, I mean, these two guys, they've been going flat out since kilometre zero. They were the fourth and fifth to attack in the day. I think the first was Lee Howard, followed by Jan Barter, and then Paul Voss. And then these two were chasing, and then they spent the rest of the day basically working together, and now they're finishing it off. But when you think about the peloton, there's many fresh riders behind who will now start hitting the front, trying to set up their team leaders, and they can crush at 24 seconds at will. And these two guys will know that, but they're not going to give up. This is the Tour de France, and they'll keep pushing as far as they can go.
They'll have their director sportives on the radio in their ear as well, exhorting them to even greater excesses of suffering, which must be tremendously irritating when that is blatantly obvious. I suppose every director sportive has his own style, though, and not all are shouty monsters. But
there are. It depends on the level of excitement, and they're having a good check, final look. But yeah, no. I mean, I think at this point, even director sportive won't say much. I mean, they're going to be happy with the amount of work they've done, and quietly proud.
You can see the differences in the speed data that's coming off the bike. I don't know how reliable it is, but when they switch direction from a headwind to a tailwind, look at the difference that makes. 60 kilometres an hour, if that's to be believed, for the pair at the front. And they've picked up a tailwind, and that's where the peloton is heading to. Only 30 seconds down. Steve Morabito's camera on board with FDJ. Hopefully we'll see plenty more of this, and hopefully we'll also get on-board coverage at really interesting points of the race where it can be revealing. One of the innovations in cycling coverage that French television continue to introduce to enhance our enjoyment of this great race. Thabo Girmay, though, bringing water bottles up for his leader at Lamprey. All is well, but the real action is not too far away now. 35.8 kilometres remaining. They've hit the coast again, heading south this time on the other side of the peninsula. Still in sunshine, still battered by crosswinds, and still anxious. The game faces are definitely on. If not necessarily at the back of the peloton, where they're just battling to stay in contact, Lee Howard and Steve Cummings, then most certainly at the front, where the sprinters teams are beginning to think about lining things up, and the GC teams are alongside them, looking after their leaders.
And normally where this would be a section where you'd expect them to try and split it up, because it is a decent crosswind for it. There's little point, because if we look about 4Ks up that road, they're going to turn right into a block headwind for about 10Ks. So whatever difference they made now, they would be able to put, because in a headwind it's quite easy to bring gaps back, oddly. That may sound kind of contradictory, because you've always got something to chase, and people are getting rested on the wheels. In a tailwind, it's very difficult to rest on the wheel because it's going so fast that everybody's just over-revving and everyone's got a terminal velocity. But in a headwind, it kind of neutralises the race. So that's why we're seeing it a bit more relaxed here than you usually would expect at a crosswind section this close to the finish.
On the left of the road, the right of the picture, Luke Rowe, who fell alongside Alberto Contador, virtually over the top of him actually, is right back in the race, and you can see him there for Team Sky, looking after his leader. Sergio Henao is there alongside Froome as well. Nairo Quintana keeping himself safe and at the front. And the white jersey with the German national champion stripes of Andre Greipel has never been far from the front all day. Lotto Soudal, the primary team alongside Etixx Quick-Step, responsible for controlling the pace of the peloton pretty much since the flag dropped at Mont Saint-Michel. Heading south now before they kick inland for a few kilometres towards the town of Sainte-Mère-Église, which was the first town of the Normandy coast to fall to the Allies on D-Day. And at Sainte-Mère-d'Église, or just past it, they start to line themselves back out and head towards that coast and that finish line at Utah Beach. Under 30 kilometres to go now, and only 10 seconds for De La Place and Howes. How much longer are they going to have to be just held at that distance from the peloton? I'm sure deep down inside, or probably not deep down, actually right at the front of their thoughts, they'll be thinking, just get to us now so we can end this misery, because it'll be hurting. Their legs will be burning. They've been out there ever since the flag dropped.
probably be a good idea to try and make it to the headwind section, so at least they can sit on the wheels, because if they get caught now, it would be, if it does go hard, they're going to have little force left. This is actually all Utah Beach. It starts from Quinnéville all the way to Saint-Marie-du-Mont, 5 kilometers. So it's actually a long section. So although we've still got 29 Ks to go, there are actually only 4 Ks in a straight line, 6 Ks in a straight line to the finish, but they're going to turn back inline and do a loop and come back again.
That's the situation, and that is the gap on the road that they have to defend. Nice wide road, and it's allowing for 7 trains just to develop. Cannondale with a couple of riders at the front.
This is about how the row is going to stay most of the way to the finish now. We'll get a little bit wider at one point, but it is this kind of this width and this style of road, kind of the whole way. Sort of gently left and right with about 4 or 5 clear corners. So in kind of bike racing terms, that's reasonably safe. As you can see, it's widened out here, which is great. It actually narrows down a bit for the finish, quite a lot, with barriers on either side.
A little bit of a problem there for...
Looks like his chain snapped.
Michael Scher, a Swiss rider, a big domestique from BMC.
That's a bike change.
On, yeah, where you turn the pedals like
move.
that. That's it. Need a whole new BMC bike, please. Fortunately, that's their sponsor.
Yeah, his chain's gone, I think. No, he's got it. No, something else has happened.
Front wheel off. No great urgency.
No.
As we said. Yeah, he's taking a new bike, but he wants that wheel.
Well, no, because the team leaders only have their bikes on the edge, so he knew his team bike was in the centre, where it's there without the front wheel on, so he's just helping the mechanic and speeding up the process. The 4 bikes on the exterior will be designated to the leaders, so they can just quickly get them off the rack.
Oh, there you go. Well, unfortunately for these two, their advantage has just gone out by 5 seconds. It came down to 8 seconds, but just another little gentle, almost involuntary slowing of the pace as they spread across the road behind them, and the fact that they're locked on and know exactly where these 2 riders are means that the suffering continues for Hauss and de la Place. Scher, big man, big bike as well, very high position. Michael Scher just sheltering behind one of the cars, being led back on. Absolutely no alarm for him. BMC have Greg van Avermaet on their team. Don't rule him out today. Not, of course, a classic flat bunch sprinter, but an incredibly fast man and so versatile. He might well fancy trying his chances on today's finish. Not one of the real favourites, though, I wouldn't imagine, for today. Tomorrow might well be a day for Greg van Avermaet, where there is a climb up to the finish line. It's essentially a flat day, but a slight complication at tomorrow's finish. There's definitely a ramp up to the finishing line. And the chance for an awful lot of riders who are in contention and don't lose any time today to gain themselves tomorrow a yellow jersey. They also have TJ Van Garderen and, of course, Richie Porte, their dual GC leadership to look after. BMC. So a strong team. They always have a strong team there.
So you can see the flags there. They're going to turn that direction now and have that block headwind until they get to Saint-Mère-Église.
Well, TJ Van Garderen is the next BMC rider to drop off the back and go back to a team car. Don't quite know why, but that would explain why we saw so many of the BMC riders just off the back of the peloton now looking around. And it's now there's another rider gone down, and this time it is Arashiro from Lampre Merida. Yukiya Arashiro's just on a little pinch point around a corner. I hope a spectator wasn't involved there, but he's come down. No one else hits the deck apart from him. He's all right. Everyone else is just slightly hampered. So a minor spill, not the big incident that befell Alberto Contador, but a sign that everybody has to be on their mettle, on their guard, because it's going to be nervous and extremely fast, especially when they pick up that tailwind. And Arashiro will just latch on to TJ Van Garderen's train of BMC domestiques and hopefully get back into the race. Yeah, it's going to be nervous stuff.
Yeah, it is. I mean, now this road, that's why there's teams all up the front. The race hasn't really changed, kind of isn't speeding up at the front of the peloton, because all the teams that are up there are very happy to just hold that position for as long as they can and just kind of block the front of the peloton. Now, at some point before long, and I'd say probably not long before they get to Saint-Mère-Église, then the pressure will start to thin out, because they'll want to turn that left there before they hit the sort of semi-crosswind going to tailwind in the front position. So often when you've got a headwind as well, it does force this sort of curtain effect to the front of the peloton, because once you're at the front, it's very difficult to move up. Everyone just kind of is stuck there like having a wall of wind just blocking the race.
Into this headwind they go now as they head into a southwesterly direction, broadly westerly, and that's the reason that they are battling a block headwind. Anthony Delaplace, Alex Howes, their advantage going out all the time now. 24 seconds. It's kind of agonising to watch, isn't it? 24 seconds. So it'll be a little while yet before they're reeled in, as they pass under 25 kilometres to go, the two lone leaders. That's the distance between them and the finishing line, and it's roughly the same number of seconds that separates them from the bunch. And again, there's an incident in the peloton. And again, a rider has been delayed. I don't think he hit the deck. That is... just trying to check who that is. Peter Stettiner, the American rider from Trek Segafredo. Delighted to be selected for the Tour de France after coming back from a serious injury, Peter Stettiner. He looks okay, though. He's back on.
It's often the sort of thing that happens when it's a headwind like this, because as you can see, everybody rides so close together. And when they're close together at these slowish speeds, the kind of people end up sort of riding into the back of each other. And at this point, there's sort of different levels of tiredness going on. And sometimes just a silly lack of concentration, which happens when you're tired, causes incidents like that, like we saw with Arashiro and now with Peter Stettiner.
That's the race situation. On the left, you have Lotto Soudal working for Andre Greipel. On the right, you have Etixx Quick-Step looking after Marcel Kittel. In the middle, all the GC players, and still these two lone leaders up front. Welcome back. There are just under 22 kilometres remaining, and that's the last of the commercial breaks before the end of the race. There'll be no more interruptions as we watch this fascinating tension slowly ratchet up. Utah Beach, the setting then, as we go back on board with Steve Morabito into the middle of the peloton. The tension growing all the time. The big sprinters teams manoeuvring their men towards the front, and the two leaders just being allowed a little bit further up the road with each passing kilometre. That gap just grows. 34 seconds now for the pairing of Anthony Delaplace and Alex Howes. And if they thought their day was over when it came down to about 8 seconds, they were mistaken, because everybody's eased off the gas a little bit here, and they're just strung out across a slightly wider section of road. And that is Utah Beach, its great extent that you're looking at now.
72 years ago, there were 864 more boats out there than that one. It's crazy to think.
Yeah, amazing numbers when you add them all up. Tens of thousands of men disembarking. So, Etixx Quick-Step, fifth rider in their train, is the big favourite, Marcel Kittel. Hasn't won, however, any race of any description since his blistering start to the Giro d'Italia, where in the Netherlands, where the first 3 stages of that race were held this year, he won the first 2 sprinter stages in great style. Has the bizarre distinction, it has to be said, of having won 4 stages of the Giro d'Italia, none of which have been in Italy. The first 2 were in the island of Ireland, one in Belfast and one in Dublin, and then the last 2 this year were in the Netherlands. But he looked absolutely brilliant and quite unbeatable then. Since then, well, he's contested a race called the Ster ZLM, and wasn't competitive in any of those sprints. Now, that maybe you can read whatever you want to into that. Not necessarily decisive, but then he was beaten, interestingly, in the German National Road Race Championships by that other man, fancied rider today, Andre Greipel. 20 kilometres to go for Delaplace and Alex Howes, and 30 seconds further back down the road is the peloton, who have decided just to let that pairing suffer slightly longer. You can see now the way that pennant just hanging off the inflatable arch is blowing, indicates that they are battling a headwind in this section of the road. But fairly soon they will turn and they'll pick up a tailwind, and then the pace will ratchet up. And they will be caught, there's no doubt about that. The pairing will be caught. But now it's a kind of, well, they're just watching each other, aren't they? The GC teams are there simply to mark the rest of the race, but it's interesting how Lotto Soudal have taken up one side of the road and Ethics Quickstep, the other Big Train, are on the other. And they're almost playing a game of chicken at this point.
Yeah, well, I think they both all know they're about to approach Sainte-Mère-Église and then Chef du Pont. And at Chef du Pont, they're going to turn left, and it's going to be more of a tail crosswind. So they're all just kind of checkmating out here, waiting for that turn. We're going to see a flurry of action in a couple of Ks before then, in order to make sure they place like I said, the sprinters teams want to be up the front, the GC teams, so it's going to accelerate massively before long. And because that's going to be the key moment. They'll all know that from their research, from the team radios, from the team meetings this morning, that Chef du Pont is the place that the race really begins in the final. The shipwreck from the D-Day landings.
Yeah. Anyone who's ever visited this part of the world will be very aware that the signs of what happened 72 years ago have not been erased. It's still very much there, built into the landscape, until finally it's washed away. I mean, many years before that happens, though.
In a way, this is a great day for Alex Howes, because he's had a fairly disappointing last 6 weeks or so. The American National Championships, which is probably the race he treasures most in the world, he finished second in. Surprisingly so, because it would appear the movie he was in was kind of had his name written all over it. Was caught out in the final. And then, very disappointingly for him, because he was really wanting it, was his Olympics. Much like Steve Cummings, he really did feel that he deserved a place on the Olympic team. The American Olympic team wasn't selected. And so today, I think he's kind of showing that he's still present and he's still there. So hats off to him.
Alex Howes last seen in Grand Tour action on the Vuelta, where he got himself in a breakaway on one of the early stages. Out front on his own, managed to crash on a descent from the Cresta del Gallo on that particular occasion. But he's one of the Girona contingent as well, isn't he?
Yeah, one of
the American riders based out in that part of northern Spain, or Catalonia, I should say more accurately, in which you live, David. And the community grows and grows, doesn't it?
There are dozens of professional cyclists there. But it has become the European hub for even for Europeans. Before it was just the non-Europeans who made it their base, but now we're getting kind of even Marcel Kittel uses it as a base, and there are many Dutch riders as well as Germans there, and Brits. So it is becoming the professional cycling hub.
He's had some good results, especially last year. Second place on stage 1 of the Tour of Utah, ahead of Taylor Phinney. If you can do that, you're some rider. And he was 4th in the USA National Road Race Championships last year. In the past, he's finished highly in races like La Flèche Brabançon or Die Brabantse Pijl. Anthony Delaplace decides that he can attack again, and he must have that Prix de la Combativité in mind, I think, with this attack. He was certainly the first rider to attack the group of 4, as it was, and drag Alex Howes into that little pairing that now leads the race, and he's going for it again, and fair play to him. The rider from Normandy, in the colours of the team of Brittany, the French rider, the local hero, doing everything he can to stay away for as long as he possibly can, winning hearts and minds. Well, maybe not minds, but certainly hearts.
I know Alex Howes, he's not going to let him go. He's a tenacious little bike rider. He's no gifts,
no gifts.
Sense.
And also, I'm sure, with no credible American sprinter on the line here, especially with an American public in mind, going to Utah Beach, a place of such importance for the American nation.
Fastened to the front of his handlebars, so we can safely say, there you see, there's a church with Sainte-Mère-Église. You see the parachutist, the model on there. This was actually on the night of June the 5th, before the D-Day invasion, was where the 82nd and 101st Airborne, the US paratroopers, this was the first place they kind of came in, and there's actually Sainte-Mère-Église, this village was the first place liberated in France during the invasion.
John Steele was the parachutist's name, and he did survive being caught on that steeple. And that was the location of the team presentation as well this year. Always takes place on the Thursday night to give the riders a full day of rest, so to speak, before the Tour de France gets underway these days. Huge crowds out there for that occasion on Thursday night, and massive crowds greeting the race in glorious sunshine today. So 16.6k remaining, 24 seconds the advantage, so bit by bit it is beginning to tell now. And almost without any team deciding to take things up, gradually as the kilometres tick down, the momentum just carries you along, and it almost happens as involuntarily that the pace will go up.
This, I think we could see, it was going to be between Saint-Église and Chef du Pont where it was going to start up, because in a couple of few cases, they're going to come to Chef du Pont, the next village, and do that sharp left, and the headwind will turn into effectively a tail cross, and that's where they need to be at the front. Anybody that wants to be at the front on the finish line needs to be in the front there.
So Andre Greipel in the white jersey on the right-hand side of the road in fourth wheel with his team all around him. On the other side of the road, the blue team of Marcel Kittel also in fourth wheel in his train. Further back down the line, Mark Cavendish has Bernie Eisel and Mark Renshaw alongside him and all around him. So he's further back down the line, and it's so different from the Mark Cavendish of old, the HTC Columbia Mark Cavendish, who would have been right at the front with his train doing all the work at this point. If Mark Cavendish is going to win today, and what a statement that would be, he's going to have to be a much more of a freelancer, much more reflexive and adaptive, as Alex Howes now tries to break Anthony Delaplace and break French hearts. The American going for it, and Delaplace is putting everything into making contact with his back wheel. Don't think Howes has shaken the Frenchman off just yet, and well done to Delaplace for reacting and getting back on. These two continue to attack each other, and ultimately that is just going to chip away at their leaders. They can only sustain this kind of pace for so long before they sit up, blowing.
Chose a smart place to go there, Alex. You see it's so sheltered, there's no wind at all, so it was a fairly opportune moment, but I think the two of them now,
it's just
neither
like
of them are letting each other go.
It's round 15 of a boxing contest, isn't it? They're just throwing punches at each other with no hope of really anything other than hurting each other at this point for the glory of the game. 15 kilometres to go. And still, the pace is not dictated by any one team in particular. Still, Team Sky have Chris Froome. Still, Movistar are looking after Nairo Quintana as they pass through 15 kilometres to go. Everybody's watching each other. It's cagey, it's canny, it's tense, it's dangerous. It will be dangerous. The dangers are self-evident. Alberto Contador taking a spill today at a dangerous point in the race, and almost, if that had gone the other way, if he'd been slightly less fortunate, that would have almost potentially ended his Tour de France. It's happened before, it can happen again. Fraught times, danger at every turn here.
You can see here the two favourites, Nairo Quintana and Chris Froome. They're kind of making the statement that they are the favourites, and they're kind of stamping their authority by having their two trains there in the middle. So we've got the two GC trains in the middle and the two stage trains on the outside, which is where you want to stay generally. The outside line is the best place because you've only got to deal with one side of people coming up on you. When in the middle, you can get swamped from both sides, hence why the more kind of skilled and more committed sort of sprint trains are keeping to the side of the road rather than the middle.
29 seconds, it's gone out again, up to 30 seconds, 14 kilometres remaining. So those accelerations have actually stretched out the advantage for Delaplace and Howes a little bit more, and Howes accelerates again, and again Delaplace has to battle to get on his wheel, and again he manages to. So there's not much to separate these two at the moment.
And I think this is Chef du Pont they're going through now, so they're going to soon come to the direction that they'll remain until just about the finish. They'll go veer a little bit more left, so they're going to veer left and have that wind almost behind them. There we go.
There he is.
And now it's going to be a cross tail normally, which is going to be, so you can see now, that's the same, the sprinter teams have just kind of swamped everybody.
Well, now it is serious. We've waited 188 kilometres in total this stage, and the last 13.4 will be lightning fast. These kilometres will tick down extremely quickly now. Make no mistake of that. 25 seconds the advantage. Lotto Soudal lead Andre Greipel around the wrong side, it has to be said, of that bit of road furniture, losing a little bit of place, and Ethics Quickstep on the left-hand side of the road have their entire team pretty much on the front. Team Sky still there. A rider to watch out for, Alexander Kristoff. He's got two teammates with the big K's on the back there in the red kit, the Norwegian rider for Katusha, former stage winner, of course, in last year's Tour de France. One of the best sprinters in the world. He can mix it with the likes of Greipel, Cavendish and Kittel. Of course he can.
Sagan there, sitting pretty on his own. He's only got one teammate around, so he's going to find himself very much in the same situation as Mark Cavendish, because hopefully Mark Cavendish will have Edvald Boasson-Hagen, but Sagan doesn't necessarily have a lead-out man. Their team is much more orientated around Alberto Contador. But they seem a bit scattered, which is normal after such a crash like they had. So now Sagan really is on his own. So that could be an interesting kind of combination. We'll see Cavendish and Sagan fighting for one of the trains in order to kind of profit off the work of Lotto Soudal or Etihad Quick-Step, because that's what they're going to have to do now. They're going to have to hijack other teams' work.
Well, the business end is very close now indeed. They've got 24 seconds to defend, and they've got 12.3 kilometres in which to do it. Anthony De Place and Alex Howes still out there on their own, out front. And on they go. And still, they have this advantage. Who's going to be the next to attack? De La Place has had time to recover on the wheel of Alex Howes, in as much as he can recover at all. They'll both be right at the end of their abilities now, the end of their exertions. They've been out there all day, ever since the flag dropped. They were a little slow to attack, and they had to, the pair of them, bridge across to the first three riders to attack, but they're the last two standing of the breakaway of the day. De La Place on the front now, and just trying to drop Alex Howes and get away on his own, but the legs aren't allowing him to do that. And Howes is alert and alive and responsive to every attack by De La Place, who flicks his elbow out and says, come on, let's work together to maintain our advantage for as long as possible. He looks all right still, doesn't he, Howes? As one of the Cofidis riders just drops to the back. They are without Nasser Bouhanni, who would have been the focus of their day. Jérôme Cousin, that is, who's got one of those inboard cameras, I think, on his bike today. But yeah, Cofidis, well, they're going to have to improvise today. If they do have a sprinter, it might be the bearded lead-out man for Nasser Bouhanni, Geoffrey Soup, the wonderfully named rider. So if you do see a Cofidis rider in the mix right at the end, it's probably going to be him. Another interesting rider to look at there, in the middle of the pack, in the red and blue kit, surrounded by Lotto Jumbo teammates. That's Dylan Groenewegen, the Dutch national road race champion, in about 25th wheel there. He might well figure. He's strong. He's having the season of his life.
It's interesting to see kind of how pedestrian it appears at the front of the peloton there. It seems that kind of all the teams that want to be up there are up there, which kind of has neutralised it. There's no kind of sense of, although he talked about danger before, they don't feel very dangerous. Maybe they'd all kind of raced in to check, make sure this wind wasn't going to cause any trouble. They realise it's safe, so now they're just all settling back down and trying to hold back. They know they can bring these two back whenever they want at will, so they're just going to kind of leave them there for a while and trying to hold off for as long as possible the final kind of mad pursuit.
Yeah, you're right. It's restrained. It's strangely peaceful.
Well, you can see Fabian Cancellara right in the middle of the screen next to where the queues are, Cavendish and Edvald Boasson Hagen. That's kind of, it's a really dangerous place. See how they're just knocking around because it's not going so fast, and there's everyone's kind of very close together and they're kind of trying to, jostling for position and trying to get in.
There is the arch that denotes 10 kilometres, and there are our lone leaders just approaching that point now. De La Place and Alex Howes still retaining a slight, slender, tiny advantage really to a becalmed chase. A weirdly peaceful chase at the moment. All teams seem to be just where they want. But it's not going to remain like that. It can't remain like that. There's too much at stake. There's a stage win, and with it, of course, the yellow jersey. There are riders who are favourites. There are riders who've been there and done that before, and that is why Marcel Kittel is the strong favourite for today. Both times in recent history when the Tour de France has started, not with a prologue, but with an opportunity for the sprinters, it's been Kittel who's dominated. In Corsica in 2013, where he was relatively, I say, unfancied, and he stormed to success there. Much to people's surprise, it wasn't Mark Cavendish's day, it was Kittel's. He took the win, took the yellow jersey, and he did it again the following year when Cavendish crashed in Harrogate on that Yorkshire Grand Départ. Again, a stage win and the yellow jersey. How dearly his compatriot Andre Greipel would love to do that too. What about Peter Sagan as well, the world champion? How would a yellow jersey look to his collection? How would it enhance that? Can he get the better of them? You'd have thought probably not, but who knows with that man? And how much would Mark Cavendish like to prove all his doubters and his critics wrong and tick off this final box in his extraordinary, illustrious Tour de France career and get himself the race lead and a stage win here in Utah Beach. All to play for still. 20 seconds, though, for these two up front and 8.9 kilometres remaining. It's strange. It's a really curious lead out at this point.
Well, it must be now waiting. There's the last, like I said, this sort of final from since they turned off the coast, they've almost done a sort of U, turned inland. Now they're doing this sort of the bottom of the U. Now they're going to turn back and go back up the other side towards the finish. And that kind of final corner before they go is a village called Saint-Marie-du-Mont. And it's got quite a sharp left-hander, and then they do veer, and then it will be clear tailwind. So I'd expect, I mean, you'd expect them to, it's 8.5 Ks now, that corner comes at about 5.5 Ks, that the race will be into that, because 5 Ks is normally when you expect lead-outs to kind of start kicking in.
Well, still over 20 seconds the advantage, and they have a tailwind blowing them on, and that's always to the advantage of a breakaway. A headwind would have done for them by now, surely, but a tailwind, the advantage of slipstreaming and drafting back in the peloton is diminished by a tailwind, and it's to the advantage of a breakaway, so they can maybe hold on to that lead for a little bit longer yet.
Yeah, actually looking at that wind, it means that it's tailwind now, it's shifted around a bit. It means that when they do this left-hander, it's going to be quite sort of crosswind, which is going to mean that it really is the GC riders really have to make sure they are at the front, because if little gaps open up, that could cause carnage behind.
Well, you can see by the way the leaves are being blown now, it is just right in their backs. It's quick. Look at the average speed at the front now, 51 kilometres an hour, 54 thereabouts in the peloton behind. So that's only going to get faster, just going to be lightning faster, especially the last 2 kilometres when they're sprinting for the line. That'll be extraordinary. Well over 60 kilometres an hour, maybe 70 kilometres an hour with a tailwind like this.
And this, as you can see for Sky, Vasil Kirienka, he's already been on the front there for ages. This is where his speciality. We saw him at the beginning of the stage, quite relaxed, sitting at the back. Obviously, his job was to bodyguard in this finale, and he's just been doing it the whole time, which is pretty good to have a domestique who's the world time trial champion, because this is what he is built for.
On the left side of the road, Etixx Quickstep all lined out, and I just noticed the Norwegian National Road Race champion Edvard Boasson Hagen and the rest of the Dimension Data team lining them. There he is, the Norwegian champion in the red jersey, just behind the Etixx Quickstep riders in about 10th wheel, just poking his head out there. And I think that Mark Cavendish has probably identified Marcel Kittel's wheel as the place that he wants to be delivered by the rest of his team in the final.
Yeah, by the looks of it, Mark's already got it. Mark Cavendish has got it. He's got Edvard Boasson Hagen on his wheel, which again is the place to be in what's going to be a chaotic sprint. He'll just sit there, let Mark do his jostling, which he's one of the best in the world at doing, if not the best. And if when he needs it, he'll come by and do the job he needs to do.
Flick of the elbow from Alex Howes now as Delaplace moves to the front. These two have worked well together when they haven't been attacking each other, but every attack from Howes or Delaplace has been countered by the other man in the breakaway. They've matched each other. There's been very little to separate them. They've done extremely well, and I would have had no suspicion that they would still have been out there with 6.4 kilometres remaining when Delaplace and Howes attacked the rest of the breakaway over an hour ago. They have been out there all day. Great effort from the pair of riders. And there we are, left-hand side of the road. You can see all the Dimension Data riders and Mark Cavendish in the white jerseys. And, well, Edvard Boasson Hagen in that Norwegian cross just to the left of Mark Cavendish, to the right of him on the road there. There we are, as the camera just zooms in to find that part of the race I've been talking about. Just ahead of them, the rainbow jersey of Peter Sagan, just flinching a little to avoid a wheel there, and they're tightly bunched.
You can see Sagan's only got one rider with him. It looks like Roman Kreuziger.
Yeah, he's going to have to freelance it.
He is freelancing it for sure, and he's got. So that's going to be an interesting battle. But Mark Cavendish, I think he's got Bernie Eisel in front of him. Then it's Mark Cavendish, and then Edvard Boasson Hagen a couple of places behind. So again, that indicates that they're going to play a last-minute rush, which is what Sagan's going to have to do as well. They can't go from 3Ks out, 4Ks out, which is what Lotto and Etixx are going to do. They're just going to stay on the front now for as long as they can. The other teams, the smaller teams, they're just going to have to go within the last K, within the last 1,500 metres.
German national champion in the white jersey for Lotto Soudal, André Greipel, fourth wheel on the right side of the road, and still Movistar and Nairo Quintana and still Team Sky and Chris Froome occupy the centre of the road. It's been that way for the last 20-30 kilometres, pretty much unchanged.
And you can just see them accelerate. You can visually see them just really punch into that corner to make sure they come out here, because once they come here, this is the direction they'll be kind of effectively going all the way to the finish. And you can see Lotto taking control. Their sprint teams there are kind of really trying to, well, they're now, there's the celebratory, the arguing's over.
Well, you can't do battle against this lot. You simply can't. Here they come, Etixx Quickstep, with pretty much the whole lead out still intact, and they are hurtling up the left-hand side of the road with 5 kilometres to go. Still, Alex Howes battles on, but for how much longer? As a couple of riders have just been spilt at the back. I think that's Wilco Kelderman, actually, the main GC hope for Lotto Jumbo. And yeah, he's down. and seems to be a little bit hurt, but they wouldn't have been involved in Timo Rosen, so it's not Kelderman, Timo Rosen. Fortunately for Lotto Jumbo. That's bad news, though, for Dylan Groenewegen. He would have been a big part of the lead-out for the Dutch sprinter. So now the big sprinters teams take control. Marcel Kittel has 4 riders in front of him. Andre Greipel has got a full 5 or 6.
Well, I just counted them there. Looks like they've both got 6 riders each, so they really are tete-a-tete, the two teams. They've ridden this perfectly. They both only used 1 or 2 riders in the day-long chase, and now they've got a fairly equal lead-out train ahead of them. So you can see they're just going to basically drag race each other for as long as they can. Now they need to make this last for as long as they can. This is where you need a strong rider who can go do a K or 2 Ks to save the really fast guys for as late as possible. So
sorry, David. In the meantime, it's all come back together again with 4 kilometres to go. The breakaway has been caught. This is the front of the race now. And Lotto Soudal lead them through. On the right-hand side of the road, Katusha are still there with 2 or 3 riders looking after Alexander Kristoff. Peter Sagan is freelancing it now. He's all on his own in the world champion stripes.
And there's Ian Stannard in the middle with Chris Froome and his wheel and Geraint behind that. So this is where Ian Stannard is just a monster, because he'll just be able to hold this for a while. But there you've got Quebec who are moving up as well. You can see that there's Bernie Eisel who's bringing up Mark Cavendish. Mark Cavendish has now moved back to the 5th wheel. So he's got 4 riders. So Quebec have done a good job there.
Dimension Data, as they're called these days, David. But Mark Cavendish, doesn't matter. Mark Cavendish is riding for that team. Look at him. He's on the left-hand side of the road. His team with the Q for Quebecer all on the back of their jerseys. You can see on the right-hand side of the road the other white jersey there of Andre Greipel. He's got his whole team in front of him. John Degenkolb for Team Giant Alpecin in the other white jerseys on the right-hand side of the road is being manoeuvred into position now. He's got 3 lead-out men working for him.
And now you can see Etix Quickstep are sort of winning this drag race battle. They're kind of Lotto Soudal are losing men left, right and centre, just peeling off. So Etix Quickstep seems to be the more in control. Dimension Data is sitting there quite pretty at the moment, Bernie Eisel, but look, they're going to get. This is why they keep sticking very close to the side of the road, Etix Quickstep, to make sure nobody can come up the inside, which is what Dimension Data just tried. Soudal now are launching again, so now they're bringing out their big guns, because this is it. They have to keep moving up.
Well, Marcel Kittel has been just a gap distanced from the rest of his team. The 3 Etix Quickstep riders at the front, none of those is Marcel Kittel. He is in about 6th wheel and battling to maintain or reassert contact with the rest of his train. In the meantime, Lotto Jumbo working for the man in the red and the blue there in 3rd wheel. That's Dylan Groenewegen. They take things up on the right-hand side of the road. They take control of the race, and Lotto Soudal and Katusha sit on their wheels. On the left-hand side of the road, though, Dimension Data are right alongside Etix Quickstep.
So now this is Seb Van Mark for Lotto Soudal, and there's Katusha moving on. So this is playing perfectly into Lotto Soudal's hands, because it means that they can just use all these other teams, because they've only got 1 or 2 riders each. So they're going to burn up, and it's going to leave, naturally, Lotto Soudal back on the front without doing anything. In the meantime, Dimension Data are doing a good job with what they have, because before we were worried they had no riders to help Mark in the final, and now all of a sudden they've got a full team there just when he needs them.
Oh, here it comes, the business end of this race. Mark Cavendish pulls alongside Dylan Groenewegen from Lotto Jumbo. Brian Cockard is there from Direct Energie. They are in the barriered section of the race now. This is where it starts to really matter. 62 kilometres an hour as Lotto Soudal reassert themselves on the front. Edouard Boasson-Hagen is looking over his shoulder to see where Mark Cavendish is, and Cavendish is just getting a little bit involved there with a rider from Katusha, but he's sitting pretty in about 10th wheel in the white jersey.
Ominously, Peter Sagan has found Marcel Kittel's wheel, has been sitting just about a bit further back than anybody, avoiding all that primary stress that we see Mark Cavendish having to go through. With 1k to go, this is perfect for Peter Sagan, because now you can see all these lead-outs are going to burn out one by one, and Peter Sagan somehow on his own has managed to find Marcel Kittel's wheel.
So there he is, Marcel Kittel, looming large. He's in about 5th wheel as they head right now into the final 600-700 metres. Etix Quickstep have control, but Mark Renshaw is looking for Mark Cavendish. He's sitting in about 4th place, looking very calm, very collected, but surrounded by all the big guns. Marcel Kittel is there's a crash behind. Several riders have come down, but the sprinters are all at the front end of the race. Andre Greipel is still there. Kittel is on Cavendish's wheel. Cavendish looks across. Peter Sagan opens up his sprint, the world champion. Cavendish reacts. Kittel comes through the centre. It's going to be Peter Sagan, is it? Kittel trying to get on terms with the Slovakian, and Mark Cavendish is going up the right-hand side of the road. Cavendish has the front end of the race now. Cavendish is going to do it! Mark Cavendish has done it again. Just when everybody writes it off, he proves them all wrong. Time and time and time again. back to winning ways on the race he loves, the race he dominated for years, and on the first possible opportunity in the 2016 edition, Mark Cavendish knots up win number 27, and with that he takes himself the yellow jersey. Well, what a result for Mark Cavendish. This means everything to this man, absolutely everything in this moment. He beat them all fair and square. Mark Renshaw congratulates his old mate. Marcel Kittel is beaten, riders battered and bruised. Bora Argon rider, this is the crash. David, what's happened here?
Clipped barrier. That's what that's one of Katusha riders. He's clipped the foot of the barrier. That's what's happened. He's just been squeezed in, and that set it off. And this was the risk here with some of these barriers before the 500 metres to go. You had the barriers with the feet sticking out, and that's obviously what's happened. I'm not sure if it was Christoph. I couldn't quite see who it was, but I presume because it was a Katusha rider right at the front that it must have been Christoph.
But there is no doubt about the winner, and to say that he was hampered in any way or that he hampered anyone would be completely incorrect. That was a fair and square victory. For the first time in his career, he beats Marcel Kittel, and he beats him when it really mattered.
That was he placed it perfectly, and this is where Mark Cavendish is at his best. He was up there, and it's almost without that train, he proves that he doesn't always need a train, which sometimes we think Kittel and Greipel need. When he works on his own initiative, he did that, and you saw he found himself placed with 400 metres to go, too far at the front, but he was strong enough to pause and look behind him and see what was happening. And Sagan realised he was in a position that he had to go early or he was going to lose out, and he went early, and he essentially led out Mark Cavendish.
Well, draw breath. What a sensational result. Mark Cavendish winning again on the Tour de France. That's your 1, 2, 3. Mark Cavendish beating Marcel Kittel with Peter Sagan, the world champion, back in third place. It was fast, it was explosive, and frankly, it was brilliant.
Well, he never takes his first chance, does he? That's another myth laid to rest. Mark Cavendish, his big aim this season is gold in Rio in the Omnium. But although he says he wasn't particularly aiming for it, he's never worn the yellow jersey. He's about to, he will be doing on the other side of this break. Two big crashes and a big finish on stage one of the Tour de France. The first one took down Alberto Contador, the Tinkoff leader, with a ripped shoulder and a broken shoe, but he got back on his bike and back into the race. But in the high-speed finish, there was no getting back on in time for the man we think here circled, the Katusha rider with the big K on his back. Mikkel Mørkøv, we know it wasn't Alexander Kristoff, and he looks like he clipped the barrier, went down and took a few people with him. And that was all behind the main sprint, and it was a long, long sprint. By the time it got to the finish, Marcel Kittel had been overtaken by Mark Cavendish, the man who'd been playing down his chances, talking about all the track work he'd done for Rio, and saying that he didn't really expect to fill in the gap in his CV of not having worn the yellow jersey, but he has nonetheless. There it is. Mark Cavendish wins the opening stage of the 2016 Tour de France ahead of Marcel Kittel. Peter Sagan was third. Andre Greipel was a distant fourth. Edward Theuns came in fifth. Then it was Laporte, Coquard, Christoph, Daniel Maclay with a top 10 finish on his debut in the Tour de France, and Greg Henderson of Lotto Soudal, Andre Greipel's lead-out man, finishing the top 10. Well, historically, he does not take his first chance, but then this hasn't been a typical season for Cav, has it?
No, and I've got to say that I wasn't expecting that level of performance, but that was him at his best, and we saw him beat the world's best. Kittel was going backwards, Cav was the fastest sprinter there, and it was a brilliant sprint from him, so fantastic ride. Yeah.
And let's not forget, he is one of the world's best. He's been talking himself down so long, we've started to talk him down too. He's with Matt Rendell now.
All these stage wins and never the yellow jersey. Today you've done it. How does it feel?
Oh, it's phenomenal. It really is phenomenal, you know. Yeah, it's the third opportunity, third one without bad luck, you know. I don't really know what to say, you know. It was a big goal. We came here with the aim of doing it with Dimension Data. The team had a polka dot jersey for a few days last year, and we wanted this, you know. There's no bigger icon in cycling than the yellow jersey, and to get the recognition for our sponsors and for the Quebec charity. There's no bigger stage than wearing the yellow jersey with that. So yeah, I do this for my team. I do it for the continent of Africa, and yeah, I do it to try and get 5,000 kids on bicycles. So you know, I'm so happy with that. Here's my little girl. I can't believe it. She's been here both times, and I tried to get it, haven't you? And what am I going to get you? What does Daddy win you? Flowers, that's right. So you're happy? Yeah.
Mark, speaking of great cycling icons, there were you alongside Marcel Kittel. It's happened before, it hasn't gone well for you today. You've beaten him. How good does that feel?
It's regardless of who's there, you know. The Tour de France is a Tour de France. To win a stage is incredible, you know, and to pull on this jersey, it's an honour I've never got to do before, and yeah, I'm a little bit emotional for it, you know. It's going to be a special day tomorrow, you know, and what better way to do it here at Utah Beach, you know, remembering not just the soldiers that died in D-Day, but all the people who've died, you know, fighting for our freedom in the modern world. So it's quite fitting here, and it's an honour of them as well. So.
Mark, well done. Thank you very much.
Well, we saw him with his daughter Delilah in his arms during that interview with Matt Rendell. There are the family celebrations. A big day, perhaps an unexpected day. And, I mean, you've had your family on the tour. Chris, you know what it's like.
Yeah, it's basically, what's going on? No idea. Where's the ice cream? Yeah, yeah. I think it's lovely to see, isn't it? And I think when they are hard fought for, which they have been for in recent months, I think they're all the sweeter, and particularly since taking that yellow jersey as well.
Yeah. And Daniel Friebe jumped in with both feet with his first question to Mark Cavendish in his pre-race interview. We always see you cry. Is it going to be tears of joy or tears of frustration? And I guess we now know which it's going to be in a few minutes' time on the podium.
And the lovely thing, of course, about winning the first stage is it's the only one you're guaranteed to take the leader's jersey. So his whole team now, the pressure is off. They've done something fantastic, and the tour's hardly kicked off, so they can go into it with great confidence, and I think we'll see a lot more from them because of that win.
Yeah. And we are going to get a break out of the way to make sure that we do see Mark Cavendish on the podium. See you in a couple of minutes. Well, this is a familiar sight. Mark Cavendish hitting the front. 26 times he's done it before in the Tour de France, but he's never done it before in a Dimension Data jersey, and he's never done it before on stage one in order to take the yellow jersey. He's about to do that now. Let's get over to the podium presentations with Ned.
Voilà, vainqueur de cette première étape, Mont-Saint-Michel, Utah Beach, Sainte-Marie-du-Mont, Mark Cavendish. Ah, regardez, il est aussi ensoleillé, son sourire pour le ciel.
And he might have thought that he'd won it as well, but if he just glanced over his right shoulder, there was the Manx missile doing what he does, and 2 arms in the air, screaming out his delight. What a result that was. David, I mean, you know him very well. You were part of the team back in the day that brought him World Championship glory back in Copenhagen. This will mean an awful lot, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, in contrast, Alberto Contador's had a terrible day.
Defined him The race which he in turn has defined by the way he's ridden ever since he exploded onto the scene in 2008. This jersey has always eluded him. It might have felt like a distant prospect that would never come his way. But it has. It has. The yellow jersey is finally on the shoulders of the man who craves it. He played it down in the lead up to this race, saying it wasn't a career target, but believe me, it was, and he can tick it off now. Once again. What else can he do? What else will this race bring for Mark Cavendish? How many stage victories? There are opportunities for sprinters, and what a statement he's made to Marcel Kittel, getting the better of him for the first time, to André Greipel and the rest of the field.
Well, it's a huge relief as much as anything else, I think, to the family when Mark Cavendish wins. Peter Cavendish was watching that with Daniel Friebe next to her, and as soon as he was across the line, she spoke to Dan.
Peter, that was never in doubt, was it? I don't know why you were so excited.
Oh, I feel like I've upset the whole of our family. I'm so proud. I know the boys have done such a good job. It had been really, really hard, and it would have been really nervous with the wind and stuff today, so they would have had to have just been calm and confident and stuck to the plan that they were going out with, the confidence that as a team they could do it. I'm so happy, I'm so relieved. I hope whoever went down in that crash is okay. I don't know who it was, but yeah, I hope everyone's okay, and I couldn't be any happier, unlike the children who I made them all cry in one go.
And he's been written off a few times, but you know how much hard work has gone into this.
Oh yeah, I think it's difficult because I think when you've been at the level that he has from so young, it's very easy as soon as he sort of doesn't quite do what everyone expects, that straight away everyone's like, that's it, it's finished, it's over. And it's difficult because as much as you know, it's hard not to listen to that and take it on board. But I couldn't be any prouder of him because he has just worked so hard, and the boys and Dimension Data and everyone, they're riding for such an amazing cause with such amazing passion, and then when they do things like that, you realise it's all worth it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for them.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and as you say, Chris, the pressure is off. Quick update on the crash. We still don't know who's hurt. The results aren't complete yet, but we are hearing from Sky that Geraint Thomas, who we already saw having a puncture and had to chase back on because he was off the back earlier in the stage, he went down. We don't know how bad he is.
I think it's going to be quite a tough one to avoid it. Naturally, the cameras panned with the sprint, of course, to follow the action, but the speed they were going, and they were spread right across the road, it's difficult for people to avoid that. So a lot of people involved. Hopefully they've scrubbed off enough speed that there won't be a lot of damage, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. I think the big loser today, though, of course, was Contador, really beaten up when he came across the line.
I mean, just to reiterate to people, of course, inside the final 3 kilometres, if you crash, you get the same time as the winner, so nobody in that final crash is going to lose any time. Alberto Contador didn't lose any time in the end because he chased back on with the help of his teammates, but he did lose a fair bit of skin, and you've got to think the next few days are going to be uncomfortable for him, if nothing else.
I mean, you almost know this when you fall off. Even if you get up and you know you've lost skin and you have that burning sensation, you can see he's all covered up there. You can see on his hip that he's got a nasty spam, as they're referred to, same on his shoulders, and he already knows that the next few nights of sleep for over a week is going to be very difficult. Every time you turn over, you wake yourself up, and it's pretty messy. So even though he's actually up and moving, it's going to be a difficult week or so for him.
I mean, you can't extrapolate too far, but you know, he was already third or fourth favourite coming in. Is that the kind of thing that could just bump him out of the running altogether?
Well, let's hope not. I mean, I think he can deal with it, but he's now, if you like, played some cards. He won't be able to take many more mishaps like that and still stay in the race. So hopefully that's his bad luck out of the way.
Yeah, and I mean, tough on him. Tough if you're one of his teammates too. I mean, it can't have been in Matteo Tozzato's contract to do what he did.
Yeah, putting your Contador's insole in your mouth, I think, is above and beyond the call of duty. You'll be getting some kind of reward for that. Possibly the most courageous rider of the day award.
All right. Now then, let's take a look at the finish. It includes the crash, but it also obviously includes the way Mark Cavendish won. Here it is from a kilometre out, and you can see it's still kind of a crosswind there from that flag on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it is cross, which is why all the sprinters are over to the right and why it was so tightly packed on those barriers. It's not only the shortest way round, of course, it's the one that's protected from the wind, and it got overpacked. We saw, I think it was hitting a foot of a barrier. I'm not sure if the impact was a little bit higher, but it was really nasty, involved a lot of riders there, and we're going to have to wait for that to be cleaned up. But Mark Cavendish well out of it, and the sprint he launched off Sagan's wheel was quite incredible. He was neck and neck with Kittel and just pulled away. This is the Cavendish of old, really, and as we've already heard from his wife, people expect so much of him, but this is why.
Yeah. Because usually the past season or so, when Kittel has been well and Cavendish has been well and it's a straight battle for speed, there's only been one winner. But that was a straight battle and the result was the other way around.
No, absolutely. And the first sprint of the Tour as well. And we've never seen Mark Cavendish do that. He always takes 2 or 3, and we expect this is one for Mark Cavendish, and he's not there. Then we write him off, and then he comes back and wins 3 in a row. So he's a very unpredictable sprinter, but that's what makes it good telly.
Yeah. But he has made his Tour de France on stage 1. Doesn't matter what he does now, doesn't matter whether he has to not finish because he needs to sort himself out for Rio. Mark Cavendish has stage 1 and the yellow jersey. Nearly the end of the show. We've got to show you the competition, though. Here's your chance to win £10,000 and a trio of the latest bikes. Courtesy of Boardman Bikes, the winner will be getting an SLR Endurance Signature model worth £8,500, plus 2 Boardman Comp bikes of your choice. Don't forget, the lucky winner will also receive a cheque for £10,000 to spend on whatever they like. For your chance to win all 3 bikes and £10,000, just text the word bike to 61333. Text costs £1.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or send your name and phone number by post to TDF 0116 PO Box 7558 Derby D10NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Entry by text closes at 5 p.m. on Monday the 11th of July. Best of luck with that. Now then, tomorrow's stage relocates the race back down the Cotentin Peninsula so that it can head north again. 183 kilometres from Saint-Lô to Cherbourg. 3 small climbs early in the race, which won't be a problem. The 3rd category kick up towards the finish line will, though. There's another exposed stretch along the Normandy coastline, so the favourites will have to be at the front again to guard against splits, and they'll have to be there too when the race hits the foot of the Côte de Glacerie. There could be time gaps among the overall contenders tomorrow. 7 o'clock for highlights of this stage tonight. We're back live with stage 2 from 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and highlights again of stage 2 at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. And Chris, crosswinds were almost a factor today. There was that late spell where we saw people start to put the foot down. Nairo Quintana was in attendance. It looked like Chris Froome for a moment, wasn't, but it didn't quite come off.
No, it made everyone very nervous, that's for sure. About 75 Ks to go, lasted for 25 Ks, and we saw the crashes because of the tension in there. It's what calmed it down a little bit before the finish, but we can see a little bit more of that tomorrow, I think, but nowhere near as much crosswind as we could expect today. Different hazards tomorrow.
OK, just finally, though, you know what it's like to take the very first yellow jersey of a Tour de France. Cavendish goes to bed tonight knowing that he's going to be on the front of the grid tomorrow with that on to roll out and have pride of place amongst the whole field.
Yeah, best feeling in the world to wake up in the morning and see that hanging on the chair next to your bed. So the Tour, whatever happens now, is going to be fantastic for him.
OK, there is Mark Cavendish on the podium getting the first yellow jersey of his brilliant career, and we will be back at 7 o'clock tonight with highlights of what's been a dramatic and exhilarating stage 1 of the Tour.